The Collected Writings of Louis Riel. Introduction. This volume of the collected writings of Louis Riel, Les Écrits complets de Louis Riel, contains texts composed between December 1861 and December 1875. The first date has been imposed by circumstances. Text. A letter written to Madame Sophie Masson on December 1861 is the oldest extant document, although it is certain that Riel wrote others, especially to his family from which he had been separated since June 1858. Furthermore, text indicates that Riel had expressed similar New Year's wishes to Madame Masson in the past. Il aimait d'un de vous exprimer une fois de plus. The later date, December 1875, on the other hand, is not dictated by chance but by momentous transformation in Riel's life and aspirations. On December, while attending Mass in St. Patrick's Church in Washington, D.C., Riel felt himself anointed by God and later would claim that this event marked the debut of his prophetic mission. The majority of the documents in this volume are found in two major collections in the Provincial Archives of Manitoba. MGD contains texts and MGD has texts. 8 other collections in the PAM contribute an additional 16 texts. The next largest collection is the Fonds Tach in the Archives of the Archdiocese of St. Boniface, which provided 24 texts. 5 collections in the Public Archives of Canada yielded 14 texts. A private collection, that of Major H. Masson, yielded 7. Riel's writings reveal interesting insights into his habits as a writer. To begin with, a large number of the texts are drafts whose numerous corrections indicate that their author exercised great care and reflection in arriving at a final text. Some corrections were very minor, others were so frequent and extensive that it is difficult to decipher the text. In 2 instances, the time that elapsed between the composition of the draft and the final copy was unusually long. For text, the interval was 17 days, for text, a remarkable 2.5 months. Not only did these drafts allow Riel to restructure his arguments, they also provided him with the opportunity to select the terms most appropriate to the situation and to the recipient. In a 19-day period, Riel wrote 2 drafts and a final copy of a letter to Joseph G. But commenting on the political scene in Manitoba. Riel was far from happy with the status quo, and in carefully selected terms he attributed the current state of affairs to Bishop Tach's tendency to compromise the interests of the Métis and the French Catholic elements. Riel was quick to add that he was combating Tach's political principles and that he had no intention of disassociating himself from the prelate. Because I love him, he is for me the same as I always looked at him, the chosen one of God and my benefactor. In contrast, when Riel had written to Tach a few weeks earlier discussing the same subject, he blamed Marc-Aimable Girard and Joseph Royal for the lack of responsible government in the province. Riel urged Tach to use his influence to bring about responsible government and thus permit the true interests of the province to prevail. Riel's letters permit the reader to go beyond an external facade and examine his inner being. In dealing with a subject as controversial and as complex as Riel, there is a tendency to simplify or to only comprehend in part. Riel's character must be reconstructed as it was, without fear that it will be mutilated through critical inquiry. Riel had unique qualities, but like all mortals he also had faults, and, for some people, the latter might more readily be perceived. Others might question their motives that animated Riel, but, whatever these were, his accomplishments were obvious and cannot be discredited. It is unfortunate that Riel never wrote an autobiography. In the absence of such a definitive account, his writings assume even more critical importance because they permit us to fathom his complex personality and character. The public facet of Riel's career has attracted undue attention because of the symbolism his actions generated. On the other hand, Riel's private and personal life has had less appeal because it was neutral and therefore contribute nothing to the more dominant controversies: patriot/rebel, English/French, Protestant/Catholic, prophet/heretic. Nevertheless, these apparently unimportant aspects cannot be ignored because cumulatively they constitute Riel the public figure and, to a large degree, determine his actions. Letters which Riel wrote to his family shortly after the death of his father reveal the deep attachment he had for his home and family. In the midst of this profound personal affliction, Riel never lost his faith in Providence and implored his family, "Pensons à Dieu, il nous aime car il nous a visits bien terriblement." A month later, Riel advised his family that it was their duty to pray and to submit to God's will because in God the family would find the consolation it sought. Riel was convinced that, to those who had been afflicted, the love of God was much more powerful than filial love. To the sorrow that Riel felt from being away from his family must have been added the frustration and sense of guilt he experienced because he was not able to do as much as he felt he should for his family. The desire to be home with his family was always present in Riel's mind, and this lengthened his lonely hours. He yearned for news from home, and a letter from his oldest sister, Sarah, was especially welcome. Riel was aware of his responsibilities as head of the family, and when circumstances kept him away from St. Vital, his letters home contained injunctions for his younger brothers and sisters. On numerous occasions Riel expressed concern over the state of his mother's health or the fact that the family might not have sufficient money or owed money to others. In writing to members of the clergy, Riel often asked them to pray for his family. Riel was also very close to his friends and shared their successes and hardships. In congratulating Joseph G. on his election to the Manitoba legislature, Riel predicted that fortune would bestow many more blessings on him. In a revealing comment, Riel added, "You understand that, even at years old, a heart can have enough true concern to suffer enormously from the ills of its country, and plus, Sherry, enjoy a lot of her subjects of joy." Riel was also very concerned after his colleague and fellow exile, Ambroise de Dimlepin, left St. Paul, Minnesota, to return to Manitoba. 2 weeks later, Riel had received no news from his friend and was very worried. Lepin's subsequent arrest and trial caused agonizing moments for children, as such always occupied a special place in Riel's heart. In a letter to Alphonse Desjardins, for example, Riel expressed his wishes for the happiness of Desjardins' children. "Don't largate ma souvent distrait de mis soucis." Riel was also fond of Major E. Mallet's children. He sent each child 25 cents, stating that he desired to do more but that poverty prevented him from doing so. Riel felt that he was pleasing God when he did something to make children happy. On the other hand, the texts in this volume reveal that Riel was very tense and anxious after he was forced to flee Manitoba. His concern over his safety sometimes reached paranoid proportions. Some early communications suggest that assassins were after him. A short while later, he expressed the fear that his letters were being intercepted and that officials in the post office were reading his letters to Bishop Tatch. In 2 instances, Riel adopted an alias when writing to Tatch. In his correspondence, Riel displayed a very sound knowledge of the British Constitution and parliamentary procedures. On the other hand, he displayed an incredible knowledge insofar as politics in Manitoba and Ottawa were concerned. Riel, the exiled founder of Manitoba, obviously experienced great frustration as a result of not being able to influence directly the political life of the province. He felt, for example, that the French-Canadian ministers in the provincial government should have had the courtesy of discussing policy with him because they depended on his followers for electoral support. According to Riel, the source of Manitoba's problems could be traced to the fact that responsible government did not exist in practice because the early ministries were responsible to the lieutenant governor and not to the assembly, and members did not have to seek re-election after having accepted a cabinet post. Furthermore, the true wishes of the people had been thwarted by self-seeking politicians and those who were prepared to compromise the guarantees contained in the Manitoba Act. For his part, Riel sincerely and modestly regarded himself as the spokesman for the interests of the people and the guardian of those sacred guarantees enshrined in the Manitoba Act. Even after he had been declared an outlaw, Riel felt that he had to return to Manitoba and meet with his friends and supporters and warn them of the internal divisions which always threatened to emerge at election time, surtout quand le chef est absent. To Archbishop Tarscoe of Quebec, Riel declared that the struggle he had conducted since 1869 had been forced upon him by his enemies and that duty and honor compelled him to continue it. Riel also displayed a similar knife in his interpretation of the amnesty question. When Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie was attempting to resolve this controversial matter, Riel claimed that he and his supporters had the government in their power. No one would be satisfied with halfway measures, and eventually Mackenzie would have to grant a complete and unconditional amnesty. According to Riel, regardless of how the Prime Minister acted, he would be castigated in Ontario and receive little credit in Quebec. Riel advised Father N.J. Richot that at that very moment Mackenzie should be pressed for a solution to other important issues. After Mackenzie's government had passed a conditional amnesty in February 1875, Riel prepared a lengthy memorandum. His interpretation was radically different from that expressed to Father Richot, but it was still strikingly naive. Riel envisaged no serious problems for Mackenzie's government if it proclaimed a belated but total amnesty. The report of the Select Committee on the Difficulties in the Northwest Territory in 1869 clearly demonstrated that the Conservatives had promised a complete amnesty in 1870, and, hence, it would have been a simple matter for Mackenzie to declare that he had no choice but to honor that commitment. The Prime Minister's logic and honesty could not be attacked, and Ontario would have supported him. According to Riel, if Mackenzie acted in this manner, the amnesty question would be extinguished and its political repercussions emasculated. By not doing so, however, Mackenzie provided the Conservatives with an opportunity to revive the issue and embarrass the Liberals. Riel also chastised French-Canadian parliamentarians for their timidity and the fact that it was their indecision that resulted in the English members voting for a partial amnesty. In this matter, Riel obviously attributed to French-speaking members an influence over government policy which they did not possess. There was also lack of sophistication in Riel's perception of his own importance in the political arena. As mentioned earlier, not only did he believe that he was the only person capable of offering proper principles and leadership in Manitoba, he also felt that his participation in federal politics would have momentous consequences for the Dominion. After his re-election to Parliament in September 1874, Riel informed his friend, Joseph G. that this event would help Manitoba and the Métis. Furthermore, the constituency of Provencher, in re-electing him, had given itself a powerful representation in the Commons and in the administration because his victory was an embarrassment for Parliament as well as the government. Riel was also convinced that the amnesty question was one of the most popular causes in Quebec and that Conservatives in Quebec wanted to defend him. He argued that if he failed to be elected in Manitoba, it would be the end of one of the main issues which Conservatives wanted to defend and had to defend before public opinion. Later Riel even contemplated presenting his candidacy in a Quebec constituency if he were expelled a second time from Parliament. This naivete should not lead one to conclude that Riel was easily manipulated by those around him. His letters suggest that he, too, was capable of manipulation and that he could phrase his comments in a manner such that people read what they wanted to hear. In September 1870, for example, Riel wrote to Bishop Tatch expressing his respect for the prelate in the midst of the troubled times. He stated that this respect would always be independent of personal opinions and convictions and that these would never prejudice his good sentiments vis-a-vis the bishop. Riel then stated that the Canadian government had used Tatch's position and influence to deceive those who had supported the provisional government. Tatch's intentions were pure, but Riel respectfully argued that the bishop was going too far in asking the Métis to have faith in a government that was hostile to them and their interests. Riel also claimed that Tatch's position made it impossible for him to act or to speak openly. He urged the prelate to dissociate himself from scheming politicians who sought only to use him. Shortly after the first provincial election in December 1870, Riel wrote Tatch stating that the bishop must be very happy with the outcome. Riel argued, furthermore, that Tatch's efforts had saved the situation and that he deserved all the credit for the strong Métis representation in the assembly. Riel stated that his ideas had differed from those of the bishops, but now that the latter had succeeded he was satisfied. In a similar vein, Riel thanked Joseph Royal, Mark A. Gerard, Joseph G. and Alphonse C. Larivy for supporting his candidacy in Provencher in 1873 and for sharing the tribulations of the Métis. He urged them to work together to achieve a common goal by supporting those who upheld similar principles. A year later, however, Riel felt it necessary to complain to Dubuc that Royal and Tatch were working against him and that Gerard was not sufficiently sensitive to Métis interests. At about the same time, Riel informed Father G. Douglas, that friends were indignant over a letter which Riel allegedly had sent to Alphonse Desjardins to the effect that Riel and Bishop Taché were looking for another candidate to replace Riel in Provencher. According to Riel, the Métis needed the assistance of French Canadians in Manitoba but should support only those persons who were dedicated to the fulfillment of the terms of the Manitoba Act. Riel also affirmed that he would not abandon the cause in favor of those who did not understand or sympathize with it. Turning to insinuations made by Riel to the effect that Riel was not well disposed to Dubuc, Riel hoped that Dubuc would realize that it was necessary for Riel to abide by principles and to urge others to do so, or else all that had been accomplished would be lost. Riel also communicated with Ambroise de Dimlepin, stating that Riel had written to Le Nouveau Monde opposing Riel's re-election but that this letter had not been well received. According to Riel, a few articles' reasons would soon be published indicating how well the Métis were regarded in Quebec. Claiming that some were moving heaven and earth to eliminate him from the political scene. Riel urged Lepin to convince those who were indifferent to support him. As an incentive, Riel added, "Je serai mes souvenirs de ceux qui m'aideront." Early in 1875, Riel wrote to Archbishop Tarscoe in the hope that the cardinal would be able to provide the enlightenment which he, Riel, needed to continue the national and religious struggle which he had begun 5 years earlier. The following day, Riel wrote to Bishop Charles Leric of St. Hyacinthe claiming that he did not wish to jeopardize his political career by alienating the hierarchy. Riel stated that he wished to be close to the bishops and make his career more productive. On two issues of vital concern to the French-speaking Catholic element in the West, Riel's views were not only practical and realistic but also prophetic. The controversy surrounding the amnesty question made Riel aware of the force of public opinion. He advised Joseph Dubuc, then Attorney General of Manitoba, to agitate and create pressure in order to realize his goals. According to Riel, pressure was the fulcrum to move the world. Ontario, which was oppressing the French element, understood this principle only too well, and Riel wondered why the French did not take the offensive and utilize this instrument as well. Riel's warnings on the necessity of maintaining a racial balance in Manitoba were even more prophetic, as subsequent events in Manitoba were to prove. As early as September 1870, Riel advised Bishop Taché that emigration from Ontario was substantial and increasing. Riel predicted that when the Ontarians doubled their numbers it would be impossible to have the substance of the Manitoba Act respected. Hence, it was necessary to maintain a state of equilibrium between the two racial groups and promote Métis interests. Riel warned that temporizing with one's enemies only made them more audacious and would encourage the English in Ontario to emigrate to Manitoba to crush the French element. In his travels in the United States, Riel spoke on the advantages of Manitoba and the West. He hoped that his efforts might convince French-speaking Catholics to migrate by 1875. However, Riel was no longer optimistic. He had realized that the Métis would not be reinforced by French Catholic immigrants because the latter feared that in coming to Manitoba they would suffer a fate similar to that of the Métis. Consequently, Manitoba, which Riel described as La Porte du Nord-Ouest, was being populated by elements favorable to Ontario. There were immediate and ominous consequences of this in Manitoba, where the French-speaking element, which initially had equal representation with the English in the legislature, lost 2 constituencies to the English in 1874. According to Riel, Ontario now was consoled for the failures and humiliations suffered in. Riel's concern over the ever-increasing Anglo-Protestant presence in Manitoba was closely linked to his concept of the Métis identity. To Riel, the Métis were first and foremost a Catholic people and religion was the source of the blessings which the Métis had received. Given the bond between language and religion in Quebec, Riel could not but associate the Métis to the French Catholic element and count on the latter's support. Thus, in a letter to Rodrigue Masson, M.P. for Terrebonne, Riel described Quebec as a province which is all our support, which loves us and which we love. It is the country of our fathers. On another occasion, Riel wrote that it was necessary for Quebec to protect and enhance the Métis nation by providing French Catholic immigrants. This immigration would also contribute to lessening the suspicion that existed between the Métis and some French Canadians. Furthermore, French Canadian immigration would make it possible for the Métis to adopt to a larger degree the customs and traditions of Quebec, with the result that, while still remaining Métis, the Métis would be more closely linked to Quebec through Education. In conveying the greetings of the Métis to the Société St. Jean-Baptiste of Montreal, Riel declared that the Métis of the West were a branch of the French-Canadian family tree and that they wanted to grow with that tree and share in its joys and sorrows. In his later thinking, Riel wanted the Métis to predominate in the West and to assimilate French and French-Canadian into one grand nation Métis Canadien Francais. On the other hand, Riel was very concerned with the attitude of some French Canadians vis-a-vis the Métis. He urged Audiobook, for example, to continue being one of the zealous defenders of Métis interests and cautioned him not to misunderstand the Métis who were still a people as his humble's commencements. Riel counseled the Métis to avoid internal division and dissension. In the event of disputes, they were to act as brothers and quickly make amends. The Métis were to fear rancor and be united surtout dans les grandes choses. While Riel realized the necessity of establishing a closer relationship between Métis and French Canadians, he was very much concerned with the autonomy of his people. He urged his friends to pray and ask God to preserve, strengthen, and enhance the Métis nation and keep it faithful to its mission. With God on their side, no one could triumph over the Métis. Riel's advice to the Métis was to rester Métis. Devenir plus Métis que jamais. Riel's writings also reveal a strong and constant religious motif. He confided to Father N.J. Richoc, for example, that God had given him a grande capacité to souffrir and, hence, he was capable of overcoming the tediousness of the paperwork associated with the provisional government. In expressing his best wishes to Bishop Tatch on the November anniversary of his episcopal consecration, Riel reminded the bishop that it was during the night of November 1869 that the provisional government had been created. To Father Richoc, Riel later affirmed that a benevolent providence was watching over the Métis and that the events of 1869 had been dictated by God. The Métis had been able to overcome incredible difficulties because the hand of God was guiding them. Riel was also convinced that Providence had taken charge of his destiny. When he informed his sister Sarah of his father's deathbed benediction, received through the intermediary of Sister Saint Therese, Riel affirmed that a new dawn was in the making insofar as his political activities were concerned. He expressed the conviction that unforced divine aid. Some time later, Riel informed another correspondent of his travels between Montreal and destinations in the United States. He claimed to have startling proof that Providence was protecting him and that he was not worthy of being safeguarded in this way. While the court was in the process of outlawing him, Riel confided to a close associate that the more his enemies persecuted him, the more it was necessary for him to place himself in the hands of God, who responded with so much solicitude. In February 1875, when Riel was contemplating whether or not he should risk returning to Canada, he informed Father Richoc that he was waiting until God made known his will. In the meantime, Riel was ready to do tout ce que le bon Dieu voudra que je fasse pour sa cause. Riel's writings also include several long items and fragments of drafts. In the absence of an autobiographical account, these texts are important because they constitute Riel's explanation and justification of significant events in Red River. Text. The notes prepared for Rodrigue Masson dealing with the conventions of November 1869 and January-February 1870 are in this category. In these notes, Riel described how the French element wanted to protect the interests of the people of Red River in the chain of events that led to the creation of the provisional government and the sending of a delegation to Ottawa. According to Riel, Alexander Begg's The Creation of Manitoba, or A History of the Red River Troubles, was incomplete and biased in favor of the English element. Riel's memoir on the amnesty text is also an apologia which condemns the federal government for having failed to honor the commitments of a complete amnesty made to the Red River delegates. Riel castigated Ottawa for having treated impertinently the solemn promises of a general amnesty made by its special envoy, Donald Smith, in January 1870, and reiterated by Bishop Tatch of St. Boniface in May 1870. Consequently, the Northwest could not but regard Confederation as a fraud. 3.5 years later, in 1874, this sad state of affairs still existed and the people of the Northwest were insisting that justice be rendered to them. As the spokesman for these people and the person most directly affected by the absence of an amnesty, Riel exclaimed, "CEQ nous demandons c'est l'amnistie, c'est l'exécution loyale de l'acte de Manitoba." 5 undated fragments in the PAM-MGD collection have been consolidated and identified as a draft of a lengthy communication composed by Riel and Ambrose D. Lepin on January 1873. And sent to Lieutenant Governor Alexander Morris. Like the notes and memoir mentioned in the preceding paragraphs, this text attempts to rectify misconceptions that the Métis were responsible for the events of 1869. It also describes the shameful and vindictive actions of Colonel G. Wolseley's men and the authorities against individuals who had supported the provisional government. Riel and Lepin denounced the fact that those who had committed these heinous deeds did so with impunity, while the supporters of the provisional government were treated like criminals and forced to flee for their own security. Texts and fragments dealing with Manitoba politics after the introduction of responsible government. The common theme in these texts is that the terms of the Manitoba Act had not been fulfilled because the existing ministry was not individually and collectively responsible to the legislature and ultimately to the electorate, but personally responsible to the lieutenant governor. Furthermore, Riel argued that in ignoring the constitutional practice of having ministers be re-elected after accepting office, the people were being deprived of their right to express their opinion on the selection of ministers. In correspondence with friends and political associates, Riel also alluded numerous times to the irresponsible nature of the provincial government. Other fragments such as texts and are conspicuously different in that they contain highly personalized accounts. The former deals with events that took place immediately after the arrival of the expeditionary force on August 1870, and the central figure is Riel. This is accentuated by the use of the personal pronoun je throughout the text. The latter document is an introspective account of the execution of Thomas Scott, with numerous exhortations to God. Riel drew a parallel between his action in having Scott executed and the biblical account of Moses killing the Egyptian. The fragment ends with Riel's conviction that I believe I acted with even more circumspection than him in relation to you and your justice, my God. Such then are the main themes in the writings included in this volume. Readers will obviously identify other themes that will serve to place Riel in a clearer perspective and contribute to a more meaningful understanding of his personality and actions. The purpose of this critical edition is not to present one interpretation of Riel as opposed to any other, but to organize, present, and explain the text so that in reading them, Riel might reveal himself till question ill-estimated. Thus, this critical edition can be considered an autobiography, and the reader a ghostwriter. The texts in this volume have been arranged in a chronological sequence based on the date of composition. Those which Riel dated presented no difficulties, but many were left undated and therefore dates had to be inferred. In most instances, it was possible to provide a precise date of composition or complete the missing elements because of internal evidence of references to allied documents. Where only an approximate or tentative date could be arrived at, texts were incorporated next to the closest chronologically related document. Some texts cannot be regarded as part of Riel's general correspondence and writings because they are copies made by him, texts which he prepared for others or perhaps assisted others in preparing. These documents have been removed from the main body and placed more appropriately in the appendix. These documents, especially the copies, also present problems concerning dating because there is no way of ascertaining when the copy was produced. Hence, texts placed in the appendix are arranged according to the date that appears on the documents. Texts printed in newspapers and other published sources were used where no other original copy existed. However, fragments of Riel's writings which appeared from time to time in the press were not included because of their incomplete nature. Some of these fragments had been translated, others had been excerpted from other newspapers. In the New Nation, one finds an account of speeches made by Riel during the debates of the Legislative Assembly of Rupert's Land. These have not been included because they would make little sense if isolated from the larger context of the discussion. A further complication with the New Nation is that while Riel usually spoke in French, an English translation was produced for the published version of the proceedings. One exception has been made for Riel's speeches before the Assembly, and that is text The official minutes of the March 1870 session. Recourse was made to the new nation for similar official documents such as the oath of office text, and the proclamation to the inhabitants of the North and the Northwest text. It is fortunate for posterity that Riel had a tendency to write drafts of letters and that a large number of these have been preserved. Had Riel not followed this practice, there would be far fewer letters in this volume. Two individuals appear to have kept most of the letters which Riel addressed to them, Joseph Dubuc and Bishop Touch of St. Boniface. Riel's letters to his sister Sarah were not kept, and the letters to his mother and family are not complete. There is, for example, no extant letter to his family prior to text which acknowledges the news of the death of Riel's father. It would be out of keeping with Riel's character not to have written home prior to that. There are no letters to Bishop Touch or other members of the St. Boniface clergy during Riel's school days in Montreal, and this, too, appears uncharacteristic. There are relatively few documents dealing with day-to-day administrative matters in the period of the provisional government, and yet Riel himself complained of being inundated with paperwork. Letters which Riel wrote to his friends and associates have not all been preserved. Louis Schmidt, for example, acknowledged receipt of 2 letters which have since been lost. Pierre Delorme refers to another such letter. While Riel's correspondence with Dubuc appears complete, there is reason to believe that letters were exchanged with other political associates such as Joseph Royal and Markham Gerard, and clergymen such as Noel Joseph Richot and Georges Douglas, T. Events associated with the amnesty question and Riel's expulsion from Parliament suggest not only a more extensive correspondence with Alphonse Desjardins, Emmanuel Priscilla Lacapelle, and Rodrigue Masson, but also with other leading French-Canadian statesmen. Every effort has been made to locate Riel's writings. It is entirely possible that additional texts will appear in the future, but given the extensive and thorough search that was undertaken, it is hoped that this volume will prove to be almost complete for the period it covers. Lethbridge, Alberta Raymond Huell December 1984. Texts, and I, will ie. Texts, and texts, and text. Equals, extension 1231, Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties in the Northwest Territory in 1869, Journals of the House of Commons of the Dominion of Canada, Volume, App, Ottawa, I.B. Taylor, 1874, Alexander Bay, The Creation of Manitoba, or A History of the Red River Troubles, Yarmouth. Ennis, A.H. Harvey, 1871. The text. On April 1872, Schmidt acknowledged receipt of Riel's letter of April, Pam, MGD. On May 1872, Schmidt informed Riel that he had received another letter the previous day. Ibert, P. Delorme acknowledged receiving 2 letters dated April and April 1872. Ibert, ont FEGH onion equals, NL, Ender ad rit euro eesis of a texts /texts. Letter to Sophie Masson. Montreal / Montreal December 1861. Venerable benefactress, if a friend has no other attention than to show, on all occasions, his attachment to the one who returns friendship for friendship, judge the happiness that makes my heart palpitate today, thinking that at this moment of the renewal of the year, it is given to me to express to you once again, how sensitive and confused I am to see myself the object of a benevolence of which I am so unworthy and which has no other eye. I appreciate the generosity of your soul. So helpless as I am, what can I do in the presence of your benefits for me, other than thank God for raising up generous souls who never cease to relieve him in the person of his children, and to thank him for the graces he grants me, by reconciling me with your benevolent protection. So receive on this day, venerated benefactress, all the wishes made for your happiness and prosperity by the grateful heart of the most unworthy of your protégés. Louis Riel. Private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. Madame Masson, the Lord of Terrebonne, had also been there. Benefactress of Louis Riel Sr. during his school holidays. Louis Riel Jr. visited his benefactress in her mansion in Terrebonne. It was Riel's habit to send warm New Year wishes to his benefactors. There are several such wish letters. See, for example, the texts, and this letter is the oldest known letter from Riel. Letter to Sophie Masson. Montreal. /% Venerated benefactress, alone and far from everything that is dear to the heart of a son, you who have such a good and tender soul, there is no need to tell you what I feel when On New Year's Day, I think of my father's roof. Also in my impossibility of sharing family joys on this beautiful day, I avenge myself for such deprivation by increasing the sum of my most ardent wishes. Yes, I am making wishes for my dear parents. But I don't have to do it just for them, and I don't do it just for them. Other people also shared in my tributes. You know, venerated benefactress, these people whom I must revere and to whom I am indebted in so many ways. It is little glory for me to find my most powerful protectors, me whom you had resolved to protect even before knowing me, in your castle which, through your kindness, I was able to find accessible as well as the poor cottages of the Red River. I will always remember your benefits, and among the monuments of beneficence with which you endow me every day, the one that will be the sweetest for me to preserve are these words, which could not come from any other heart than yours, and which you will allow me to repeat to you. Here. Perhaps a long time ago, you told me one day that I was about to take leave of you, that you have not received any notice from your good parents. I hope, you then added in the tone of a mother, that you will not find it bad that I give it to you as if I were your mother. Madam, how this tenderness consoled me, and she will always console me, so to speak, for being far from a dear father and mother. Receive therefore on this day, venerated benefactress, the wishes that you have given me the right to make for your happiness, that God will give you to reward your virtues and your generosity in heaven. In the meantime, may you never taste anything but consolations. And I would always consider myself the happiest of all, if I could contribute as much as I wanted. I am the one whom you honor with your protection and who likes to call himself your very respectful protege. Louis Riel, December 1862. College of Montreal, private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. This letter testifies to the deep attachment that Riel had for his family and the isolation he felt far from home and his corner of the country. Louis Riel, father and Julie Leger. Letter to dearest mom, dear little sisters, dear little brothers. Montreal. Minor Seminary of Montreal, February 1864. Dearest mother, dear little sisters, dear little brothers, after the news which plunged me into the deepest pain, as you can imagine, I was advised not to write further, in order to be more master of myself and not to sadden you so much. But I can't constrain myself any longer. Good and very dear mother, I cannot leave you any longer in anxieties and worries about me. The faith of which my dear dad always gave us the example, the resignation that the Blessed Virgin granted to you all in such misfortune, are also the sources from which I will draw the courage that I need. Let us cry, but let our hearts be firm. Let us think of God. He loves us because He visited us very terribly. Let us think of God, because it is in Him that we will find everything we have lost. Let us cry, yes, let us cry, for a long time, always, but let us pray. May our pain not prevent us from doing the will of the good God. May it not prevent us from giving our dear dad all the help of our prayers. Let us offer Mary, mother of all suffering, our tears, our extreme affliction. Let us offer her all our actions for the one that God was good enough to give us and that He was pleased to take away from us in order to better preserve him for us. Because dad is now in heaven, at least very close to heaven. What consolation for us, our dad, who loved us so much on earth, will not forget us with God. You know, dear mom, dear little brothers and sisters, when God acts, it is always with wisdom. Let us therefore worship Him. May He be blessed, glorified. He showed us that nothing is stable down here. Let us look to heaven. Let us love the hand of God. Whatever she does, she is always paternal. Dearest mom, dear little sisters, dear little brothers, everything I say to you here, you have undoubtedly been able to do it with more firmness than me. That is what reassures me, because one thing that initially threw me into great despondency was the uncertainty I had about you. I feared that you would have completely abandoned yourself to the pain with which this blow has filled all our souls. But we are Christians. We have placed the burden of our misfortune at the feet of the cross. And God, who taught us how to suffer, gave us strength. Dear mom, thank you for the examples of courage that you show to your children who love you as much as the one we lost. Dear mother, you will always think of the Blessed Virgin, she who also suffered so much, and when your heart is too sad, turn to Jesus, strength of the afflicted. Pray, we will always do it for you, we, your children. Courage, dear mom, if I could dry your tears, I am wrong. If I could in your arms mix my tears, my sobs with yours. It seems that we would relieve ourselves better, but let us make this other sacrifice. May the fruit be for Dad. That you must suffer, dear mother, myself, my heart hurts, no more father, no, it's over. On earth, no more father, Dad, dear Dad, you will still take care of us from heaven. And the rest of us will pray. We pray for you. If you still need the help of our prayers, Jesus our Lord will give him infinite merit. His precious blood will pay the tribute to his Father for his justice. We will pray our whole life for you. Dear Mom, forgive me, I give in too much to my pain. Let us have good courage and great hope in God. I pray for you, dear mother, you know that I love you. Don't be worried about me. I will be reasonable. I will do like all of you. I will not be sorry. I know everything. Good Father Leflock taught me everything. His greatness Monseigneur Tatch consoled me like a true father. That the good Lord will reward him one day. He is another father for us. You will soon give me very extensive news. Let Sarah, this dear little sister who is so courageous, write to me. Let her tell me everything. She will console me better than otherwise. How will everything work out? If you have no objection, you will inform me. Let us pray to console ourselves a little. For your child Louis, he lacks nothing here. All our dear benefactors have shown me a lot of interest and sympathy. The day after the terrible news, 2 masses were said for my dear Dad. I myself took communion for our dear father. Another mass has been said since. The good Lord makes me stronger. It's February at 1:00 in the evening that I was struck by this great news. What a blow. When I think about it, I find myself in a dream. But once again, don't worry about me, if my heart is sick. I'm quite well. I'm starting to come to my senses a little. It is in the heart of Jesus and Mary, our mother all, that I console myself. God help you and relieve us all together. Very dear mother, soon I will write to you. I would like to have been more exact than I have done so far, because I know that often by neglecting to write to you, I have caused pain to my dear and tender father. Tell me if it was a long time since my New Year's letters reached you, or if you only received them afterwards. Let us all be united in heart before God. It is in him that, more than ever, it seems to me, our meeting is found. Dear grandfather, don't think that I forget you. I still love you. You know that my sufferings in this common misfortune are yours. Courage then, dear grandfather. All your children from Canada are pretty good. I only learned this news from my Aunt Lucy again. Probably my Uncle Baptiste doesn't know it yet. So please write to him. Poor uncle. If you only knew how he drinks. My Aunt Charlotte is not too comfortable. My Uncle Henry doesn't have much work. The family will perhaps write soon. I embrace you all with love and with pain. Dear mother, bless me before the good God and the blessed Virgin. I pray for you, dear little sisters and dear little brothers. Let us embrace each other in our misfortune. Let us love the good Lord and our mother very much. Also grandfather, I will think of you. Please don't forget me. The one who loves you all and embraces you with respect, affection. Louis Riel. Tell my parents that I always remember them. Especially my grandmother Lady Modier. Let's pray for Dad. If Pam, MGD. Letter written on black bordered paper as a sign of mourning for the death of his father, which occurred on January 1864. Writing difficult to read where the sheets were folded. This document reveals not only the deep grief that Riel experienced at the death of his father but also a solitary and extremely sensitive nature and his faith in the Prove. Louis Riel. Father Jean-Marie Joseph Lefloc, O.M.L., a former master of Riel in St. Boniface Alexandre Antonin Tatch, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. The latter must have written to Riel since he had not been to Quebec in 1864. The news from Lefloc probably reached him in the same way. Dom, Joseph Paul, Benoit, Life of Manager Tatch, Archbishop of St. Boniface, Vols, Montreal, Librairie Beauchemin, 1904, Volume, Chapter, Jean-Baptiste Riel, born in Berthier-en-Hort, Quebec, former employee of the Northwest Company. Lucie Lénie Riel, wife of John Lee of Montreal. Baptiste Riel. Baptized in St. Hilaire, Quebec, December 1827. Charlotte Riel, baptized in St. Hilaire, Quebec, May 1832. The identity of this character has not been clarified. The registers consulted do not mention any Henry Riel. Perhaps he is Charlotte Riel's husband. Marie-Anne Legemodierne Gabory, from Marskynange, Quebec, married Jean-Baptiste Legemodiere in 1806. Letter to dearest mother, dear little brothers, dear little sisters. Montreal. Minor Seminary of Montreal, March 1864. Dearest Mother, dear little brothers, dear little sisters, it seems to me that it has been a long time since I wrote to you. Indeed, always wanting to see you and never seeing you except in spirit. Oh, how the hours then seem to lengthen. But courage, before God, dear mother, dearest mother, courage, very dear little brothers, very dear little sisters, let us love each other well while waiting for the further fulfillment of the will of the good God. Let us not stop praying. This is our duty. Let us do it with piety and generosity. And we will not remain without consolations. Dear and tender mother, how worried I am about you. I don't leave you, I follow you everywhere. I kind of live with the rest of you. I fear someone will hurt you like they used to. Quickly, when you receive this letter, if Sarah had not written to me yet, if she has the strength, this dear little sister, let her hurry to tell me everything she can. And here I have one thing to ask you. Dear Mom, don't hide anything from me for any reason. Tell me your sorrows, your worries, everything. Because finally I have the right to suffer with you and you will not deny me this happiness. I think. Otherwise, I confess to you, if you hide something from me, I will suspect much more than there could be. Dear Mom, don't be surprised if I'm so eager to know all the news from home. I know it well. Monsignor, our dear and great benefactor, watches over the rest of us, and so we have nothing to fear. So I feel reassured on that front. But on the other hand, dear mother, I tell you frankly, you would not believe to what extent I fear Brother Arcis for our afflicted family. I fear that under one pretext or another he will want to set foot in the house again. But I hope he never has to face it. Because I suppose he will respect our affliction, our misfortune. I've been getting it into my head, especially since last year, that this man will never love us. And would this account better be our best friend? Dear Mom, do not suffer it. It can cause us a lot of pain. But maybe I enjoy filling my mind with things that won't happen. No, I'm probably wrong. Our miseries on that side are over, I hope. But some news about your child before we finish. Dear Mom, don't worry about me. My health is quite good, thank God. I pray to Saint Joseph, dear mother, who has already healed you, to grant you a good one too, with courage. Because I constantly imagine your pain. How oppressed you must be. If the good Lord wanted, it seems to me that we would relieve you by crying together, by hugging each other, dear mother, dear little brothers, dear little sisters. But this is not his holy will. Let us submit to it. He himself will give us much greater consolations. He will do much better than me, because, dear mother, God's love for those he afflicts is even stronger than filial love. However, I, dear mother, pray for the rest of you, and I love you very much. I just took my exam, I got a good grade. Saint Joseph definitely helped me. Let us never forget this great saint. He will be our support. Let us also pray for our benefactors. Really for me, the good Mr. M. From Montreal, are real fathers here. And then a tender father to all. Pam, MGD. Letter written on morning paper. Leaves severely damaged on the edges and in the folds. Incomplete document. At least one page is missing. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach. Me, Bishop of St. Boniface. It seems to be a brother of the Oblate Order. Louis Schmidt, in a letter to Tach in June 1880, suggests that Brother Arcis had responsibilities in the management of the finances of the diocese, AASB. Funds Tach 239770. On March 1864, Riel took a philosophy exam which earned him a grade of very good and a physics and astronomy exam with grade good. Exam report. Riel always had a special devotion to Saint Joseph. Thomas Flanagan, Louis David Riel, Prophet of the New World, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1979. The gentleman of St. Sulpice, under whose direction Riel continued his studies at the College of Montreal. Letter to Sophie Masson. Montreal. / General Hospital, December 1864. Most revered benefactress, I have received the objects that you were kind enough to grant me through the kind intermediary of Mr. Atkinson. I thank you with a sincerely grateful heart. And for the precious gift that your generosity deigned to give me, Madam, what thanks I owe you. In this way, your kindness honors me and reminds me of the same favor that was done to my dear dad. Madam, this beautiful present is dear to me in any case, it comes from you. I value it as much as the deep respect and gratitude with which my heart is filled for you. Please, Most honored benefactress, receive the too weak but very true expression of my feelings, your very humble, very respectful and very grateful protege. Louis Riel. Private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. Fuel in folio. Letter written on morning paper. The reasons for Riel's stay in hospital are unknown. The documents do not indicate any illness at that time. John Atkinson, business agent of Madame Masson. Louis Riel Sr. through manager Tatch. Madame Masson, the Lord of Terrebonne, had sent financial assistance to Louis Riel Sr. to enable him to purchase a textile factory in 1858. George F.G. Stanley, Louis Riel, Toronto, McGraw-Hill Ryerson, 1963, p. Letter to Sophie Masson. Montreal. / General Hospital, Montreal, December 1864. I come today to make my wishes to you. They come from the bottom of my heart. I wish you to be happy every day of your life. And may in a better world you taste in peace the reward of virtuous souls. These are, venerated benefactress, the sincere wishes of one who honors himself and gives you thanks for your kindness. Your very humble, very grateful protege. Louis Riel. Private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. Fuel in folio. Text written on morning paper. See there. Comment concerning the place of origin of the letter. Note, the letter to Julie Riel. St. Paul. / My dear Mom, I received your good letter. How happy I am to hear that you are better. My God, I am so worried about your fate. You are always in my thoughts. You all know how much I love you, good mother, and my sisters and my little brothers. Also seeing myself so little able to make you happy as I would like. I suffer. But God will come suddenly, with open hands, and his blessings will fill you with happiness, dear Mom. What leads me to believe that this happiness will be great and unexpected is that not only have you always been resigned to long and cruel suffering of all kinds, but it is that you apply yourself to teaching us to suffer the great sorrows to which the family is subjected. For my little sisters and my little brothers, I will allow myself to remind a thought of their good hearts and their well-disposed minds. Here it is. If our current suffering can be compared to the weight of a yoke, we still have reason to console ourselves. For the good Lord said, happy is he who accustoms himself to bear the yoke from his youth. Dear Mom, I wish you the happiness of seeing your children, whom you love so much, enjoy, me like the others, the times of pain and hard work that are sent to us. Dear Mom, I am your son who loves you. Louis Riel. Before long I will send you some money. Pam. MGD. File. Yellowed paper, worn at the folds. Neither the date nor the place of origin are indicated, but, based on the contents, the letter seems to be placed quite early in Riel's career, perhaps in the year 1867, at the time when he lived in St. Paul. Riel gives the impression that his brothers and sisters are still very young, that the family still forms a whole, suffers as a whole, and that Madame Riel must fulfill an educational role. There is no reference to political issues. Marie, Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel. Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel. Letter to Mr. Editor. St. Vital. Mr. Editor, I have often had the pleasure of reading your good journal, and it is not with little satisfaction that we see the intelligence with which the rules of taste are observed there. The merit that distinguishes them has more than once made me aspire to the honor of begging for a small place in your columns. But today you will give me a great sign of your goodwill if you deign to insert the few lines that I am taking the liberty of sending you. The Canadian government has agents here at the tip of the Oaks who are opening a path down to the bottom of their woods. Seeing these gentlemen act, they seem to be continuing their task in an active manner. But notwithstanding the praise that I believe I have to give them from this point of view, I will not hesitate for an instant to say openly what can be criticized for them in other respects. D. Gentlemen without any authority purchased for themselves a portion of land which they paid to an alleged savage chief with flowers and bacon. Where did they get these supplies? They respond with completely false information. The audience opens their eyes and you can think that they, always so curious, don't let themselves worry about something like that in this circumstance. These agents appear suspicious to them, especially since their start in the country was not what was necessary to command confidence. Some of them took pleasure in flouting, upon arriving, all the people of Red River, the most respectable families as well as the others. They come here to drive us out of our poor homeland. 50 years of civilization would have passed without having produced any fruit. And for their part, instead of paying attention to the laws instituted in the colony for the greater progress of this same civilization. They publicly disavowed them by selling environmental drink to the miserable savages who in turn sold them without having the power to do so 3 square miles of land, part of which embraces several dwellings in the village of Pointe-de-Chênes. Mr. Editor, I leave you and your many readers to ponder what the consequences of such conduct will be. These men do not seem worthy of the intentions that the Canadian government had in sending them here to work in its interests, and in the interests of the people of Red River. They are off the path they should have taken. Wouldn't it have been wiser to first gain the trust and affection of the locals? But no, they hasten to alienate them and even make them very hostile. The blame these agents deserve is not very likely to make the operations of the Canadian government in our midst esteemed and appreciated at their true value. MGD, unfinished draft written on a single sheet of lined paper. Faded ink and paper stained and deteriorated in the folds. The letter is undated, but the reference to the construction of a road at Pointe-des-Chênes suggests that it was composed during the winter of 1869. The content of the letter does not allow us to identify the newspaper to which Riel intended it. He published a letter in Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, in February 1869. See the text. John Allen Snow, the head of the Canadian Surveyors Service, was fined £1 for supplying alcohol to the Indians during shady land deals. Land sale contract. St Vital. // Street Vital Rivière Rouge January 1869. I, the undersigned, hereby certify that I have purchased the land from Mr. François Larivie, all built and as it is with the poles, AES that there are. In return I give him a beef of years made going on, ibs of beef, arspin bolts and green skin. In witness whereof I subscribe, my name. Louis Riel signed by Mr. François Larivie himself. Witness. Ls. Schmidt says Lafayette. Pam, MGD, file. Document written on the back of a sheet of lined paper. The said property, designated a lot in the Hudson's Bay Company survey system, became in the new surveys of 1871 the southern limit, the equivalent of 4 surveyors' chains, of the lot. Riel occupied this lot through his mother until it was sold to his brother-in-law, Louis Lavallee, in 1879. This sales contract was not registered. And payment, the Riel family, residence and way of life in St Vital between 1860 and 1910. Parks Canada, Historical Research Division, Prairie Region, May 1980. pp.c in text. A similar contract type of fence where the pole placed horizontally is supported by the posts planted approximately 18 feet apart. The perch was also an ancient unit of measurement equivalent to 1/100th of an arpent or 18 feet. Letter to Mr. Editor. Red River. Red River, the 1st of February 1869. Mr. Editor, please give me a little space in the columns of your newspaper to also talk about the Red River. I cannot resist this desire since I read the ineffabilities that an upper Canadian newspaper, The Globe, has just said about it by reproducing a letter from a certain Mr. Mayor, who arrived at Red River last fall. This gentleman, an English Canadian, is said to be gifted with the talent of writing verses. If this is the case, I would strongly advise him to cultivate this talent, because that way at least his writings would have the merit of rhyme, since they do not always have that of common sense. Barely a month after his arrival in this country, Mr. Mayor wanted to paint a picture of it and that of its inhabitants. He succeeded in much the same way as this navigator who, passing a league from the coast, wrote in his diary, "The inhabitants of this country seemed quite tractable to us. The climate of Red River," says M. Mayor in his letter, "is most pleasant. In November there are not 3 degrees of cold. I had heard it said, but I know it from experience now. You see, if he had arrived here at night, and had been able to write down his impressions immediately, he would have said the same. Here the sun never rises, the thickest darkness always covers these immense countries." This is more or less what he did when talking about the climate after 15 days of experience. He doesn't know that very often ice cream is taken on All Saints' Day, that we have snowstorms, even in the middle of October, that last year, during the month of January, the thermometer continuously marked from 2 degrees centigrade, and that very often we have cold temperatures of degrees. This year, Providence, which had already tested us well, wanted to spare us the cold, but it should not be said that we live in the torrid zone. The country, he adds, is inconceivably rich. Those who want to cultivate are all rich, only the half-breeds are in poverty. Well, I am mixed race and I say that there is nothing more false than these words. I know almost all the names of those who are receiving relief this winter, and I can assure you that they come in all colors. There are half-breeds who do not beg for charity, just as there are English, Germans and Scots who receive it every week. It was therefore not enough for these gentlemen to come and insult the misery of our country by making poor people pressed by hunger work cheaply. It was still necessary to sow lies abroad, to make people believe that the arms sent to the RR were not necessary. Fortunately there are other, more respectable testimonies published in the newspapers to contradict such advances. We can, he says again, judge the wealth of certain individuals by a sale of animals to the company, by a single inhabitant. He sold cattle for £. Hello, do you know that estimating them at 10 louis per head, it would take 500 to arrive at this sum? Let's move forward, because never an individual in the RR had 500 animals to sell, and not even, he adds, the future of the country is as assured as the sunrise. This is what is called drawing horoscopes. And who to this day has been able to doubt the future of this country? Yes, unless God blows up this small part of the globe, this country like all the others will have some kind of future, but not the one predicted by Mr. Mayor. I know men who have more than 15 days of experience and who say the opposite of this gentleman. He finally said, the town of Portage de la Prairie is destined to become one of the most important in the country. However, I will not tell you about it before having seen it. Well, why not? You talk about many other things that you have not had time to see or know. It would be worth as much as the rest of your letter, just as much as the uncourteous, and I would even say uncivilized, terms which you use when speaking of the ladies of the country, who certainly in all respects are well worth the ladies of your. By the way, Mr. Mayor, if we had only you as a sample of civilized men, we would not have a very high idea of them. If I wanted to have fun holding a pen like you, for the sole pleasure of saying stupid things to the world, I would have amusing things to say about you. In any other circumstance than the one we are in, I would not have noticed the lies in this letter. We are accustomed to seeing the arrival every year of these foreigners who come to look at us from top to bottom, and who then have their more or less bizarre reflections on us and our country printed in the newspapers or in large books. But after the scourge which struck us, obliged as we are to resort to public charity, I believed that it was my duty to protect against lies which could in foreign countries make the arms sent to the Red River considered useless. Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, February 1869. Original unknown. William L. Morton, editor. Alexander Begg's Red River Journal and other papers relative to the Red River Resistance of 1869 to 1870. Toronto, Champlain Society, 1956. P. is mistaken in giving February 1869 as the date of publication. Riel's letter is a reply to that of Charles Mair published in the Toronto Globe of January 1869. Mair made disparaging remarks about the Métis and their way of life, and moreover his exalted remarks about the future of the West made the Red River elders worried. Mair, a friend of William McDougall, Federal Minister of Public Works, had been appointed paymaster on the construction sites of the road between Fort Garry and Lake of the Woods. Norman Shrive, Charles Mair, literary nationalist, Toronto. University of Toronto Press. 1965. Chapter. Le Nouveau Monde published other letters from Red River that some attributed to Riel. One of these letters, under the signature XYZ, appeared in the July issue. It contained observations on the climate of Red River. The historian Leon Pouliot, who studied this correspondence, maintains that only the letter of February 1869 can be attributed to Louis Riel with certainty. The material of the other letters does not allow Riel to be identified as the author. Leon Pouliot, Le Nouveau Monde et la question du Nord-Ouest, Revue d'Histoire de l'Amérique Française, 1957, p. Note. Le Nouveau Monde, a Montreal newspaper, founded on August 1867, set itself the goal of defending Catholic principles and maintaining the rights and freedoms of the Catholic Church. His ultramontane views received the enthusiastic support of the Bishop of Montreal, manager Ignace Burget. Alphonse Desjardins, Federal Deputy for Hochelaga, took charge of the newspaper for a while. Charles Mair a zealous promoter of the acquisition of the Northwest Territories by the report of the Relief Committee founded to help the needy in the colony confirms Riel's statements to the effect that the English and French were in need. This report can be found at the AASB, Gilles Martel, Le Messianisme de Louis Riel doctoral thesis, École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, Paris, 1976, pp. Letter to Sir Winnipeg. // Until now you must have found that I hardly kept my word. Indeed, I blame myself for not having made known to you myself the reasons which prevented me from going to your service. Today, I will tell you that, finding myself freed from the somewhat difficult occupations through which I had to pass, I am writing to you to tell you that if you still considered my commitment I would be ready to do so. For this I am awaiting your response. And please, sir, believe me with great respect, your humble servant Louis Riel. Pam, MGD, draft letter written on both sides of the same sheet of lined paper. Watermark in the upper left part. Stanley reports that the recipient was a Mr. Lachance, Louis Riel, P. Note. Stanley also gives the AASB as the home of this manuscript. There is no reference sheet to this document in their repositories. Pam, MGD, contains a letter dated December 1868, written to Riel by C. Lachance, a merchant from St. Paul, Minnesota, who complained about the scarcity of silver and who hoped to see Riel the following summer. Land sale contract. St vital. // I, François Larivy, Father, sell to Louis Riel my right on 50 acres of land given to me by the late Governor Simpson, on condition that Louis Riel pays me Louis next September. Louis on All Saints' Day and 2 Louis and shillings on the 1st of January next. In witness whereof I sign my cross X and my name by the hand of the buyer Louis Riel. François Larivy Father Rivière Rouge. APC, MGF. Contract written on a single sheet of lined paper, very marked with folds. The contract was signed without witnesses, although there was a space reserved for the witness's signature. The property referred to here is not the same as that mentioned in the text, but it would probably be the same as that which was sold to Ban 18 in 1873, see texts, and letter to Mr. Editor. St vital. / Saint Boniface, October 1869. Mr. Editor, you have a correspondent who keeps you well informed of everything that is currently happening in Red River, but you will perhaps not see without pleasure the very expression of the people on what occupies them most at this moment. For some time now, we have been hearing about what the general government of the Confederation intends to do regarding the Northwest Territory. Last year, Canada made certain arrangements with the imperial government regarding this territory. But these arrangements are unknown to us. All we know is that there was talk of sending us Mr. McDougall as governor. This gentleman was to come to us with advice trained outside the country. We must, it is true, have some members of ours in this council, but few enough to be capable of nothing in the decisions of this council. Several newspapers from Upper and Lower Canada freely expressed their opinion on what disadvantages there could be in the organization of such a government. And now that the Canadian people have seen these various debates, wouldn't they be happy to know what the people of Red River themselves think about all this? Here it is. He does not seem at all willing to receive a Canadian governor. A council chosen and trained outside the country should not hope, we think, to see its decrees well respected. We can judge this by the demonstrations that the Métis Canadian population of Red River has just made. Each parish chose 2 representatives to speak on its behalf on the procedures of the Canadian government towards the people of Red River. And such are the resolutions which these representatives passed in their first assembly. These representatives declare to the world of the half-breed Canadian population of Red River that they are loyal subjects of Her Majesty the Queen of England. These representatives recognize themselves, on behalf of the Canadian Métis population of Red River, indebted to the Honourable Hudson's Bay Company for the protection they received under the government of this Honourable Company, whatever the nature of this government. The people of Red River having until today maintained and supported The government of the Honourable Hudson's Bay Company, which was established in the country by the Crown of England, the said representatives declare, in the name of the mixed-race Canadian population of Red River, that Snow and Dennis disregarded the rights of nations by coming to establish works here, in the name of a foreign authority, without paying any attention to the authority currently existing in the country. The Honourable Hudson's Bay Company now withdrawing from the government of Red River. The said representatives declare, on behalf of the Métis Canadian population of Red River, that they are ready to go through this change. But, at the same time, being established, working and living on these lands that he helped the Red River Company, having acquired, in this way, incontestable rights in the country, the representatives of the Métis Canadian population of Red River loudly proclaim these the colony of Red River, having always been subject to the Crown of England, and having developed separately, through the chances of its situation. The said representatives declare in the name of the population half-breed Canadian from Red River, that they will do everything within their power to ensure that, in their favour, the prerogatives granted so liberally by the English Crown to any English colony are respected. This, Mr. Editor, is what we liked to communicate to you. And those who take the liberty of transmitting these things to you will not be the last to ensure that the rights of the people of Red River are respected. We have the honour to subscribe, your very humble servants, two mixed-race Canadian inhabitants of Red River, Le Courrier, St. Hyacinth, Q. October 1869, original unknown. Although we cannot categorically affirm that Riel is one of the authors of this document, it seems that the circumstances and their testimonies strongly support this thesis. First, Riel repeated and cited the same declarations in a subsequent text. On the other hand, Louis Schmidt had studied at the College of St. Hyacinth and had certainly remained in contact with people there, which allowed him to have easier access to the local newspaper. In his memoirs, Schmidt recounts that after Riel returned to St. Boniface in 1868, he visited him and stayed at his home for some time. The subject of their discussions always returned to the situation at Red River and the changes that were occurring. Together they resolved to get involved in public affairs when the opportunity presented itself. Le Patriote à l'Ouest, January 1912. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor Designate of the Northwest Territories. John Allen Snow, Construction Manager of the Dawson Highway between Lac des Bois and Winnipeg. John Stutton Dennis, military officer and land surveyor who was entrusted with the task of establishing the system of surveying public lands in the Northwest. Letter to Sir Saint Vital. Street Vital 13th October 1869. I told you yesterday that I would write you, very willingly. The principles on which I stand. The sincere desire of helping my country conscientiously has pointed out to me these principles. I declare that I am loyal to the Crown of England. I declare that I am thankful to the Honourable Hudson Bay Company for what protection she has given to us by her government, whatever might the nature of that government. As the Honourable Hudson Bay Company is now retiring from the government of this country, I declare that I am ready to go through that change. Being established, working and living on these lands settled by himself, the people of Red River, the people. Pam, MGD. This incomplete draft is written on a sheet of lined paper that has faded considerably. This document was composed 2 days after the surveys were stopped on the hay privilege behind Andreno's concession. 3 days later, on October, the National Committee of the Métis was formed. Letter to William McDougall. St. Norbert. / to Mr. W. McDougall. The National Committee of the Métis of the Red River informs Mr. W. McDougall ordered not to enter the Northwest Territory without special permission from this committee. By order of President John Bruce Louis Riel, Secretary, dated at St. Norbert, Rivière Rouge, this 21st day of October 1869. APC, RGC, file, handwritten copy from the archives of the Secretary of State for the Provinces. The text was published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences in the Northwest Territories Canada Sessional Papers, Volume 1870, Volume P. It Darn's correspondence relative to the recent disturbances in the Red River Settlement. British Parliamentary Papers, Colonies Canada, 1870, Volume P. In the latter text, McDougall's first name is abbreviated WM, St. Norbert becomes St. Porbert, and Du becomes Dew. The original has been lost. This constitutes the first document issued by Riel during the Red River Resistance. Public notice to the inhabitants of Rupertsland. Fort Garry. Public notice to the inhabitants of Rupertsland. The President and representatives of the French-speaking population of Rupert's Land in Council, the invaders of our rights being now expelled, already aware of your sympathy, do extend the hand of friendship to you, our friendly fellow inhabitants, and in doing so invite you to send 12 representatives from the following places: St. John's, St. Margaret's. Headingley. St. James, St. Mary's, Kildonan, St. Paul's, St. Andrews, St. Clement's, St. Peter's, Town of Winnipeg, in order to form one body with the above council consisting of 12 members to consider the present political state of this country, and to adopt such measures as may be deemed best for the future welfare of the same. A meeting of the above council will be held in the courthouse at Fort Garry on Tuesday the 16th day of November, at which the invited representatives will attend. By order of the President, Louis Riel, Winnipeg, November 6, 1869, GAL, M6058. This document, along with 9 other broadsides, forms part of a collection purchased from the Canada Book Auctions in 1981. The broadsides were mounted into a 36 by 28 cm scrapbook on 5 leaves, recto and verso. Other pages in the scrapbook contain contemporary clippings from Toronto newspapers dealing with developments prior to the Red River insurrection. The vendor was Lauren Daniels, who had the scrapbook by virtue of the fact that she was a descendant of James Ross, one of the proprietors of the Red River Pioneer, whose press was seized by the National Committee of the Métis. This broadside has 24 lines of text and the ink is smudged in 2 places. Bruce B. Peel, Early Printing in the Red River Settlement 1859 to 1870 and its Effects on the Riel Rebel Lion, Winnipeg, Peguis Publishers, 1974, p. refers to this document as the first of the disturbance broadsides. The public notice is an invitation from the French element to the English, requesting that the latter send representatives to discuss the current state of affairs and formulate an appropriate policy. The notice was taken to Dr. W. R. Bown, proprietor of the Nor'Wester, who subsequently refused to publish it. Bown was placed under guard, and the document was published under the supervision of James Ross of the Red River Pioneer, Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. 2 other printed copies of this public notice are known to exist. One is in Pam, MGR, like the GAI copy. The word fellow has been added in pen between friendly and inhabitants, and the phrase the invaders of our rights being now expelled has been placed in parentheses. In the Pam copy, the parentheses were placed outside the quotation marks enclosing the phrase mentioned above. In the GAI copy, the parentheses obliterate the inner quotation mark at the beginning of the phrase and the outer one at the end. The phrase St. John is virtually obliterated in the Pam copy. The second printed copy is in PAC, RGC, file. In this text, the word fellow and the parentheses have not been added. The public notice was also published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. In this instance, there are parentheses but no quotation marks around the phrase the invaders of our rights now being expelled, and the word fellow does not appear between friendly and inhabitants. It was also published in correspondence relative to the recent disturbances. This version has quotation marks around the phrase the invaders of our rights now being expelled, and the word fellow does not appear between friendly and inhabitants. It also appeared in Begg, The Creation of Manitoba. John Bruce, a Métis carpenter and legal practitioner from St. Boniface. Incomplete report of the Convention of November-December 1869. Fort Garry. // The English representatives were greeted on their arrival at the fort with 12 cannon salvos for them and 12 for the French. Bruce presides. Riel secret. The English appear dissatisfied with these joyful demonstrations of firearms. They unanimously protest against this parade of arms. Their French are cheerful and explain to them that they have no hostile intentions against their English compatriots. The English demand a new election of a president and a secretary. The French say that they are ready to do so as soon as, through a frank and cordial understanding, the representatives of the two sections of the population or at least the majority, have adopted together a line of conduct to follow in the current circumstances. That for this it is important that the representatives. Talk English and F. Immediately place before the Assembly any instructions they may have received orally or otherwise from their constituents. That the true intentions of the two sections of the people. Need to be well known and understood to know how they are similar, how they are contrary, and how agreement is possible. The English say that they are protesting against the taking up of arms by the French, against their occupation of the fort, against their illegal opposition to the entry of Mr. MacDougall sent by the Queen. The French say that it has always been their custom to take up arms to repel the parties which present themselves at the gates of the colony with formidable intentions. As the wild war parties have been repulsed, so shall Mr. MacDougall be. He is also formidable, because we have already been hearing for some time that he is going to come and govern us, that the company has sold its governing rights here. And yet neither England nor the company warned us of this. And MacDougall did indeed come to enter the colony. Having been pushed back, he is there remaining on the edge of the lines, tiring us out, trying to establish himself as our master, already declaring himself our master without our authorities having told us that he is. Oh, dear compatriots, because of your attachment to the British constitutions which we respect like you, together let us not wait for our freedoms to pass to a foreign power, let us not wait to claim them, until they are in other hands. Etc. The English seem impressed. Hargrave knocks on the door asking to speak. He brings a communication from Governor McTavish. The English want it to be read immediately. Riel says it would be better to wait for the convention to do what it has to do before worrying about what the company has to tell us. Lively discussion. Finally, we will read this communication at the end of this session. Ross: why did you take the fort, Riel? To preserve it for the inhabitants of this country. And that MacDougall and his foreigners do not come and establish themselves there as absolute masters. Ross: it is unconstitutional. The Queen authorizes Mr. MacDougall as she pleases. Any loyal subject only has to obey. Riel: that Mons. MacDougall Monterson authorization. We have never refused to obey the Queen of England. Ross: Mr. McTavish is still the Queen's representative. You occupy the fort against his will. Riel: I don't know if our occupation of the fort is very unpleasant for him. Ross: Mr. McTavish is a worthy representative of the Queen. Riel: we still believe it. Ross: well, if so, as it is a little late and it is time we thought of adjourning, I request that the communication brought us from Governor McTavish be read now. Mr. Riel will no longer object, I presume, from what he has just said. Mr. Lomans seconds the motion. And Mr. McKenney is asked to read before the convention what Mr. McTavish sent him. After hearing the protest of Mr. McTavish, Ross: I am convinced that our French compatriots will obey now that the governor's will is known and that he orders as governor to leave the fort. I hope that they will do so, for their own advantage and for the satisfaction of their parents and friends, the English of the colony. A moment of silence. Ross gets up and says that he is confidently awaiting the evacuation of the fort by the French colony. Riel: we can't. Ross: you can no longer protest ignorance. Riel: an emphatic protest has not yet erased what is just in our pretensions. Ross: your actions are acts of rebellion now. Riel: we are rebelling against the company that sells us and wants to deliver us and against Canada that wants to buy us. We are not rebelling against the English government. We recognize the government of Assiniboia * as much as it exists. Laughter. Ross: you pretend to recognize him. Riel: turning to the French. Do we pretend to recognize him? Let's talk. All. Non. Riel: moreover, we are loyal to our homeland. We will protect it against the dangers that threaten it. We want the Red River people to be a free people. Let us help each other. We are all brothers and parents. We do not separate. See what Mr. McTavish says. He says that from this assembly and the decisions of this assembly can come incalculable good. Let us unite. The evil he fears will not happen. See how he speaks. Is it surprising? His children are Métis like us. Adjournment. I can't write well and take notes of discussions since I have to talk all the time. The responses are longer, the answers are not always as concise. But what I write is indeed the meaning and almost always even the terms. November 1869 The convention seat. The members look pretty good together. English people ask what do you want to do. Ross speaks most often. Riel responds that the desire of the French is to do what the people of the colony want to do. That The present attitude of the French says enough of what they want. That the coming of the English to this convention seems to indicate something favorable to the idea of an agreement. The French ask how far the English are prepared to work with them. The English respond that their way of seeing is to let Mr. McDougall in without opposition, and once established, their intention is to ask him what they want, and if Mr. McDougall does not want or cannot grant them what they ask, then we will send him back to. It will be time to do it. The French say that if McDougall once establishes himself, nothing will dispel him. That McDougall, governor, will have all kinds of official documents to present to them in the name of the Queen, and that in fact it would really be a rebellion to try to expel him when he was established, and that the English government, learning of his peaceful entry before knowing exactly our just demands, would have judged it appropriate to accept the transfer. But the English government having not yet approved the conditions under which the transfer would be carried out, McDougall has nothing official to present us at this time. It is time to push our weak voice so that through the obstacles that prevent it from reaching our Queen we can make ourselves heard quickly enough. So Mr. Ross said everything he recommended to Mons. McDougall before leaving Ontario. He says that he himself made him see that his government and the measures that it would undoubtedly take for the opening of the country and its more rapid establishment could well be a little harmful to the current colonists who had established themselves in the country and had lived and worked there for a long time without taking the AUS precautions which they need, however, to preserve intact their rights and their privileges, occurring a change of government composed of people more interested in promoting the interests of a large emigration than the interests of the first settlers. That in the face of all this, Mr. Ross, a child of this country, cherishing his compatriots, has better to silence these fears for the moment, and do everything in his power to bring in Mr. McDougall, as is, from what he says, I foresee that by preventing him from entering we will bring incomparable misfortunes to the colony. He gives a beautiful speech that I will not write, having to listen to it to respond. I'm not writing fast enough. Riel shows what is noble in the remonstrances that Mr. Ross made to Mr. McDougall in Ontario, the rightness of his fears about the interests of the first settlers who are his fathers, his brothers, his parents, his friends. That this position that Mr. Ross had taken with Mr. McDougall is well inspired by the love of his country, and now that he sees half of his country taking the same attitude when the other half, less determined, nevertheless has rights to assert, and that his intention is really to call on Mr. McDougall to treat them more as British subjects, when the whole colony sees that Mr. McDougall does not come as he should with their free consent and the guarantee of their rights. How is it that Mr. Ross finds himself intimidated, rather to prevent us from offering him energetic resistance? Why does he not let his eloquent voice speak in the name of the love he has for his native country, invoking as we do the union of the inhabitants of an entire colony, invoking this union which can save us, so that in these days of immense anxiety the people advance as one man to meet Mr. McDougall by conjuring him in the name of justice, in the name of the Queen, to respect an English colony, not to aspire to the government of our country before having put us in possession of the beautiful prerogatives that the Crown of England grants if meant to all his subjects. Mr. Ross, make your homeland speak. Do not try to silence it. With your education, your talents, tell our English compatriots that Mons McDougall is not yet our governor, that a terrible trap is set for us by letting us say that our way of acting will be more loyal, if refusing to recognize all our rights after becoming our master, we then only think of dismissing Mr. McDougall. Adjournment until November. To allow room for the General Court to sit. Do we not by this act recognize the government of Assiniboia? November. The convention is in session. Mr. Ross addresses the question of the advantage which would result from our entry into the Confederation. An advantage which is considerable for us and important to the completion of the Confederation plan. The union of this vast country with Canada is necessary for the dearest interests of British North America. The Queen approves the Canadian Confederation as understood. We are like the keystone of this great project. Riel replies that everything Mons. Ross just said is correct and with our full agreement. But if this country is undoubtedly of great importance for the completion of the Canadian Confederation, why not immediately put it on a footing such that the current inhabitants continue to live there advantageously and that foreigners can find, when they come to live there, institutions ready to make them happy by conferring on them the franchises which all of America loves to see its children enjoy indiscriminately. This is the subject of two long speeches made by Ross and Riel. Bunche raised complains about the waste of time we are having by not reaching any agreement. He asked that the French lay down their arms so that the two sections of the colony could speak on the same footing. He energetically proposes the entry of Mons. MacDougall so that we can present our grievances to him and have satisfaction. Riel replies that by laying down our arms we are too certainly opening our doors to the one we must not allow to invade us. That MacDougall won't come in. November 1869. The convention is in session. Continuation of the same subject. Lay down your arms, let MacDougall in, say these English. The French don't want it. The English insist on the idea that we need a strong government. That because of this we need the Canadian government. The French admit that they need a strong government because that of Assiniboia has really shown extreme weakness in recent days. The General Court held on all. Could not be concluded properly due to lack of being able to obtain jurors. That therefore, it is time for the inhabitants of the RY colony to consider the formation of a provisional government for their own protection and to deal with Canada and force it to give us a responsible mode of government. Made the transfer of the rights of government of the Hudson's Bay Company, which was sold without even telling us about it, shows us too severely how an irresponsible government makes fun of its subjects for us not to learn the lesson. Ross speaks of the possibility of a military expedition against us if we do not act with moderation. Riel says that winter protects us with its snows and storms. That Hudson Bay, Thunder Bay and the American territory are not easy to cross to reach us by spring. That we have 6 months ahead of us and that during this time we will have arrangements with Canada. Adjournment. No agreement. Little hope of an agreement. Schultz * and the Canadas are leading the devil. November 1869. Before entering the session, the French spent the night in council. I spoke for hours to get the National Committee to form a provisional government. Not one was ready. So much fear, so much hesitation to conquer. It's incredible the reluctance I had to make them overcome. What he feared most was the appearance of rebellion against the Queen. It was only by showing them and telling them that we remain faithful to the Queen, that the government of Assiniboia by selling itself has become so weakened that it no longer has the strength necessary to protect us. That if there is still anything left of a government, it is the name. That he cares so little about us despite the loud cries and everything we do to push MacDougall away. If the Assiniboia government met with MacDougall, they would willingly hand us over into his hands. That if the Queen knew what we wanted, she would listen to us. That she perhaps already knows it and that she will undoubtedly listen to us. However, MacDougall is preparing to complete all his arrangements with the Council of Assiniboia by December. That by declaring himself, MacDougall, governor that day, the Council of Assiniboia is over. He therefore has very few days left to live in complete incapacity. That since MacDougall does not want to speak to us, as our letter of October tells him that he can apply to us for permission to enter this country, let us not let him become governor before having made arrangements on behalf of Canada with us. If he declares himself governor in December, he will be no more governor than before. Assiniboia will be dead. So let's form a provisional government in advance. Let's talk about it tomorrow to the English representatives. Let's take public books and public money to force MacDougall to deal with the public. These public books and this public money belong to the public. MacDougall must not seize them in spite of us. The members of the committee finally agreed and I warned them that to run less risk we would not proclaim the formation of the provisional government until after December. That it was Schultz and the disruptive Canadians who took advantage of the incapacity of the Assiniboia Council and forced us, along with MacDougall's conduct, to take extreme measures that would fall back on the convention headquarters. The English asked the French what their plans are. Riel asks the English if their desire is frankly to unite with the French to overcome the present difficulties. Evasive response. Riel continues by telling them, you would indeed know what the rest of us want. We want what all the French parishes want and they wanted to form a provisional government for our own protection and to deal with Canada. We invite you to join us with sincerity. This government will be composed equally of French and English. It will only be temporary. The English say that they need to consult their respective parishes beforehand. Let their instructions not authorize them to act in this way. Adjournment until December 1869. December. There French are waiting for the English who are in Winnipeg and do not want to come. Finally Bannatyne comes saying that he carries the Queen's proclamation. Riel examines the document and says with a laugh that it looks like one. When handing the sheet to Mr. Bannatyne he said to him, "Take that big sheet," pronouncing the double E very briefly. My friends, if this is the Queen's proclamation, let us be careful. Let us weigh our actions before acting. We need prudence more than ever in claiming our rights, which are so dear and so certain. Some time after the English deputies, Enant, pale and yet a little more cheerful than usual. Riel. If Mr. MacDougall really is governor today, our luck is better than ever. He just has to prove to us his desire to treat us well. Let us have from him the guarantee of our rights. If he guarantees us our rights, I am one of those who will meet him to escort him to the seat of his government. Finally it's Ross. What will we ask him? A certain amount of time of irregular conversation takes place and the French ask for 2 hours to formulate what they want. Adjournment until evening hours. At a clock meeting of the members of the convention. Our Bill of Rights is discussed. All questions are accepted on this consideration that even when there are things a little contrary to their way of seeing, it would cost nothing to present them to Mons MacDougall, with whom an arrangement could be obtained either by virtue of his commission or by an act of the Canadian Parliament. The proposal to send Mr. MacDougall delegates was put forward. But now the English all refuse to participate. Riel gets up and speaks warmly. Come on, he says, return peacefully to your farms. Stay in the arms of your wives. Give this example to your children. But watch us act. We will work and obtain our rights and yours. You will come in the end. Pam, MGD. Notes written on large sheets of lined paper, some of which are folio. The ink has faded, the manuscript is smudged and the text is difficult to decipher, especially Riel's corrections. The pages, and are written along the length of the sheets. Riel numbered the page, and the page. In the right margin on the page is the following text in Riel's hand. November 1869. The French Métis parishes, their representation in the National Committee which, to come to an agreement with their English parishes. A representative, each of them. Riel wrote these minutes during the deliberation sessions. From these notes, he subsequently wrote a definitive version, the text, which he sent to Rodrigue Masson. The text is a draft of the latter part of the text sent to the events discussed in this account took place after Lieutenant Governor-designate William MacDougall had been refused entry into the Red River Colony and Fort Garry had been captured on November 1869. In November, the President and representatives of the French-speaking population issued the text public notice to the inhabitants of Rupert's Land, which invited the English parishes to send 12 delegates to a meeting to take place in November in order to discuss the political situation and to adopt the measures necessary for the development of the well-being of the John Bruce, a Métis from St. Boniface, carpenter and legal practitioner Louis Riel, William MacDougall, Lieutenant Governor-designate, who had been prohibited from entering Red River. MacDougall officially represented Queen Victoria, but he had been appointed Lieutenant Governor and commissioned by the Government of Canada. The Hudson's Bay Company. Joseph James Hargrave, a nephew of Governor MacTavish William MacTavish, Governor de Assiniboia it de l'Artouter Rupert James Ross, co-owner and co-editor of the 1860 Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement. Maurice Lohman, alternate representative of St. James Parish at the convention. Of Henry McKenney, spelling error of Riel, police chief of Assiniboia and supporter of annexation to the United States. The full text of Governor MacTavish's proclamation is found in Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. It darns correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences pp. Although the choice of members of the Council of Assiniboia was made by appointment, this body nonetheless remained representative of the population of Red River and the defender of the interests of the community. The Court of Quarterly Assizes. Thomas Bunn, representative of St. Clement Parish. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the party. Members of the Canadian Party. Text. Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne, brother-in-law of Governor MacTavish and member of the Council of Assiniboia. What Riel calls the Queen's Proclamation are 2 documents written by the Lieutenant Governor-designate, William MacDougall. The first stated that Rupert's Land and the Northwest Territories had been transferred to Canada and that he, MacDougall, had become Lieutenant Governor. The second bore MacDougall's signature as Lieutenant Governor and announced that, Having assumed responsibility for his duties, he wished to appeal to all officials, except former Governor McTavish, to continue in the exercise of their office. Morton, Alexander. Begg's Red River Journal. pp. A fine example of Riel's presence of mind. The first list of rights. The text is reproduced in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. Neutral smiley. Note to Raphael de Belfuel. Fortgary. Fort Garry, November 1869. Mons. R. Dr. Belfuel, be good enough to let Mr. Laurie, ex-printer, pass. Your humble servant. Louis Riel. Gaij.G. McEwen Papers, CB/M142, photocopy of the original. There is also a facsimile in PAA, Ernest Brown Photograph Collection, B1658. Peter G. Laurie wrote a diary and her daughter, Mrs. J.H. Stores, prepared a typed copy. She mentions a photograph of the pass that her father received and she cites the text, Pam, MGB, typed copy, P. The text is identical to that of PAA, except for the omission of the prefix X before the word imprimer, an omission most likely attributable to lack of familiarity with Riel's writing. Raphael de Belfuel, a French-Canadian living in St. Norbert. He served as a sentry in the Métis forces. Peter Gammy Laurie was the printer of the Nor'Wester and helped publish William McDougall's proclamation in November 1869. According to her daughter, Laurie also published other documents to which Riel objected. Which earned him the revocation of his pass. Walter Robert Bown, owner of the Nor'Wester and associate of John Christian Schultz. Letter to J.C. Schultz. Fortgary. Fortgary 27th November 1869. Mr. John Schultz. Doctor, your house is suspected as going to make trouble or be a place of trouble. Mind you, T. and believe that I am serious and would be very sorry to be compelled to any energetic action against you. Your humble serve. Louis Riel. Pam, MGE. 7086. The letter is written in ink on a single page of medium blue paper. This letter was later pasted to the inside front cover of a small scrapbook, 16 by 24 by 3 centimeters, containing mostly newspaper clippings of Riel's activities. The scrapbook contains another short note written by Riel. See text. This letter to Schultz was composed on the day that English-speaking representatives made a counter-proposal to Riel's suggestion that a provisional government be created. The English representatives suggested that the Council of Assiniboia continue as the colony's legislative body and that an executive council be elected to negotiate the terms under which the settlement would be annexed to Canada. Stanley, Louis Riel. T. Agreement of surrender. Fortgary. Dr. Schultz and men are hereby ordered to give up their arms and surrender themselves. Their lives will be spared should they comply. In case of refusal, all the English half-breeds and other natives, women and children are at liberty to depart unmolested. Fortgary 70th December 1869. The surrender will be accepted at or minutes after the order. Joseph Lynch, M.D.J. M. Coombs. John Schultz, M.D. R. Chisholm. Arthur Hamilton. John Eccles. G. D. McVicker. John Ivy. R. P. Me. F. Mugridge. Henry Woodington. D. In. Campbell. In. J. Allen. John O'Donnell, M.D. Those. Lim Gerard. C. And. Parma. Geo. Recently. Matthew Davis. A. Wright. P. MacArthur. Rob. R. Smith. James C. Kent. George Fortenay. W.M. Graham. W.M. Nemons. W.M. Kitson. John Ferguson. W.M. Spice. Those. Lusted. In. F. Hyman. James Dorson. In. J. Davis. J. B. Haynes. H. Reitman. L. In. Archibald. George Nicol. Geo. Miller. Them. H. Ashton. In. Graham. D. Cameron. J. H. Stocks. James Mulligan. Charles Garrett. T. Franklin. James Stewart Morton, Alexander Beggs. Red River Journal. pp. This document is also reproduced in Beggs' The Creation of Manitoba. pp. The latter version begins with the sentence, communication received this 70th day of December, 1869. The names which are appended are in a different sequence and are followed by the phrase persons in all prior to the signing of this agreement. Riel had his men surround Schultz's home. There were fears that an attack might be made on the Canadians who had barricaded themselves therein. A.G.B. Bannatyne and others acted as intermediaries between Riel and Schultz and arranged the surrender of the latter to avoid bloodshed. After the Canadians had signed the agreement and the document was turned over to Riel, the prisoners were taken to Fort Garry. Riel had already warned Schultz to mend his ways before these events took place. See text. Declaration of the People of Rupert's Land and the Northwest. Fort Garry. Declaration of the Inhabitants of Rupert's Land and the Northwest. It is accepted as a moral principle that public power is inviolable by law, just as it is also recognized that a people who have no government are free to adopt one form of government rather than another, to accept or refuse that which is proposed to them. It is according to these two principles that the people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest were content to groan in silence, and to tolerate the kind of enslavement in which the particular circumstances which had surrounded their cradle had placed them. A company of adventurers, known as the Hudson's Bay Company and vested with certain powers by His Majesty Charles II, came to establish themselves in Rupert's Land and the Northwest to trade there. This company formed an aggregation of men who needed a constitution. But as it was a question of commerce, this constitution was mainly related to it. However, as there was then no government which took care of the interests of the people already established in the country, it was necessary for these people to resort to the officers of this company for legal matters, hence the origin of the government which governed the country until that time. This government thus admitted was far from meeting the needs of the current population, which by dint of energy and dedication has developed, increased, and risen to the point of deserving, because of its number, its civilization, and its commerce, a place among the always moved by the principles expressed above. The people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest generously supported the above-mentioned government and obeyed it faithfully, when against the law of nations in March 1869 this government abandoned and transported to Canada, through transactions, which it did not even deign to communicate to its people, all the rights it had and those it claimed to have in now, as it is another principle admitted by all publicists, among whom we can cite Berkeley and Duvoisin, that a people becomes free, and can henceforth govern itself as it sees fit, when the power to which it was subject abandons it or subjects it against its at will, to a foreign power, and that moreover it does not transfer any rights to the power to which it subjects it. We, the representatives elected by the people, gathered in council at Fort Garry, after having invoked the God of nations, based on these fundamental principles of morality, solemnly declare, in the name of our constituents and in our own names, before God and before the Netla, that the government of the day, or the government, which we had always respected, has abandoned us by transferring to a foreign power the sacred authority which had been entrusted to it. We become free and free from all obedience to it, and that our only legitimate authority today in Rupert's Land and the Northwest is the authority provisionally granted by the people to us their representatives. Second, that we refuse to recognize the authority of Canada, which claims to have the right to come and impose on us a form of government even more contrary to our rights and our interests than has been the government to which we have been subject by necessity until recent times. 3 wrote that on the 1st of November last, by delegating an expedition responsible for returning beyond the limits of our country Mr. William McDougall and his companions, advancing on our lands, in the name of Canada without prior notification from him, and despite a defense to him initiated by us, to come and govern here as a despot. We only acted in accordance with the sacred right that every citizen has to energetically oppose the enslavement of his homeland. 40 That we continue and will continue to oppose with all our strength the entry of the government of Canada into our country, in the form stated, and in the event of his persistence in coming to trouble us with belligerent incursions, we protest in advance against these unjust acts and declare him responsible before God and before the people for the incalculable misfortunes which would be the result of his reckless ambition. Let him know that before seeing our homeland enslaved, we will be able to take advantage of the means of defense that Providence has placed in our hands, and that it is not to see it invaded by foreigners that we have so many times defended it at the cost of our blood, against hordes of barbarians who have today become our friends and allies. 5 That, however, the power of Canada will always find us ready to enter into negotiations with it favorable to its enlargement and our prosperity. In support of these declarations, Counting on divine providence, we pledge by oath our lives, our fortunes and our honor. Given at Fort Garry, December 1869. Johnny Bruce, President L. Riel Sec. AASB, Tatch Fund, T 6966, text in the handwriting of Father Georges Douglas, T. It constitutes the definitive version of a first draft, B, by the same hand, which is found in the same collection, T 6970. The lesson of the first draft was retained and compared with that of the final text. See textual notes. However, negligible deviations in punctuation and paragraph division are not reported. Douglas, T., at the end of the definitive text, adds this note: this copy is the only authentic one. We couldn't get it printed correctly. I don't really know why. Several copies even are all disfigured. The English copy is less mistreated. Regarding the difficulties in printing the French text, see the text note. Douglas, T., writes his double SS in the old FS style. The two AASB texts demonstrate that Douglas, T., took an important part in the draft of the December Declaration, although it is impossible to precisely identify his contribution. Later Douglas, T., confided to a friend that the document had been composed in his room during the night of December with the help of Abbot Noel Joseph Richot. According to Richot, Riel was not present and did not participate in the composition of the text. Father L. Pouliot, S.J., on the question of the identity of the authors, accepts Douglas, T.'s interpretation and affirms that, since the declaration had been printed on December and posted the next day, Bruce and Riel were able during the day to study and make their own a document that they were going to sign. Leon Pouliot, La Proclamation du Gouvernement Provisional de la Rivière, December 1869. Bulletin des Recherches Historiques, 1943, p. The Annotations on GAI's Scrapbook, M 6058. To the effect that a first version of the French and English texts had been published in December and that a new corrected edition had appeared the next day, provide additional support for Pouliot's proposition. It may well be that the changes made to the December version were Riel's contribution. This is probably William Barclay, despite the spelling of Riel, writer of Scottish origin, professor of civil law, and ardent defender of the law of Kings Jean-Baptiste du Voisin, member of the French high clergy who had to go into exile during the Revolution. During the reign of Napoleon, he became Bishop of Nantes, phrase which appears as an annotation in the lower part of the left margin of the text of the first draft, B. It is not highlighted as here by the use of special characters. Caird. Declaration of the People of Rupert's Land and the Northwest. Fort Garry. People from Rupert's Land and the Northwest. It is accepted that, in any society, public authority is inviolable. And it is recognized that a population, which does not have any kind of government, is free to adopt one form of government rather than another, to refuse or accept the one proposed to it. In accordance with the first principle, the people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest supported and respected the authority which they had to accept, because of the particular circumstances which had surrounded their cradle. A company of adventurers, known as the Honourable Hudson's Bay Company, and invested with certain powers by His Majesty King Charles II, came to establish themselves in Rupert's Land and in the Northwest, to trade there. This company needed a constitution, but as it was a question of commerce, this constitution mainly related to it. However, as there was then no government which took care of the interests of the people, already established in the country, it was necessary for him to resort for judicial affairs to the officers of this company. Hence the origin of the government which, having modified a little with circumstances, has governed the country until this time. This government thus admitted, was far from meeting the needs of the current population which, by dint of energy and dedication, has developed, increased and risen to the point of deserving, because of its number, its civilization and its commerce, a place among the always moved by the principles expressed above. The people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest generously supported the above-mentioned government and obeyed it faithfully, when, against the law of nations, in March 1869, this government abandoned and transported to Canada, through transactions that it did not even deign to communicate to its people, all the rights that it had or claimed to have in the. It is also admitted that a people can adopt the form of government that it pleases, when the power to which it was subject abandons it or subjects it, against its will, to a foreign power. And that moreover, by thus subjecting him, it transfers no right to the power to which it subjects him. We, the representatives elected by the people, gathered in council at Fort Garry, after having invoked the God of nations, based on these fundamental principles of morality, solemnly declare in the name of our constituents and in our own names, before God and before the degree that from the day on which the government, which we had always degree respected, abandoned us by transferring to a foreign power the sacred authority which had been entrusted to it, we become free and free from all obedience to him, and that their only legitimate authority today in Rupert's Land and the Northwest is the authority provisionally granted by the people to us their representatives, this 24th day of November 1869. That we refuse to recognize the authority of Canada, which claims to have the right to impose on us a form of despotic government, even more contrary to our rights and our interests than was the government to which we had submitted by necessity, until recently. That last November the 1st, by delegating an expedition responsible for driving beyond the limits of our country Mr. William McDougall and his companions, advancing on our lands, in the name of Canada, despite a defense to him initiated by us and without even prior notification on his part, to come and govern as a despot, we only acted in accordance with the sacred right, which every citizen has to energetically oppose their enslavement of his homeland. That we will continue to oppose with all our strength the entry of the government of Canada into our country, in the form stated, and in the event of its persistence in coming to disturb us with armed force, we protest in advance against these unjust acts, and declare it responsible, before God and before the people, for the incalculable misfortunes, which would be the result of its ambition. Let him know that before seeing our homeland enslaved, we will be able to take advantage of the means of defense that Providence has placed in our hands, and that it is not to see it invaded by foreigners that we have so many times defended it at the cost of our blood, against the hordes of barbarians, who today have become our friends and allies. Degree that, however, the power of Canada will always find us ready to enter into negotiations with it favorable to its expansion and our prosperity. In support of these declarations and for the preservation of peace, property and people, relying on divine providence, we pledge by oath our lives, our fortunes and our honor. Given at Fort Garry, this 8th day of December 1869. John Bruce, President Louis Riel, Secretary. GAI, M6058, printed copy, unknown manuscript. Attached to 9 other placards in a leather-bound album. See text note. The cupboard has 68 lines and measures 11 by 25.5 centimeters. The upper left corner is torn and there is a slight tear in the center towards the bottom of the page, which spoils the writing a little, but there is only one word that is really illegible. The space at the top and bottom of the sheet is shortened to the text itself. On the album page is this annotation: December. Final state. This placard was reproduced in La Minerve, Montreal, of April 1885 and in correspondence relative to the recent disturbances pp. The text is identical to that of the printed copy found in Pam, MG. The frequent use of the grave accent for the acute accent in the GAI copy and in that of Pam suggests that the print lacked characters or that the typographer did not know the value of accents. These errors were corrected in our basic text. The 7th piece of the album consists of a draft, B, of this document. A note on the album page reads, December. First state. Another note in Pitman shorthand reads, First proclamation issued by the French. The place of origin, the date. The names of the signatories Bruce and Riel, which appear in the last paragraph, are omitted in this draft. In this same draft the errors concerning the use of accents, spelling and grammar are even more numerous and leave no doubt about the knowledge of the writer. For example, Aviers Quavant. In his memoirs, Louis Schmidt mentions that he and Father Joachim Allard, parish priest of St. Charles, corrected the proofs of the declaration, Le Patriarche Tour l'Ouest, Lake, February 1912. The typographical characters used in the first draft are larger than those of the final text, except for the word declaration in the title. Due to the importance of the document, the lesson from the first draft is compared to that of the final version in the textual notes. The text is the English translation of the placard, while GAI, M6058, is a draft or first stage of the English version. The most obvious difference between the French and English versions is that in the first the founding of the provisional government is highlighted in the first article, while in the second the mention of the provisional government is rejected at the end of the document. A comparative analysis of the French and English texts and an analysis of the arguments of the Declaration have been made by Thomas Flanagan, Political Theory of the Red River. Resistance, the Declaration of December, 1869, Canadian Journal of Political Science, pp. There are two drafts of the French text of the Declaration in the Fonds Tach, AASB. Both were written by Father Georges Douglas, T. In order to avoid having to resort to an overly complex system of textual notes. The versions of the Tach Fund were examined separately. See text. Important differences exist between the handwritten text and the printed text. Declaration of the People of Rupert's Land and the Northwest. Fort Garry. // Of the People of Rupert's Land and the Northwest. Whereas, it is admitted by all men, as a fundamental principle that the public authority commands the obedience and respect of its subjects. It is also admitted that a people, when it has no government, is free to adopt one form of government in preference to another, to give or to refuse allegiance to that which is proposed. In accordance with the first principle, the people of this country had obeyed and respected that authority to which the circumstances surrounding its infancy compelled it to be subject. A company of adventurers known as the Hudson's Bay Company and invested with certain powers granted by His Majesty, Charles II, established itself in Rupert's Land, and in the Northwest Territory for trading purposes only. This company, consisting of many persons, required a certain constitution. But as there was a question of commerce only, their constitution was framed in reference thereto. Yet, since there was at that time no government to see to the interests of a people already existing in the country, it became necessary for judicial affairs to have recourse to the officers of the Hudson's Bay Company. Thus inaugurated that species of government, which, slightly modified by subsequent circumstances, ruled this country up to a recent date. Whereas, this government thus accepted was far from answering the wants of the people, and became more and more so as the population increased in numbers, and as the country was developed, and commerce extended, until the present day, when it commands a place amongst the colonies, and this people, ever actuated by the above-mentioned principles, had generously supported the aforesaid government, and gave to it a faithful allegiance, when, contrary to the law of nations, in March, 1869, that said government surrendered and transferred to Canada all the rights which it had or pretended to have in this territory, by transactions with which the people were considered unworthy to be made acquainted. And whereas, it is also generally admitted that a people is at liberty to establish any form of government it may consider suitable to its wants, as soon as the power to which it was subject abandons it, or attempts to subjugate it without its consent, to a foreign power, and maintain that no right can be transferred to such foreign power. Now, therefore, we, the representatives of the people in council assembled at Upper Fort Garry, on the 24th day of November, 1869, after having invoked the God of nations, relying on these fundamental moral principles, solemnly declare in the name of our constituents and in our own names, before God and man, that from the day on which the government we had always respected abandoned us by transferring to a strange power the sacred authority confided to it, the people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest became free and exempt from all allegiance to the said government. 2d. That we refuse to recognize the authority of Canada, which pretends to have a right to coerce us and impose upon us a despotic form of government still more contrary to our rights and interests as British subjects than was that government to which we had subjected ourselves through necessity up to a recent date. 3 wrote that by sending an expedition on the 1st of November charged to drive back Mr. William McDougall and his companions coming in the name of Canada to rule us with the rod of despotism without a previous notification to that effect. We have but acted conformably to that sacred right which commands every citizen to offer energetic opposition to prevent his country being enslaved. 40h. That we continue and shall continue to oppose with all our strength the establishing of the Canadian authority in our country under the announced form. And in case of persistence on the part of the Canadian government to enforce its obnoxious policy upon us, by force of arms, we protest beforehand against such an unjust and unlawful course, and We declare the said Canadian government responsible before God and men for the innumerable evils which may be caused by so unwarrantable a course. Be it known, therefore, to the world in general and to the Canadian government in particular, that as we have always heretofore successfully defended our country in frequent wars with the neighboring tribes of Indians, who are now on friendly relations with us, we are firmly resolved in future not less than in the past to repel all invasions from whatsoever quarter they may come. And furthermore, we do declare and proclaim in the name of the people of Rupert's Land and the Northwest that we have on the same 24th day of November, 1869, above mentioned, established a provisional government, and hold it to be the only and lawful authority now in existence in Rupert's Land and the Northwest, which claim the obedience and respect of the people. That meanwhile we hold ourselves in readiness to enter into such negotiations with the Canadian government, which may be favorable for the good government and prosperity of this people. In support of this declaration, relying on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge ourselves on oath, our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor to each other. Issued at Fort Garry this 80th day of December in the year of our Lord 1869. Signed, John Bruce, President. Louis Riel, Secretary GAI, M6058. This document, along with 9 other broadsides, has been pasted into a leather-bound scrapbook. See note of text. This 72-line broadside is printed on a type page measuring 17 by 35 centimeters and has a small hole in the margin in the upper right-hand corner. A notation in Pitman shorthand states, "This proclamation issued by the French." The scrapbook page carries the following annotation: December. Final state, final draft. Another copy in the scrapbook, item, bears penciled corrections and check marks in the right-hand margin. It is not known who made these corrections. This copy is probably a proof page. The scrapbook also contains a preliminary proof or first state, item, and the following notation appears on that page: December. First state. This first draft, D, contains 63 lines and measures 18 by 28 and 1/2 centimeters. A notation in Pitman shorthand in the upper left-hand corner of the document reads: First proclamation issued by the French. This draft does not contain the last line of the text indicating the location of composition, the date, and the names of Bruce and Riel. D is similar to the first state of the French text document. See text-022b. Text is the final state of the French text. This declaration was published in the Toronto Globe, December 1869, the St. Paul Daily Press, December 1869, correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences pp. Correspondence relative to the recent disturbances pp. And beg, the creation of Manitoba, pp. For Riel's account of the proceedings of the November session of the convention. See text neutral smiley. Letter to Charles de Salaberry. Fort Garry. // Fort Garry 24th December 1869. Colonel C. From Salaberry as a Canadian Commissioner, you have permission to go under guard to Fort Garry. I am with respect your very humble servant Louis Riel, Commander-in-Chief, Monsieur de Salaberry. APC, MGF, 1380. Handwritten copy of which the original is lost. Another example of Riel's use of military titles is found in the text. Salaberry and Father Jean-Baptiste Thibault, Vicar General of the Diocese of St. Boniface, had been delegated by the federal government as commissioners to the Métis to reassure them of the government's intentions and dispel their suspicions concerning the actions of William McDougall. Letter to Onsyme Monchamps. Fort Garry. / Fort Garry 27th December 1869. Mr. Onsyme Monchamps, I do hereby respectfully pray you to let nobody have any liquor at your place, from this date up to the 10th of January next. In so doing you will grant the country a great favor and very likely preserve it from great misfortune. Very respectfully, Louis Riel, Commander at Fort Garry. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. A copy which excluded Monchamps's name and Riel's title of Commander was published in Begg, The Creation of Manitoba, p. According to Begg, the order was issued in the midst of rumors that the English settlers were threatening to free prisoners held in Fort Garry and that the Sioux were becoming hostile. Thus, Riel's order caused a great deal of conjecture and led people to think that some movement was on the Tupis, Ibard, P. For another example of Riel's appropriation of a military title, see text. No. Orders of the Provisional Government of Rupert's Land. Fort Garry. // Provisional Government of Rupert's Land. Let the people of Rupert's Land hereby know that, at a meeting of the people's representatives held at Fort Garry, on the 27th day of December, 1869, the following resolutions were adopted. OSSD Teses, Mr. John Bruce, having, due to health reasons, resigned his place as president, Mr. Louis Riel was elected to replace him. The new president takes the opportunity here, jointly with the representatives of the people, to loudly proclaim all the qualities of the ex-president, among others his modesty, the natural moderation of his character and the accuracy of his judgment. These qualities, which have been of such great help to the people, call for public recognition, and the representatives have only accepted his resignation, hoping thereby to preserve the health which is dear to them. Mr. François Xavier Dauphinet was elected vice president. Mr. Louis Schmidt was appointed Secretary of the Council. Mr. W.B. O'Donoghue Secretary-Treasurer. Mr. Ambrose Lepin, Adjutant General. It was also decided that Mr. G.B. Bannatyne would continue in his office as Postmaster. All employees of the old government, who claim to exercise this ancient authority, will be punished for high treason. Justice will be administered by the Adjutant, whose council will be composed of Mr. G.B. Bannatyne, by Mr. F.X. Dauphinet, and Mr. Pierre Poitras. This council will meet every first and third Thursday of each month. All licenses for the sale of intoxicating beverages must be given by the Adjutant's Council, and all those who have taken out these types of licenses on the 30th of December must renew them with the same council. By publishing these ordinances, the President and the representatives of the people, jealous of attracting the exercise of their authority, the blessings of heaven, and the approval of all, announce to the people of Rupert's Land that they have pardoned 12 political prisoners, thereby showing that clemency and forgiveness are as familiar to them as the Louis Riel President. Louis Schmidt Secretary. GAL, M6057, placard printed on a sheet measuring 16.5 by 25 centimeters. It has 35 lines. The document does not bear a date, but Begg, on the date of January 1870, entered in his journal the English version of the same text, Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. This version is reproduced in the text. On the January date, Begg wrote in his diary that the placard was inaccurate and had been put into circulation by mistake. Riel allegedly instructed someone to take back the copies, announcing that new instructions would be published. Ibert, p. These prisoners had been taken on December when Riel surrounded Schultz's house and forced him to surrender with his men. See text. Orders of the Provisional Government of Rupert's Land. Fort Garry. // The people of Rupert's Land are notified by these presents. That at a meeting of the representatives of the people held at Fort Garry on the 27th day of December 1869 the following resolutions were adopted. Mr. John Bruce, having on account of ill health resigned his position as president, Mr. Louis Riel was chosen to replace him. The new president takes this opportunity in conjunction with the representatives of the people to express their high sense of the qualities which distinguish the ex-president, among others his modesty, the natural moderation of his character and the justness of his judgment. These qualities, which were of such great assistance to the people, deserve public recognition, and the representatives accepted his resignation only in the hope thereby to preserve the health of one dear to 2nd. Mr. François Xavier Dauphinet has been chosen Vice President. Mr. Louis Schmidt has been appointed Secretary of the Council. 40H. Mr. W.B. O'Donoghue has been appointed Secretary-Treasurer. STH. Mr. Ambrose Lepin has been appointed Adjutant General. 60H. It has also been decided that Mr. G.B. Bannatyne should be continued in his position of Postmaster. 70H. All the officers or employees of the old government, who might pretend to exercise that old authority, shall be punished for high 8th. Justice shall be administered by the Adjutant General, whose council shall be composed of Mr. G.B. Congratulations, Mr. F.X. Dauphiné and Mr. Pierre Poitras. This council will sit on the first and third Monday of each month. 9th. All licenses for the sale of intoxicating liquors must be given by the Adjutant's Council, and all those who took this kind of license on the 1st December last must have them renewed by the said council. In publishing these orders, the President and representatives of the people, anxious to draw upon the exercise of their authority the blessing of heaven and the approbation of all, announce to the people of Rupert's Land that they have pardoned 12 political prisoners, showing thereby that clemency and forgiveness are as familiar to them as severity. Louis Riel, President Louis Schmidt, Secretary. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. For information concerning this text, see note of the French version. Text. According to Begg, these orders were published at the office of the new nation, but they had not been authorized and copies were recalled and destroyed. Alexander Begg. A History of the Northwest, Vols, Toronto, Hunter, Rose, and Company, 1894. Reply to the Canadian Commissioners. Fort Garry. Fort Garry, the 11th of January th. 1870. Gentlemen, the President and the representatives of the people of Rupert's Land have given their consideration to the papers which you have communicated to them on the subject of your visit to this country. The President and the representatives of the people do not find in these papers any of the requisite powers to treat, as you say, with the people, and perhaps it would be preferable, in order that you may be properly understood, that you should present yourselves before the councillors of the people. Should you decide upon doing so, you must name the day and the hour upon which you would wish to be heard. By order of the President, signed, L. Schmidt, Secretary. Correspondence relative to the recent disturbances on January 1870. Grand Vicar Thibault and Colonel de Salaberry communicated their instructions as representatives of the Canadian government to Riel and his Métis council. A few days later, Thibault and Salaberry were asked to appear before the council, and they probably received this document a short while after presenting their case. A mass meeting was later held on January to hear Donald Smith, the most important of the Canadian commissioners. See letter to William Dees. Fort Garry. // If you came to see me here, you would certainly have nothing to complain about. For me, if I could, I would have gone to see you with a big heart. I would have gone alone, at all risk. I would have gone alone, at any risk, but I'm just too busy. Believe me, your all respectful Louis Riel. Flund, Winfred V. Working Papers, handwritten copy by the same hand as the one who copied the text. The original seems lost. The copyist seems to interpret this text as a postscript to the text. However, the postscript is not part of the text in the SHSND, the text, and was published in 1898 as a separate text. See the text note. Letter to James Ross. Fort Garry. / Fort Garry 14th February 1870. Mr. J. Ross, Square, etc. Would you be kind enough as to come here this morning? I have heard many things on the count of your parish or the Scotch people. In favouring me of some minutes of interview you would oblige me very much. Yours truly, Louis Riel, Presid. Pam, MGC. This letter is written in black ink on light blue paper. There is no writing on the second page. While the reference is not specific, Riel may have been alluding to a petition that was presented to him 2 days earlier asking that the town of Winnipeg be separated from St. John's Parish for election purposes. James Ross was the representative for St. John's. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. Letter to William Dees. Fort Garry. / Fort Garry February 1870. William Dees, Squire. The troubles which agitate our dear country lead me to transmit to you the expression of my desires concerning public tranquility. We have been opposed until now. But I am sure it was not with the aim of shedding the blood of our friends, of our relatives, of throwing terror and mourning into the bosom of the Métis of the Red River. Mr. Dees, when have I done you any harm? If the other day our soldiers surrounded your house, it was to bring you here, to offer you a word of honor, and with the aim of receiving from you the assurance that you would do everything in your power for public peace. Thank God I have already spared many drops of blood. And if it becomes necessary to do so, oh, gentlemen, my friends, dear compatriots, let it not be between us. I ask you as a favor, let's get together. You have never given me the slightest opportunity to show you my desires and what I would be ready to recognize in you. Today, full of the desire to see the mixed race work as one man for their rights, I am calling you. Mr. Dees, why are you opposing us, when we have already worked on the same ideas? No, ambition is something that is not in my heart, and if I am capable of doing something, I do it for everyone. I am not asking for a reward, nothing but the support of all Métis. Help me, you greatly can, help us, and you will soon see that my heart is not a wicked heart. I am and will always be the sincere friend of my compatriots. Louis Riel, SHSND, Albert E. These papers. Typographic reproduction of the original, which today seems lost. PAM, MGD, is a photocopy of the above-mentioned reproduction, while PAM, MGD, roll, exposure 000179, is a typewritten copy made from the original on November 1938. A handwritten copy by an unknown copyist is found in Cflund, Winfred V. Working papers. The copyist changed the date of the heading from February to January, abbreviated the first name William in the salutation, and corrected the spelling of the word throw in there. Fifth line. Additionally, the Cflund version has a postscript that does not appear in the SHSND copy. This postscript is reproduced in the text. In 1898, a North Dakota newspaper published a translation of 3 letters from Riel to William Dees. The SHSND text formed one of the translations, but the postscript to the Cflund version was presented as another letter written at Fort Garry on January 1870. A photocopy of the extract from the newspaper can be found in PAM, MGD. Following the document, William Dees was one of the first to be involved in the disturbances caused by the transfer of Rupert's land from the jurisdiction of the Hudson's Bay Company to that of Canada. For all his ambition to become leader of the Métis, Dees was quickly eclipsed by Riel. He became one of the supporters of J.C. Schultz. The Canadians who had left Portage la Prairie to storm Fort Garry sent a messenger to Dees in an effort to obtain support from the Métis hostile to Riel. On February, the messenger and 5 others were taken prisoner when Riel's soldiers showed up at Dees' home in Point Coupe. Dees managed to escape by jumping from a back window. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. Riel's present letter is an attempt to reconcile Dees in order to obtain his membership in the provisional government. Dees accepted Riel's offer and took the oath of allegiance on February. Stanley, Louis Riel, p. Letter to William Dees. Fort Garry / Fort Garry February 1870. Mr. W. Dees. ECU. What joy it is for us to learn that the Métis are now one. And happy to immediately prove our heart to you. I take the liberty here to ask you and your people to come and increase our number. In communicating this to you, I trust that you will understand my feelings for everyone and you in particular. All yours, Louis Riel. Cflund, Winfred V. Working papers. Handwritten copy of the same hand as that which transcribed the texts, and the original appears to have been lost. A typewritten copy made on the original in November 1938 can be found in PAM, MGD, roll, exposure 000179. An English translation appeared in a North Dakota newspaper in 1898. See text note. The latter is a letter written to Dees the day before. Riel had begun to release the prisoners in exchange for a promise that they would not disturb public order. By this gesture of reconciliation, Riel won the support of the English colonists, and peace and tranquility seemed to have returned. The feelings expressed in their letter suggest that Riel, at the time he wrote this, was not aware of what had just happened that same day, the capture of Norbert Paracine by the soldiers of the Portage la Prairie contingent under the orders of Major Bolton. Paracine managed to escape. He died shortly after from his injuries. Riel's remarks on these events are found in a later text, letter to fellow countrymen. Fort Garry / Foot Garry 16 Phoebe fellow countrymen. Mr. Norkie came this morning with a message, and even he has been delayed. He will reach you time enough to tell you that for my part I understand that war, horrible civil war, is the destruction of this country. And Schultz will laugh at us all if after all he escapes. We are ready to meet any party. But peace, our British rights we want before all. Gentlemen, the prisoners are out. All they have sworn to keep peace. We have taken the responsibility of our past acts. Mr. William McTavish has asked you for the Sarkey of God to form and complete the provisional government. Your representatives have joined us on that ground. Who will now come and destroy the Red River settlement. I am your humble, poor, fair and confident public servant. PAM, MGC. The handwriting in this copy indicates that it was made by 2 persons. Another handwritten copy is found in PAM, MGC. published version appeared in the Toronto Daily Mail, May 1885, and a French translation in Elle Attendard, Montreal, May 1885. In both published texts, the name McFerrick has been substituted for McTavish. The document is also reproduced in Begg's The Creation of Manitoba, p. with one minor variation from the PAM, MGC, text, "Gentlemen, the prisoners are out. They have sworn to keep peace." It is not possible to tell whether the two corrections shown in the textual notes were copied from the original or were the copyist's own corrections. Thomas Norkey, a resident of St. Andrew's Parish. Norkey had been sent by the Reverend John Black of Kildonan to inform Riel that the English settlements would not recognize the provisional government. Riel was also informed of the incident involving the wounding of John H. Sutherland by Norbert Paracine, who was attempting to escape from there. English party from Portage la Prairie on its way to Fort Garry. According to W.B. O'Donoghue's account published in the Toronto Daily Mail of May 1885, Riel gave a verbal guarantee that if the English disbanded and returned peaceably to their homes, they would not be molested. O'Donoghue claimed that Riel deceitfully violated this guarantee by ordering the men under his command to attack when they sighted the English. O'Donoghue's version of these incidents as well as the fellow countryman document were cited by Charles A. Bolton in Reminiscences of the Northwest Rebellion, with the record of the raising of Her Majesty's 100th Regiment in Canada, and a chapter on Canadian social and political life. Toronto, Grip Printing and Publishing. 1886, pp. Neutral smiley. Letter to James Ross. Fort Garry. Fort Garry February 1870 Mons. J. Ross ECU. Sir, would you be so kind as to send me your Book of Confederation, please. You would oblige me very much. Your very respectful President. Louis Riel. PAM, MGC. Letter written in black ink on a single sheet of blue paper. Based on this vague reference, it is difficult to identify which book Riel was thinking of. Already in 1870, there were a good number of publications dealing with Confederation, among others. Parliamentary debates on the subject of the Confederation of the British American Provinces, 1865, M. Casey, Catalogue of Pamphlets in the Public Archives of Canada, 1493 to 1877, Vols, Ottawa, King's Printer, 1931. Letter to Robert Tate. Fort Garry. Fort Garry February 1870 Mr. Rob Tate, you are hereby requested to run your mill as the people are suffering from it. Louis Riel. PAM, MGD. The note is written in pencil and the paper is badly torn and worn. Another text, identical and in Riel's hand is Dam's Reserve Collection. Robert Tate was a leading Métis and resident of St. James Parish where he had built a grist mill in 1869. Tate represented St. James in the conventions of 1869. Letter to N.J. Richard. Fort Garry. Fort Garry Mars 1870 Mons. The priest of St. Norbert time passes and I burn. However, we are working on the list of you will probably leave this week. If Mr. Black be accepted, the people of Portage say in an express message that they are surrendering because they cannot do otherwise. But that they will regain their freedom later. Vorila. His Lordship of Rupert's Land came to see me yesterday. She is filled with an anxiety that I almost cannot explain. I'm going to see her gun the other evening. Came to ask for one of our best guards at the rate of £1 a month to guard the stone fort. Lots of bad guys. I'm always quite busy. I end by begging you with all sorts of feelings of humility to accept the expression of my respect and my continued gratitude. Louis Riel. PAM, MGB. The ink has soaked into the paper. See the texts, and, which contain subsequent mandates and instructions reference to the third list of rights drawn up by the executive of the provisional government. A placard with 82 lines is found in PAM, MGA. The file in the same collection contains a handwritten copy. Judge John Black, Recorder of Rupert's Land, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. The members of the Portage la Prairie contingent were still in prison at that time, and when Riel uses the term surrender he probably means that they ceased all resistance and took an oath of allegiance to the provisional government. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. William McTavish, Governor de Assiniboia et de l'Artauta Rupert. This is probably Donald Gunn. Member of the Provisional Government - official orders of the Provisional Government - Fort Garry / / It is hereby ordered that the town of Winnipeg be and shall be hereafter the capital of the Northwest, that the bounds of said town be as follows: the Assiniboine River on the south, Red River the east, McDermott's Creek on the north, and on the west by Spence's Creek. In response to a petition from the citizens of the town of Winnipeg asking for a separate representation in the provisional government, and protest against having said town consolidated with St. John's Parish, that the said town of Winnipeg be entitled to a representation by 2 members in the provisional government, and that the election for said members be held at the Engine House, between the hours of 3 and 5 o'clock p.m. on Saturday, March 1870 by order of the President Assistant Secchi. Dated Fort Garry, Headquarters Provisional Government, March 1870. A meeting of the Council of the Provisional Government of Rupert's Land is hereby ordered to be held at Fort Garry on Wednesday, 9th by order of the President Assistant Secchi. Fort Garry, March the 4th, 1870. New Nation, Winnipeg, March 1870. This document is also included in the March entry of Alexander Begg's journal. The last phrase calling for a meeting of the Council on March was omitted in the latter. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. These orders were also published in Begg's The Creation of Manitoba. The item dealing with Winnipeg appeared in Ibert, p. The notice concerning the meeting of the Council in Ibert, p. Begg also mentioned that the meeting of March was adjourned to March because very few of the English-speaking members had seen the notice in Fort Garry and had been present on that earlier date. Note to the guard. Fort Garry / Fort Garry, March 1870. On guard at the bishopric. Please let Mr. Ross see his greatness. Louis Riel. Pam, MGC. Instructions written on a sheet of blue paper folded into 8.2 very visible blocks of ink have soaked the paper right through. On the back of the sheet, we read the following annotation in a hand other than that of Riel. Passed to CBP Tatch March Manager Tatch returned to St. Boniface on March 1870. According to Alexander Begg, 20 guards had been posted around the Bishop's Palace and the Bishop could not see anyone. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. On the other hand, Tatch's biographer states that, although the palace was under surveillance, Tatch and his clergy were free to come and go as they pleased, but that no one from outside could have access to the palace without special authorization. Then what? We the manager Tatch. We do not know the reason for Ross's visit, but it seems normal that, as chief magistrate, he had to confer with Tatch, who had just had meetings with the government authorities in Ottawa. James Ross, former co-owner and co-editor of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Address before the legislature of Rupert's Land. Fort Garry. / Gentlemen, we have been assembled in this chamber on several occasions, having been sent here by the people to deliberate on the political state of the country and to adopt such measures as would secure the prosperity of the present and future generations. But that all has been done so far has resulted only in what we have today. Yet that only is a very comprehensive word. It includes your work during that period, the work of the people in fact. Cheers. We have worked here in the past in anxiety and fear. But we have worked conscientiously. That the majority, at least, have done so, I fully believe. One result of our labors is that the people generally now have, for the first time in the history of this land, a voice in the direction of public affairs. They have here a full representation. Herein we may congratulate ourselves that our work has been a good one, and, indeed, it may almost be said to be the only result we have arrived at as yet. At present, we are not, perhaps, in a position to proceed to business. But at the same time we have arrived at that stage, when there is some public security. Cheers. Let us, then, see to it that the public are no more allowed to rush together, on one side or the other, in such a manner as they have gathered of late. Let us be friends, and let our friendship be hearty and sincere. Cheers. On many occasions, since last fall, I have heard professions of friendship in this chamber, and I must say I was sorry to hear those professions, for I knew they were, as they afterwards proved to be, insincere. There was too much of fear and estrangement to allow of that friendship being hearty. But now that we have come together once more, I believe we are actuated by such feelings as will lead to a thorough union. Cheers. We have come here to decide on that which we believe to be our duty, and will do it honestly. We are here as the public authority. We are here to act in that capacity. Some of you were in the old government of the country, and are familiar with the conduct of public proceedings. You have your ideas of what is best for the public. The members as a body have their ideas on the same subject. Well, then, let us act. That is our motto. Cheers. Let us not confine ourselves to thinking or speaking. We must act. Let us act inside this chamber as well as outside. The work is urgent, is one of the utmost consequence to ourselves and our people. In this legislature and outside, that work awaits us, and we will not be faithful to ourselves or our country if we shirk it. Cheers. As to the business before us, I may say that in the first place the government must be completed as soon as possible. This must be done in order to promote union in the settlement, and give that feeling of security which will encourage our businessmen to start afresh, and infuse new vigor into the community in general. We must help the country at this crisis, and if we do so in the way I have pointed out, I feel that we will secure general sympathy and support. The people will support us if we support them. There are, I know, some differences between the residents of different localities, and perhaps the easiest way to dispose of them would be that each side should concede something. A spirit of concession, I think, ought to be manifested on both sides, and if it is, we will be cordial and united. If we were so united, as was said long ago, the people of Red River could make their own terms with Canada. We have had here already 3 commissioners from the Dominion, and now, perhaps, we have another come among us, in the person of his lordship the Bishop of St. Boniface, one who is generally beloved and esteemed in the land, and to whose mission, I doubt not, the highest attention will be paid. For my part, I would certainly like to see in the person of his lordship a commissioner, invested with full power to give us what we want. Cheers. But we have to be careful, for we do not know what that power is, and we must not rush blindly into the hands of any commissioners. Let us act prudently, that is all I urge. If we do so, we will be safe enough. Cheers. This, gentlemen, is all I have to say. You cannot, of course, expect to do anything today, in any way, even if all the members were present. Here. Before we separate, let me say one word. Let us try to be more friendly. Why not? We are not going to fight anymore. Here, and cheers. Not at all. And I cannot, in this connection, but express regret at hearing unpleasant rumors from the portage. These rumors cause fear all the time at the White Horse Plains. The people there are led to believe that they are going to be crushed some day or other. There is a want of assurance among our people which has led to a guard being stationed in that quarter. I hope the portage people will be able to disavow any such intentions and give such assurances as will lead to a better state of things. If it is not fully recording to the mind of the people, let not any one from that section deny the rumors. But if, on the contrary, the portage people do not harbor the designs attributed to them, I hope it will be stated, so that a feeling of tranquility and security may be diffused. Cheers. After the motion to adjourn was moved, seconded, and carried, Riel addressed the legislature as follows: Now that we are going home, our politics will be good government for the people, as soon as we can establish it, and public prosperity by every means which we can devise. Cheers. Pack, MGF, Minutes of Proceedings of the Legislature of Rupert's Land, Wednesday, March 9, 1870. Despite the title The Legislature of Rupert's Land, this body was the Council of the Provisional Government created on February 1870. This council consisted of 24 members, 12 French and 12 English. The President was not to be a member of the council, and his veto could be overruled by a 2/3 vote of the council. Riel was named president, and other officers were Thomas Bunn, secretary, Louis Schmidt, assistant secretary, and William O'Donoghue, treasurer. The proceedings are those of the first meeting on March 1870. They were printed and distributed to the members at the subsequent session on March 1870. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. This reference is to the council of Assiniboia. Donald A. Smith, head of the Montreal district of the Hudson's Bay Company, the Very Reverend Jean Baptiste Thibault, prominent Red River missionary, Colonel Charles de Salaberry, engineer and military officer. All three individuals were sent to Red River by the federal government to inquire into Métis grievances. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. It is ironical to note that as Riel was describing Tach as a potential commissioner, the prelate was being guarded by Riel's men and was not allowed to see anyone. Portage-la Prairie had been the center of opposition to Riel and the provisional government. Major Bolton's party set out from Portage on February to overthrow the provisional government. The party was subsequently captured by the Métis. The unfortunate Thomas Scott was a member of this contingent. Letter to Stain. Fort Garry. Fort Garry, March 1870. To His Greatness Monseigneur Tach, Bishop of St. Boniface. Monseigneur, I had the opportunity to see Mr. McTavish this morning. Mr. McTavish's health is very poor. I am fortunate to have perhaps contributed a little to reassuring him in many respects. Mr. McTavish expressed the desire to see your greatness. My only objection is that emotion might be to be feared. Moreover, Monseigneur, if your greatness likes to see Mr. McTavish, I am only too happy to be able to assure you that your visit to the person of our former governor will now cause no one any pain. Please, Monseigneur, accept my feelings of respect and humility. Your child servant Louis Riel. AASB, Tach Fund, D7207. William McTavish, Governor de Assiniboia et de l'Artouter Rupert. He was weakened by already advanced tuberculosis and was unable to carry out his duties well. Although the letter does not reveal the nature of the conversation that took place between Riel and McTavish, it is clear that there were important issues to be resolved between the Hudson's Bay Company and the provisional government. Money and other commercial instruments were lacking. Trade was no longer going well, and the relations between the provisional government and the company needed to be clarified. Stanley, Louis Riel, p. The discussions that took place that day most likely focused on these questions. They served as the starting point for the letter that Riel wrote to McTavish on March 1870, in which the conditions for the reopening of the company's trading posts under the protection of the provisional government were set out. The text contains the French text of the March press release. The English version composes the text neutral. Smiley. Letter to H.M. Robinson. Fort Garry. // Fort Garry, March 1870. Major H. Robinson. Dear Major, don't you issue the new nation of the day without I see it, if you please. It is always important to be very right. Louis Riel. Pack, MGF. The writing is large and fills a single sheet of paper. Riel had closed the Nor'wester, Red River settlement, when he heard of Colonel J.S. Dennis's attempts to raise a military force. Major Henry M. Robinson had purchased the Nor'wester's equipment and began publishing a new journal, The New Nation, on January 1870. On the very day that Riel addressed this short note to him, Robinson resigned as editor. According to Alexander Begg, the previous evening the publication of The New Nation, Winnipeg, had been stopped because Riel had not liked Robinson's account of Bishop Tach's appearance before the Legislative Council. Thomas Spence assumed the editorship of The New Nation on March 1870. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. Robinson was appointed American Vice Consul upon Consul Oscar Malmroser's sudden departure from Red River on March 1870. Letter to N.J. Richot. Winnipeg. // Guft House Assiniboia to Rev. Messi J. N. Richot, the President of the Provisional Government of Assiniboia, formerly Rupert's Land and the Northwest, in Council, do hereby authorize and delegate you the Reverend J. N. Richot, John Black Esquire and Alfred Scott, Esquire, to proceed to the City of Ottawa and lay before the Dominion Government the accompanying list of propositions and conditions as the terms upon which the people of Assiniboia will consent to enter into confederation with the other provinces of the Dominion. You will also herewith receive a letter of instructions which will be your guide in the execution of this commission. Signed this 22nd day of March in the year of our Lord 1870. Secretary of State. Pam. MGB. The text is composed on a large sheet of lined paper. Only the salutation is in Riel's hand. The remainder of the text was written by Thomas Bunn. Identical instructions were composed on March 1870 and sent to the delegates. A copy of the text in French and English in Bunn's hand is also found in Pam. MGB. The instructions indicated which articles of the list of rights were negotiable and which were not. The delegates were also advised that any agreement they reached with the federal government had to be ratified by the provisional government before Assiniboia entered Confederation. To prove to the savage nations, Fort Garry. Prove to the savage nations that the people of Red River do not want to let them be mistreated by Canada. We told the Canadian government that we would agree to enter with them. If Rupert's Land and the Northwest enter the Canadian Confederation with all the rights common to the other provinces, if treaties are concluded between Canada and the various Indian tribes of Rupert's Land and the Northwest, by the advice and cooperation of the legislature of the country. Louis Riel, Government House, Fort Garry, March, 1870. APC, Library, 1870. Placard made up on a sheet measuring 9.5 centimeters by 11. It has 15 lines. Oath of office. Fort Garry. // Louis Riel, do hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully fulfill, to the best of my ability, my duties as President of the Provisional Government proclaimed on 24th November 1869, and also all the duties which may become connected with the office of President of the Provisional Government of Assiniboia, as they may hereafter be defined by the voice of the people. New Nation, Winnipeg, April 1870. A 4-member committee of the Legislative Assembly of Rupert's Land was formed to administer this oath. Afterwards, the clerk and members of the assembly also took an oath of office. Riel's oath was also published in Beg, The Creation of Manitoba, P. Letter to Patrice Breland. Fort Garry. / Fort Garry, Mars 1870. Mons. P. Breland, please don't kill any more animals. Send us a good quantity of meat. And take care that this meat, in case of mild weather, does not embarrass you. Your very devoted Louis Riel, President. APC, MGF. Letter written on a single sheet of narrow-lined paper. Breland was a farmer and the most important caterer in Prairie du Cheval Blanc. He gave his support to Riel in 1869 with certain reservations. In April 1870, on behalf of the Provisional Government, Breland is said to have carried dispatches to people in the hinterland announcing that peace had been restored and that agreements had been concluded with the Hudson's Bay Company for the resumption of trade. These dispatches were intended to reassure the Indians. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal. P. Note on the company's stores. Fort Garry. By accepting these conditions, the company's stores will remain under their first management in your hands. The White Horse Prairie Fort will be open. Fort Garry will also be, while remaining the seat of government, under the guard of men. And the 4 buildings currently used by the government must be there. The government must have the use. Pam, MGA. Note written in black ink at the bottom of the page containing the item in the list of rights. Thick circular lines have been drawn on the text, leaving very marked blocks of ink. This fragment appears to be the first draft of a more complete text which set out the conditions under which the Hudson's Bay Company could resume its commercial activities. See the final French version, text, and the English version, text. Letter to William McTavish. Fort Garry. / To Mr. William McTavish, Governor of the Hudson's Bay Company in the Northwest. In view of our discussions on the subject of the affairs of the Hudson's Bay Company in this country, I have the honor to assure you that my great desire is to reopen as soon as possible, in the interest of all, a free course of commerce. The people, by rallying to the Provisional Government, in the unanimity of their feelings, prescribed to both of us are the Provisional Government, established on justice and reason, will carry out its work. The Hudson's Bay Company in its commercial interests may be spared, but that is your business and depends only on itself. I had the honor to tell you that arrangements were possible, and they are on the following conditions. Degree that the entire Hudson's Bay Company, in the Northwest, recognizes the Provisional Government. Degree that you subscribe, in the name of the Hudson's Bay Company, to a loan from the Provisional Government for the sum of £. Degree that at the request of the Provisional Government, in the event that arrangements with Canada are hampered, you guarantee an additional £. to the sum mentioned above. Degree that it be granted by the Hudson's Bay Company, to the military administration of the Provisional Government, for the value of in food provisions and merchandise at the price, that the Hudson's Bay Company immediately put its bills back into circulation. That the Hudson's Bay Company relinquishes a specified quantity of goods which the provisional government would reserve for itself, in the event of an arrangement. And by accepting these conditions, the company will open its stores under the protection of the provisional government. Fort Garry will be opened, while remaining the seat of government under a weak guard of 50 men. These, sir, are the things that the situation imposes on us. I will not shrink from my duty. You own the feeling of yours. I have confidence that your decision will be favorable. Allow me to express to you here the feelings of sympathy that the poor state of your health inspires in me, and my sincere wishes for his speedy recovery. J.R.E.L. Hon your Dieter, Vartratus humble servitor Louis Riel. Maison du Gouvernement Provisoire Fort Garry Mars / in the name of the Hudson's Bay Company in this country I accept and agree to fulfill all the above conditions and propositions. Witness my hand this 5th day of April 1870, at Red River Settlement. William McTavish signed in our presence the day and year above written those bonds. Sec of State W.B. O'Donoghue Secretary TRHBCA, PAM, Red River Rebellion, 1869. Miscellaneous papers, E./Fus. Letter written by Louis Schmidt, Deputy Secretary of State in the Provisional Government. Riel had a meeting with Governor McTavish on March 1870 and, although the subject of their discussions had not been disclosed, it is clear that relations between the Provisional Government and the Hudson's Bay Company made the news. Riel left a report of this meeting which can be found in the text. Another text contains a fragmentary draft in Riel's handwriting. The text includes additional orders. At the end of this document written by Schmidt is a copy of McTavish's acquiescence to the conditions set by the Provisional Government. McTavish's signature is followed by those of two witnesses, Thomas Bunn and William O'Donoghue. This addition to Riel's text was written in English by Thomas Bunn, Secretary of State in the Provisional Government. This document was published in correspondence relative to the recent disturbances in the Red River Settlement. pp. The letter to McTavish without the note of acquiescence and the signature of the witnesses was published in the New Nation, April 1870, in Le Nouveau Monde, May 1870, and in Le Métis, November 1874. The text is the English translation dated April 1870. The writing is not Riel's letter to Ura.Stain. Fort Garry / Fort Garry March 1870 to His Greatness Monseigneur Tatch, Bishop of St. Boniface. Monseigneur, I am happy to be able to assure your greatness that all will be well. In honor, in duty, I cannot precipitate anything especially regarding the company, against it or for it. The situation must be maintained, through the balance and dignity of the procedures. The good and gentle advice that your greatness gives me the joy of giving me is undoubtedly of great help to me. Also with what gratitude and with what ease of heart do I receive them from the mouth and from the one I have had for a long time, and whom I still flatter myself to have as a father. Monseigneur, it is on these considerations of filial respect that my feelings of deep submission will always be measured throughout my life. And deign to believe me of your greatness the very humble and very obedient child, Louis Riel, President. A.D. W.M62F, 1413, microfilmed copy of which the original is no longer in. Relations between the Provisional Government and the Hudson's Bay Company and the resumption of commercial activities were the most pressing issues that Riel attempted to resolve. 3 days earlier, on March, Riel had informed William McTavish of the conditions under which the company's activities could resume under the protection of the Provisional Government. The French text of this press release forms the text. The English translation is found in text 1050. Note on committees. Fort Garry / suspension of the Clum Committee appointed to reorganize the Department of Justice. Confirm the first committee for the time necessary to revise Postmaster Justice of the Peace President of the Lower District Petty Court PAM, MGR. This fragment was composed on the reverse side of the page containing the 19th article of the List of Rights of March 1870. It is written in pencil with the exception of the words on my which are in ink. In all probability this note refers to the committees of the Legislative Council of Rupert's Land appointed on March 1870 to review the old laws of the late H.B.C. and to draw up a constitution for the provisional government. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. For another note written by Riel concerning the list of rights, see text neutral smiley. Letter to William McTavish. Fort Garry. William McTavish, Esquire, Governor of the Hudson Bay Company in the Northwest, in reference to our interview regarding the affairs of the Hudson Bay Company in this country, I have the honor to assure you that my great desire is to open as soon as possible, in the interest of the people, free and unconditional, the commerce of the country. The people in rallying themselves to the provisional government with unanimity prescribes to each of us our respective conduct. The provisional government, established upon the principles of justice and reason, will fulfill its work. By the action of the Hudson Bay Company, its commercial interests may be saved to a certain extent, but that is entirely for your consideration, and depends upon the company itself. I have had the honor to tell you that arrangements were possible, and the following are the conditions. 1. That the whole of the company in the Northwest shall recognize the provisional government. 2. That you, in the name of the Hudson Bay Company, do agree to loan the provisional government the sum of £3,003 that on demand by the provisional government, in case arrangements with Canada should be opposed, you do guarantee a supplement of £2,000 to the above-mentioned 40 that there shall be granted by the Hudson Bay Company, for the support of the present military force, goods and provisions to the value of £4,000 at current prices. That the Hudson Bay Company do immediately put into circulation their bills. 6. That the provisional government shall also retain an additional specified quantity of goods in the store of the Hudson Bay Company. In accepting the above conditions, the Hudson Bay Company will be allowed to resume its business, under the protection of the provisional government. Fort Garry will be open, but in the meanwhile, it being the seat of government, a small guard of 50 men will be retained. Only the buildings now occupied by the government will be reserved for government purposes. Such, sir, are the conditions which the situation imposes upon us. I have a duty to perform from which I shall not retreat. I am aware that you fully possess the knowledge of your duty, and I trust that your decision will be favorable. Allow me here to express my deep feeling of sympathy for you in your continued illness, and to sincerely trust that your health may be speedily restored. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient servant Louis Riel, President. In.S. Consulate at Winnipeg. Conditions proposed to Hudson Bay Sea for resumption of business. April 1870. Nos. Dispatches from the U.S. Consuls in Winnipeg, 1869 to 1906. Records of the Department of State. Record Group. Dispatch number. This is a copy of the English translation of text. The location of the original is unknown. The date on this document, April, is probably the date it was sent to Washington rather than the date of composition, which was March. This text, dated April 1870, was published in Bay, The Creation of Manitoba, pp. For a fragmentary draft in French and in Riel's hand, see text. This document was probably sent to Washington by Oscar Malmrose, American consul to Red River, or James Wicks Taylor, a representative of the American government. The American government had an extraordinary interest in Red River. To the inhabitants of the North and Northwest. Fort Garry. Provisional Government House, Fort Garry, April 1870. To the inhabitants of the North and the Northwest, fellow citizens, you are undoubtedly aware neither of the sequence of events which followed one another at Red River, and which have become fates accomplis, nor of the causes which led to them. You know how we arrested and returned to the border a governor that Canada, this other English colony, ignoring our aspirations and our existence as a people, forgetting the law of nations and our rights as English subjects, wanted to impose on us, without consulting us and without even warning us. You also know that, having been abandoned by our own government which had sold its titles to this country, we saw the necessity of coming together in council and recognizing the authority of a provisional government, which was proclaimed on November 1869. After many difficulties caused to it by the partisans of Canada and the Hudson's Bay Company, this provisional government is today master of the situation, because all the populations of the colony have felt the need for union and concord, because we have always professed our nationality as English subjects, and because our army, although small in number, has always been sufficient to hold high the noble standard of liberty and the fatherland. Not only did the provisional government succeed in restoring order and pacifying the country, but it undertook very advantageous negotiations with the Canadian government and the Hudson's Bay Company. You will be kept informed of the results of these negotiations. Peoples of the North and Northwest, you have been strangers neither to the cause for which we fought, nor to our affections. It is distance and not oblivion that have separated us. Your brothers of the Red River, in working on the mission that God imposes on them, realize that they are not acting for themselves, and that if their position has given them the glory of triumph, victory will only have value as long as you share their joy and their freedom. The conquest of their rights will only have value in their eyes if you claim them. We today own almost half of a continent without sharing. The expulsion or annihilation of the invaders has just returned our native land to its children. Scattered throughout this vast and rich country, but united as a single man. What does the distance matter to us, since we are all brothers and it is a question of good recognized by all classes of the people? The government rests on the goodwill and the union of the citizens. Its duty in making you aware in an official manner of the political changes that have taken place among us is to reassure you about the future. Its hope is that the peoples of the North will prove themselves worthy of their brothers of Red River. However, the government fears that, failing to fully understand its views, the people of the North and Northwest, influenced by ill-intentioned foreigners, will commit excesses capable of compromising public safety. This is why the President of the Provisional Government does not believe he can do anything better than to address all those who love the public good and the prosperity of their country, to urge them to make known and understood, to those of the half-breeds and savages who would be inclined to want to take advantage of this so-called time of disorder to foment unrest, that the true state of public affairs is order and peace. The government, established on justice and reason, will never allow disorders to be committed, and those who are guilty of them cannot be left unpunished. A few bad guys must not compromise the interests of an entire people. Peoples of the North and Northwest, this message is a message from long enough the war has threatened the colony, long enough we have been in arms to protect the country and restore order, disturbed by criminals and scoundrels. Our country, so happily surrounded by Providence with natural and almost impassable barriers, calls us to unity. After the crisis we have gone through, everyone feels more than ever that they are seeking the same interests, that they aspire to the same rights, that they are members of one and the same family. We hope that you too will feel the need to rally around the provisional government to assist and support it in its work. By order of the President, Louis Schmidt, Assistant Secretary of State APC, MGF. Placard printed on a sheet measuring 24 centimeters by 17 and counting 55 lines. It was also published in Le Nouveau Monde, Montreal, of April 1870, in Le Courrier, St. Hyacinthe, of April 1870, and in /E New Nation, Winnipeg, of April 1870. Another copy printed in AASB, Fonds Tach, T 7278. Has the word circular written in ink above the salutation. It is unknown who added this word and why. The text is the English translation of the closet. It was made by James Ross. See text. The text of this placard is identical to that of the letter that Schmidt sent to Father Richot on April 1870, APC, MGIF. In his memoirs, Schmidt wrote that he had to go to Batoche, Questionapel, and other Métis settlements to inform people of events and win them over to support the work the provisional government was doing. For unknown reasons, Schmidt did not take these steps. He sent the Métis of the West this circular letter that he had composed with the help of Captain N. Gay. The Western Patriot. Duck Lake, February 1912. In his diary, dated April 1870, Alexander Begg mentions a circular letter sent to the Western missionaries by Riel and others. Without knowing its content, Begg submits that it was a question of resolving the major difficulties that the provisional government had with the Hudson's Bay Company. For Morton, this letter is identified with the document Begg writes about in his diary. The disadvantage of this interpretation is that the entry in the journal precedes the date of composition of the letter by 2 days. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. Note, William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor Designate of Red River by March 1870. William McTavish had been informed of the conditions under which the Hudson's Bay Company could resume business. On April, McTavish made it known that he accepted the conditions. See text. To the inhabitants of the North and the Northwest. Fort Garry. // Fort Garry, April, 1870. To the inhabitants of the North and of the Northwest. Fellow countrymen, you are aware, doubtless, both of the series of events which have taken place in Red River and become accomplished facts, and of the causes which have brought them about. You know how we stopped and conducted back to the frontier a governor, whom Canada, an English colony like ourselves, ignoring our aspirations and our existence as a people, forgetting the rights of nations and our rights as British subjects, sought to impose upon us, without consulting or even notifying us. You know also that, having been abandoned by our own government, which had sold its title to this country, we saw the necessity of meeting in council and recognizing the authority of a provisional government, which was proclaimed on the 8th December, 1869. After many difficulties raised against it by the partisans of Canada and the Hudson's Bay Company, this provisional government is today master of the situation, because the whole people of the colony have felt the necessity of union and concord. Because we have always professed our nationality as British subjects, and because our army, though small, has always sufficed to hold high the noble standard of liberty and of country. Not only has the provisional government succeeded in restoring order and pacifying the country, but it has inaugurated very advantageous negotiations with the Canadian government and with the Hudson's Bay Company. You will be duly informed of the results of these negotiations. People of the North and of the North West, you have not been strangers either to the cause for which we have fought or to our affections. Distance, not indifference, has separated us. Your brethren at Red River, in working out the mission which God assigned them, feel that they are not acting for themselves alone, and that if their position has given them the glory of triumphing, the victory will be valued only in so far as you share their joy and their liberty. The winning of their rights will possess value in their eyes only if you claim those rights with them. We possess today, without partition, almost the half of a continent. The expulsion or annihilation of the invaders has rendered our land natal to its children. Scattered throughout this vast and rich country but united to a man, what matters distance to us, since we are all brethren and are acting for the common good, recognized by all classes of the people. The government reposes upon the goodwill and union of the inhabitants. Its duty, in officially informing you of the political changes effected among us, is to reassure you for the future. Its hope is that the people of the North will show themselves worthy of their brethren in red. Still, the government fears that, from a misapprehension of its views, the people of the North and of the Northwest, influenced by evil-intentioned strangers, may commit excesses fitted to compromise the public safety. Hence it is that the President of the Provisional Government deems it his duty to urge upon all those who desire the public good and the prosperity of their country, to make the fact known and understood by all those half-breeds or Indians who might wish to take advantage of this so-called time of disorder, to foment trouble, that the true state of public affairs is order and peace. The government established on justice and reason, will never permit disorder, and those who are guilty of it shall not go unpunished. It must not be that a few mischievous individuals should compromise the interests of the whole people. People of the North and of the Northwest, this message is a message of peace. War has long enough threatened the colony. Long enough have we been in arms to protect the country and restore order, disturbed by evildoers and scoundrels. Our country, so happily surrounded by Providence with natural and almost insuperable barriers, invites us to unite. After the crisis through which we have passed, all feel more than ever that they seek the same interests, that they aspire to the same rights, that they are members of the same family. We hope that you also will feel the need of rallying round the provisional government to support and sustain it in its work. By order of the President, Assistant Secretary of State, New Nation, Winnipeg, April 1870. The original of this document has not been found. It was also published in Beg, the Creation of Manitoba, pp. And the St. Paul Daily Press, May 1870. This is an English translation of text, prepared by James Ross. See text. The significant difference between the two texts is that in the French version November is given as the date of the proclamation of the provisional government, whereas the English version indicates that this took place on December. On November Riel had convinced the French delegates to the convention of the necessity of establishing a provisional government, although it was not created on that very day. The English wanted to discuss this proposal in their respective parishes before committing themselves. According to Riel, the Hudson's Bay Company had forfeited its authority to govern because it had abandoned the people of Red River. See text. The word in December was probably chosen to placate the more legalistically minded English who feared that the actions of the French bordered on rebellion. The Northwest was to be transferred to Canada on December 1869. When the Canadian government refused to proceed with the transfer because of the difficulties in Red River, Riel argued that the Lieutenant Governor designate had no authority to act on behalf of the Dominion and that the terms of entry into Confederation were to be negotiated by the people of Red River. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate, who was refused entry into Red River by the National Committee of the Métis. Letter to William McTavish. Fort Garry / to William McTavish, Esquire. The provisional government, in addition to the quantity of goods reserved for the use of the government in Fort Garry, 1,000 bush of wheat and bushs of barley are reserved at the fort at White Horse Plains, and 1 roll of tobacco is to be kept at each of the company's forts in case it may be needed to pacify the Indians in their neighborhood of such fort. You are required to give orders to keep the above-mentioned quantity of tobacco to those person or persons in charge. I have the honor, sir, your most observed Louis Riel, Ment House, April the 8th, 1870. Pack, MGF. The document is torn along the edges and the folds are pronounced. The text of the letter was written by W.B. O'Donoghue, but the signature appears to be Riel's. Although the letter R in the family name differs from that usually used by Riel. The contents of this letter supplement the conditions outlined to Governor McTavish on March 1870. Text - Proclamation to the peoples of the Northwest. Fort Garry. To the people of the Northwest. May the assembly of the 28 representatives of Mars be dear to the people of Red River. This assembly has shown itself worthy of great confidence. Working in unity. She devoted herself to the public interest, and obeyed only the feelings of duty and generosity. Thanks to this noble conduct, public authority is now filled with strength. This force will be used to support and protect the subjects. Today even the government is pardoning all those whom political differences had only dragged away for a time. Amnesty will be generously given to all those who submit, who set aside or who publicize dangerous gatherings. From this day on, public roads will be reopened. The Hudson's Bay Company will be able to continue its business. She herself, contributing to the general good, will circulate her money as usual. She commits to it. The attention of the government is also focused very specifically on the north side, so that the trade does not receive any repercussions there, and in order by this means to maintain tranquility more reliably on our Indian territories. The awful war, with which we were threatened, has left among us fears and deplorable effects. But let the people place themselves by the hand of God with the suffrage of my fellow citizens in the first place in the government of my country. I am happy to say that peace exists today in our midst. The government will take all measures to ensure that it is not disturbed. While inside everything returns to order. Outside Canada invites the people of Red River to a friendly arrangement. It offers us the guarantee of our rights with a place equal to the other provinces in the Confederation. Identified with the provisional government, our national will, based on justice, will be respected. Happy Rivière Rouge to have escaped the great number of misfortunes that had been prepared for her. Seeing her children on the verge of coming to blows, she remembered the old friendship they had between them, and through the bonds of the same patriotism she brought them all together again, in order to preserve their life, their liberty, and stay united, and we will be happy. With strength we will achieve prosperity. O my compatriots, without distinction of language, without distinction of belief, let my words resonate in your hearts. If we ever allow the day of division such as that which foreigners have attempted to spread among us to arrive, that day will be the signal of all the disasters which we have been fortunate enough to avoid. To prevent similar calamities, the government will treat with all the severity of the law all those who still dare to compromise public safety. He will be quick to take action against the disorder of parties and against that of individuals. But let us instead hope that extreme measures will be unknown, and that the lessons of the past will guide us into the future. Louis Riel. AASB, Touch Fund, T 7248. Placard printed on a sheet measuring 16.5 centimeters by 19.5. It has 37 lines. It was reproduced in the New Nation of April 1870 and in Le Nouveau Monde of May 1870. A first version, published in Le Nouveau Monde in April 1870, was different in many respects, but the substance remains essentially the same. The text includes the English version. See the note in the latter text concerning the date and provenance of this proclamation. Proclamation to the people of the Northwest. Fort Garry. To the people of the Northwest. Let the assembly of 28 representatives which met on the 9th March be dear to the people of Red River. That assembly has shown itself worthy of great confidence. It has worked in union. The members devoted themselves to the public interests and yielded only to sentiments of goodwill, duty and generosity. Thanks to that noble conduct, public authority is now strong. That strength will be employed to sustain and protect the people of the country today. The government pardons all those whom political differences led astray only for a time. Amnesty will be generously accorded to all those who will submit to the government, who will discountenance or inform against dangerous gatherings. From this day forth the public highways are open. The Hudson's Bay Company can now resume business. Themselves contributing to the public good. They circulate their money as of old. They pledge themselves to that course. Their attention of the government is also directed very specially to the northern part of the country, in order that trade there may not receive any serious check, and peace in the Indian districts may thereby be all the more securely maintained. The disastrous war which at one time threatened us, has left among us fears and various deplorable results. But let the people feel reassured. Elevated by the grace of Providence and the suffrages of my fellow citizens to the highest position in the government of my country, I proclaim that peace reigns in our midst this day. The government will take every precaution to prevent this peace from being disturbed. While internally all is thus returning to order, externally also matters are looking favorable. Canada invites the Red River people to an amicable arrangement. She offers to guarantee us our rights and to give us a place in the Confederation equal to that of any other identified with the provisional government. Our national will, based upon justice, shall be respected. Happy country, to have escaped many misfortunes that were prepared for her. In seeing her children on the point of a war, she recollects the old friendship which used to bind us, and by the ties of the same patriotism she has reunited them again for the sake of preserving their lives, their liberties, and their happiness. Let us remain united, and we shall be happy. With strength of unity we shall retain prosperity. O my fellow countrymen, without row of language or without distinction of creed, keep my words in your hearts. If ever the time should unhappily come when another division should take place amongst us, such as foreigners heretofore sought to create, that will be the signal for all the disasters which we have had the happiness to. In order to prevent similar calamities, the government will treat with all the severity of the law those who will dare again to compromise the public security. It is ready to act against the disorder of parties as well as against that of individuals. But let us hope rather that extreme measures will be unknown, and that the lessons of the past will guide us in the future. Louis Riel. Pam, MGC, Pam, MGR. This is a 50-line broadside printed on a type page measuring 24 by 11 centimeters. It bears no date, but the copy which appears in the April entry of Begg's journal is preceded by this statement. The following proclamation was issued today in French and English. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. The proclamation was published in the New Nation, Winnipeg, April 1870, the St. Paul Pioneer Press, April 1870, and the St. Paul Daily Press, April 1870. It was also published in correspondence relative to the recent disturbances. P. Ottawa Citizen, April 1870, p. Toronto Telegraph, April 1870, and Begg's The Creation of Manitoba, pp. Text is the French version. The Assembly of March was the first meeting of the Council of the Provisional Government. In his journal, Begg records only 19 members, excluding Riel, as being present. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. Letter to James Ross. Fort Garry. // Fort Garry, April 1870. James Ross, Esquire, Chief Justice. Your translation of Mr. Schmidt's document is proper and worthy. It is another proof of your kindness. I thank you for the author. And I to believe in my true respect for yourself. Louis Riel. Pam, MGC, This letter is written in black ink on very pale blue lined paper. There is no writing on the second page text. This proclamation was issued by Louis Schmidt in his capacity as Assistant Secretary of State to the Provisional Government. Letter to nj.richard.fortgary./ Provisional Government House, April 1870. Fort Garry. Letter of Instructions to Rev. J.N. Richard, Commissioner in Ottawa. Mr. Priest, you know that one thing always occupies me. The Provisional Government is keen not to procrastinate inappropriately. In your relations with the Canadian Government, you will no doubt soon be able to judge its intentions. If he seems too keen on having fun with your mission, please do me the honor of letting me know. The thing seems to be somewhat important in the event that some of the information I have just received is true. Without being able to make me attach too much importance to it, I have just been told that boats, intended for use on Lake Superior, have been acquired from Canada, in order, it would seem, to send us troops there before very long. I would like to communicate this to you so that you can see for yourself what could be true in this report. Mr. Priest, I have the honor to send you at the same time our last proclamation, and an official address that we are sending to the North. At the same time also I send you a copy of the arrangements made with the Hudson's Bay Company. Confidence is growing every day, and you will no doubt see with pleasure that the Provisional Government, which you love so much, is working on its side, while you yourself are busy establishing its work on satisfactory and advantageous basis. As for the amount of extra money we demand from Canada, please be kind enough to set it at roughly, for 10 years or more if you can. This article is also left to your discretion and that of the other delegates. The name of the country is already written in all hearts. It is that of Rivière Rouge. The imagination cherishes that of Manitoba, but the situation seems to demand that of the Northwest. The friends of the old government take pleasure in that of Assiniboia, which is not generally loved enough to be kept. Choose one of the two names, Manitoba or Northwest, and have it accepted by the Canadian government, instead of the name Assiniboia, which could give rise to some misunderstanding given that under the former government, it was only used to designate a small part of the territory. Demand that the country be divided in two so that this custom of the two populations living separately is maintained for the protection of our most threatened rights. This measure, I have no doubt, will cause many grimaces, but for the grimace to be more complete, have the goodness to still demand that this division of the country be made by the authority of the legislature only. This, Mr. Priest, is what I had to convey to you. Please accept the expression of my respect, that of the pleasure I feel in thinking of the double joy you have in working at this time, for the good of your adopted homeland, in the very middle of your native country. At the same time, please believe me your very humble servant Louis Riel P.S. As soon as you hear about Schultz, give us some news, so that we can know to what extent his dealings with the savages have upset them towards us. AASB, Tat Fund, T7316. With the exception of Riel's signature and the title which follows, this document is in the handwriting of Louis Schmidt. The source of Riel's information could not be traced. Very likely reference to the document entitled Proclamation to the People of the Northwest, published on April 1870. The French text forms the text, the English version, the text. If there is some hesitation about the identity of the document, it is because 2 days previously there had been another official address sent to the populations of the Northwest. See note, very probable reference to the address to the inhabitants of the North and Northwest of April 1870. The text, the English translation, is found in the text. Louis Schmidt had already informed Richard of the contents of this circular in a press release dated April 1870, APC, MGF. The text. The word Manitoba derives either from the Cree Manitou weapon or from the Ojibwe Manitoba. Both terms mean Manitou Strait or the Lake Manitoba Channel. Lord Selkirk's settlement on the Red River was officially named Assiniboia. The name comes from the Assiniboine Indians who were the first to inhabit the region. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. Letter to Gentlemen. Fort Garry. Government House, April 1870. Gentlemen, Mr. Secretary of your committee has just sent me your resolutions. I have great regret to express to you. This is because instead of being reduced to the simple role of approving your brilliant resolutions, I would have experienced a lot of pleasure if I had even been able to participate in your but, gentlemen, I make it my duty to fulfill to your satisfaction the role that you have given me the honor of being able to play. It is therefore not as President of the Government but simply as a friend that I give my complete approval. Believe me, your devoted Louis Riel. To Mr. President of the Ball Committee, Silver Jays APC, MGF. Draft written on a narrow sheet of lined paper. The difficulty created by Riel's writing does not allow us to very clearly identify the committee in question and its functions. Indeed, in the penultimate word of the text, a word of 6 letters, we only identify 4 with certainty, namely BA, J's. As the cent and the G, the Z and the X of Riel are often indistinct, we can read Bagnus or Bags. In this last word, perhaps he intended to write bank and the omission of hash would only be a slip of the tongue. On the other hand, Riel knew how to use puns. The tone of the letter seemed very ironic and given the circumstances, Riel had had the Hudson's Bay Company's funds seized. The lesson of prison camps would perhaps not be an inadvertence after all. The Rupert's Land Legislative Assembly had resumed its sessions at the time this statement was written. In his diary, Alexander Begg does not mention the existence of a finance or banking committee, but he notes that cash had become very scarce and that the seizure of the Hudson's Bay Company cash register by order of Riel had made the situation worse. Given these circumstances, it is not unlikely that a committee was formed to study the situation and make recommendations. A few days later, on May the 3rd, the Hudson's Bay Company issued new notes worth £1. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. Letter to N.J. Richot. Fort Garry / Government House Fort Garry to Rev. Mr. Richot. I received a bag of papers yesterday evening. Black Bass, nothing good. That's all I saw that was remarkable. But you know that God has given me a great capacity to suffer. And I was truly struck by the danger which must have threatened you and against which I beg you in grace to warn yourself. May heaven give you this other joy that you triumph there. Also you, of those who would like to put forward a wicked heart. I am overwhelmed with fatigue. Besides I have nothing official today. I have had the pleasure of already sending you several communications. I eagerly await your first letter. The senior Canadians will not dare, I hope, to push their shame into anything. If they dare to lay their hands on you unworthily, we will together raise a loud cry among the nations. And then God knows we will work upright and nobly as we have done from the beginning. But time will tell better of all our actions. I am writing to you announcing that here with caution we will maintain the peace. I pray for you. Pray for me. Yours truly dedicated Louis Riel. My respects to Mr. Black and the Honourable Mr. Scott. AASB, Tatch Fund, P7372. Letter written on lined paper. Ink blocks in several places. The words in grace in and with haste were written by another hand above these same words in the text, presumably to make them easier to read, among which is a letter of instructions. See text. Father Richot and Alfred H. Scott had already been arrested shortly after their arrival in Ottawa. Released, they were immediately recaptured on new arrest warrants. The charges had to be dismissed for lack of sufficient evidence. Stanley, Louis Riel, pp. Judge John Black, Rupert's Land Recorder Alfred H. Scott, Winnipeg innkeeper and member of the Provisional Government. Scott, Father Richot and Judge Black were delegated in 1870 to go to Ottawa to present the grievances of the residents of Red River. In the postscript, Riel inadvertently swaps the titles. Should apply to Scott and the Honourable to Black. Northwest People's Protest. Fort Garry. / of the peoples of the Northwest. The present state of excitement against us in certain parts of Canada provides us with a fine opportunity to show the difference between their principles and ours. Are so many Canadian newspapers and so many people who approve of them working against us simply and sincerely in the interest of Confederation? Is this in England's interest? If this is so, how is it that Snow, Dennis, McDougall, and so many other objects of sympathy mainly in Upper Canada have taken rather circuitous routes, and have sought enough to deceive the people to throw them into discontent as great as general? The men of Upper Canada, with whom we have avoided all kinds of clashes during the last 6 months, have sought to divide us, to overexcite us against each other, to bring us into the horrible collision of a civil war. Has not civil war been proclaimed among us, and would those who dared not have usurped the name of His Majesty in an infamous manner? Have not so many foreigners whom we were forced at different times to take prisoners been generously released? When we knew that they would hasten to do against us the evil that they are raising today in Upper Canada, by perjuring themselves. And because one of those who through obstinacy would continue to disturb the public peace that they alone have compromised among us, and that we are making so much effort to maintain in the Northwest, has forced us to make an example of him that others could learn from. They want to declare war on us, while Sir John Macdonald, the first, is obliged to say in court that Canada has no jurisdiction in this country. None. These people have not worked and are not working in the interests of England. They only care about the Confederation as much as they believe it is necessary for the success of their plans, the object of which is too personal and too exclusive to be fair. These people, through a great lack of honesty and loyalty, have aspired to a completely reprehensible superiority over us, because to obtain it, these false English subjects have not wanted and do not want to respect the rights of anyone in an English colony. They flattered themselves with the guilty hope of being able to associate their selfish projects with those of imperial policy for British North America. This is something they have forgotten. The policy of a government having to take care of the general interests of society, without distinction of language, origin, without distinction of belief, is always incompatible with their narrow views of individual interest, when the latter, instead of imposing it on others, is not entirely subordinate to it. They should have known the only way to ensure the existence and extension of Confederation is to place the provinces of British North America on an equal and liberal footing. If it is true that the Hudson's Bay Company neglected the political advancement of this country, the people, as soon as they could, had to act. A government has been formed, and this government, which calls itself provisional, does not want the Northwest to enter the Confederation before in this country all classes of civilized men have received the guarantee of being on the same noble, equal footing. In the month of last October, when the first representatives of the people of Red River first publicly assembled to take, in the name of their constituents, the title and functions of protectors of the rights of the people, they declared that they were loyal subjects of Her Majesty the Queen of England, that they were indebted to the Hudson's Bay Company for the good they may have received under its government, whatever the nature of that government. As the Hudson's Bay Company withdrew from the government of this country, they were ready to go through this change. But at the same time, having established themselves, having lived on these lands that they helped the Hudson's Bay Company to open, the people of Red River, having acquired in this way incontestable rights in this country, loudly proclaimed these rights, that the people of Red River, having until this time maintained and supported the government of the Hudson's Bay Company, under the Crown of England, now and then disregarded the rights of nations by coming here to establish works in the name of a foreign authority without paying the respect due to the authority then existing in the country. The Red River colony, having always been subject to the Crown of England, having developed separately through all their chances of its situation, these representatives declare in the name of their constituents, that they would do everything in their power to enforce in their favor all the prerogatives so liberally granted by the Crown of England to any colony. These principles were published in Canada in the month of November last. They are still as they were then the line of conduct of the provisional government. The English flag which flies over our heads will therefore bear this great testimony in our favor to the eyes of the world. Full of confidence in these principles which make us strong, we do not want those who have wanted to wage war against us until now, and who would still like to wage war against us because of the conduct we have held on these resolutions, to become loyal subjects of Her Majesty the Queen of England. To ruin us, and in order to rise above our ruins, they have always counted us among the barbarians. However, our great difficulties have never made us call to our aid the dangerous element of the savage tribes. On the contrary, while we are sparing nothing to keep them calm, they have just sent emissaries across our country where their government has no jurisdiction, with the criminal aim of creating enemies among the Indians. But we hope that the province will help us to complete the pacification of the Northwest. We hope that the authority of the Crown of England will facilitate the resolution of the great complications which have been caused by great political imprudence. We are surrounded by peoples filled with ambition by progress and civilization, and on the other by numerous savage nations who live in waiting and apprehension. The Red River people were formed from these two great divisions to serve as intermediaries. Indeed, We are linked with both by blood and habits. And he who makes people rise and fall, according to their value in the scales of justice, knows how much we have been outraged. The province of Ontario, by arresting our delegates whom the federal government had invited by 3 special commissions, has just committed an act against which we protest on behalf of all the people of the Northwest. We denounce the disgrace of such an approach to all civilized peoples. We appeal to the rights of people that Upper Canada has always ignored when it comes to us, that the federal government itself has not sufficiently protected, but that it is our honor to claim before God and before men in all the ways that are and will be possible for us. Louis Riel, APC, MGIF. Placard with 75 lines. And spoiled by numerous spelling errors and accents. This cupboard is the correction of a first proof, AD, HH 7013 RSSF. The first sentence of the proof includes corrections in the handwriting of Father George's Douglas, T. The latter also added the date and provenance in the lower left corner of the same page. This information does not appear on the answer key. The lesson of the first proof was retained and compared to that of the final text, and the variations are noted in the textual notes. It quickly becomes apparent that new errors have crept into the final copy. A short extract, significantly modified, appeared in La Minerve, Montreal, in March 1885. John Allen Snow, construction manager of the Dorson Highway between Lac des Bois and Winnipeg. John Stutton Dennis, military officer and land surveyor who was entrusted with the task of establishing the system of surveying public lands. William McDougall, lieutenant governor designate of the Northwest Territories. By March 1870, all the prisoners held by Riel at Fort Garry had been released with the exception of Murdoch MacLeod, who was released on March. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. These people were part of the group from Portage la Prairie which, under the leadership of Captain Charles Bolton, had gone to Fort Garry to try to free those who had previously been taken by Riel and his men. In a letter to the editor published in Le Courrier de St. Hyacinthe of October 1869 and signed to Métis Canadian inhabitants of Red River, the text letter to John McTavish. Fort Garry Fort Garry July 1870 Government House. John McTavish Esquire, so be kind enough to let Monsieur have it. John Cyr, or 6 quarters of a flower for the government. APC, MGF. Writing paper decorated with a blue crest, representing an armed hand with the motto Fortis in Arduis. The note is unsigned and appears complete. It is therefore unlikely that there was another page where the signature appeared. As the greeting is in English, we may be dealing with a draft that would have been translated into English before being sent. We used the same stationery in the texts, and John H. McTavish, an accountant at Fort Garry, was sympathetic to the Métis cause. Riel had already seized the Hudson's Bay Company account books, registers and cash from McTavish's custody. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, pp. The word flower for flower is in common use in French Canada. This is probably a shortened form of flower. Letter to Stain. Fort Garry Fort Garry July 1870 Government House to its Greatness Manager Tatch. Monsignor, I had the honor of receiving the 2 letters that your Greatness was kind enough to write to me, and please forgive me if I only respond with at the moment everything is quite calm here. May God preserve peace. The savages visit us in large numbers. They are as hungry as the locusts. The treaties keep them busy. What caution should we not use with these people? I am sending Mr. Howe a telegram about them on purpose, by Mr. Bannatyne, who is leaving for Scotland today. If your Greatness or Mr. Bannatyne, you could receive a little more detail from St. Paul itself. We are preparing for the arrival of the Governor. We will try to show him as many riders as Monseigneur. What a task you have imposed on yourself by going to this wicked Ottawa. We have friends there, good, but who could count our enemies there? The consolation is to be a Christian and to think that no real harm can happen to us as long as God is for us. Regardless, the troops and the Governor will be received with enthusiasm. If we could be warned a little in advance of your arrival, a good number of men on horseback would meet you a little further away. Monsignor, please believe me your ever grateful child and servant Louis Riel. My deepest respects to Mons Archibald. We want it. AASB, Tatch Fund, T7759. At the top of the first page, towards the center, there is an annotation no in a hand other than that of Riel. This figure is the same as the order in which this document appears in report of the Select Committee on The causes of the difficulties p. The two texts are identical except that, in the printed text, the expression Government House has been replaced by Government House. The text shows another example of this identification of texts by number. It is impossible to identify the letters to which Riel refers. This is probably Eli Goulet, second in command to a D. Lepin. During the insurrection at Red River. Goulet provided mail between Pembina and Fort Garry. The official signing of the first treaty took place in 1871. Joseph Howe, Secretary of State for the Provinces. This telegram has not been found. Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne, Postmaster General in the Provincial Government. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. The remark about the enthusiastic welcome given to the new Lieutenant Governor and the troops suggests that Riel anticipated, perhaps a little naively, the declaration of an amnesty. Alexander Begg claims that 2 days earlier, in July, Riel personally oversaw the publication of Colonel Wolseley's proclamation at the New Nation Press, Winnipeg. The proclamation declared that the troops would represent no party either in religion or politics and would provide equal protection to all residents of the Red River. Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal, p. A month later, Riel hastily abandoned Fort Garry as the troops approached. Note to n. Fort Garry / Fort Garry August 1870 mons. N. Coward please let it have it. Element £4 for government work. Louis Riel, Presbyasters en plus. PAA, H. In. McEwing Papers, 3A. Note written in ink on a small piece of blue paper. The character in question is Edouard, nicknamed Gold, Element, son-in-law of Benjamin Legemodier. Letters from L. Schmidt and W. B. O'Donoghue in the same file indicates that Mwa was in charge of the stores at Fort Garry. Annotation written diagonally to the right of Mwa's name. Reimbursement note to Johnny Pagey. Fort Garry August 1870 to Johnny Pagey £4. At the store. Louis Riel. PAA, H. In. McEwing Collection, 4A. Note written in ink on a small piece of white paper which was subsequently glued to another piece of paper. To the left of Riel's signature is the following annotation in pencil, released, in effect. Probably a note of acquittal added by Mwa, who was in charge of the stores. See text. Note to Baptiste Normand. Fort Garry / Fort Garry to Monsieur Bapt. Normand. LBS of Capio Blue Tea. Instead of the flannel ibs of sugar. Louis Riel. Pam. MGE. Note written on a sheet of white paper decorated with a blue field crest. The figure which represents an arm and a sword is accompanied by the motto Fortis in Arduis. We used the same stationery in the texts, and the signing of Riel has faded. As in the case of the text, this note was pasted on the page of a small scrapbook. The word PAYE, which appears at the top of the page to the right of the crest, must have been added by the person responsible for the stores. See note of the texts, and letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Joseph, // Mons. If. Dubuc, lawyer, my very dear friend, tell me by letter how things are going. Tell me that exactly. Because by knowing the events we can judge with more accuracy. And you can imagine if I need to know. Is it true that 50 men are looking for us? Let the soldiers take all the food we had taken out, that our advisers are one after the other taken to prison. That the English below are truly wicked, I mean to the point of acting tyrannically towards our people. Has the governor arrived? Pray for me. We have been betrayed. Other than that, I don't regret anything. I am satisfied with the present. And if God in his goodness gives me days to live, that's enough. My regards to Mess. Royal Gerard, please, my mother. Tell her not to be afraid. God has us all under his protection. Confident prayer and wise and strong actions will save us. My little brother, dear little child, if you see him, kiss him for me. These are things I wish he understood. He is young. If he could grow up with the threats of the future. Joseph too. My other little brother. But what? I stop. Pam. MGB. 2-page letter which appears complete despite the absence of a signature, unless it was at the top of a lost third page. In the upper part of the right corner of the first page, in a handwriting other than that of Riel, we find the annotation No. In the same place on the second page the annotation L. R. August 1870. Similar annotations appear on 32 other documents which were in the possession of Joseph Dubuc. Some appear to be in Dubuc's hand, others not, but they are all arranged in a chronological sequence. The place of origin is not indicated, but, after the arrival of Colonel Wolseley's troops at Red River, Riel fled to St. Joseph, where he stayed with the Reverend J. M. Leflock. O.M.I. This information was communicated to Riel's mother by Sarah Riel on August 1870. Pam, M.G.D., Adams G. Archibald. The first Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories, Joseph Royal, French-Canadian lawyer and journalist, came to settle in Red River in Markham Gerard, a French-Canadian who came to Red River at the invitation of Bishop Tach Julie Riel, born Le Jamodier, probably Alexandre, the little younger brother Joseph Riel, the penultimate of the brothers, probable reference to Charles Meunier Riel, the oldest of the three little brothers. Letter to dear friends. Dear friends, we part in a stormy moment. For my part, I am happy with what we did together at the fort. I praise the Métis for the dedication that has guided them thus far during our troubles. Let us be careful of what will happen now in the country. The hostile arrival of the troops will upset everything, and we will try to make you believe that it all depends on what we have done. Don't listen to these noises. If we want to do well, let us remain faithful to our task and always remember each other. I don't know the future. But what I know well is that if troops attack the population of the country, we will defend ourselves. Let's not be discouraged. Let's not get too excited either. I don't know if God will preserve my life. If I never see you again in this world, let's at least try to meet in the other. But, be sure, if I live, we will meet again on these places today. Witnesses to the dishonorable conduct of Canada. Pam, M.G.D. Unfinished draft written on one side of a large sheet of lined paper. The paper is embossed at the top left corner. Riel left a margin of 3 centimeters on the left side. Even in the absence of a date, we can easily identify the year and month by Riel's reference to the arrival of the troops. The content of the text is the same. Fort Garry, former headquarters of the Hudson's Bay Company and seat of the Provisional Government of Red River. The military expedition led by Colonel G.J. Wolseley reached Fort Garry on August 1870. Letter to dear friends. Dear friends, let us be happy with what we have done together for the Red River. We are parting ways. But first receive the praise that I owe to the Métis for the dedication of which they have given so much proof over the past year. I have to tell you to be careful of what will happen now in our country. The hostile arrival of the troops turns everything upside down. And many will say that this upheaval depends on what we have done. Don't listen to these noises. If we want to do well, let us remain faithful to our task. Now is not the time to change your behavior. Let us always remember each other. Canada is betraying us. If the troops go so far as to look for us, they won't stay long without finding us. Let's not be discouraged. Let's not get too excited either. If it happens to me that I never see you again in this world, I bid you farewell and to all of Red River. But rather that God preserves us all. If I live, be sure we will see each other again. Pam, M.G.D. Letter written on a large sheet of lined paper. Embossed paper at upper left corner. Riel left a margin of 3 centimeters on the left side. Even in the absence of a date on the document, we can easily identify the year and month, thanks to the reference to the arrival of Colonel Wolseley's troops at Red River on August 1870. The text content is identical. Letter to Joseph Royal. St. Joseph. St. Joe's September 1870 Mons. If. Royal. According to the market, the new nation is yours. The Métis National Committee puts it in your hands. Believe me, you're all Louis Riel. Pam, M.G.D. Note written on lined paper. Above the word market is the annotation, in the same ink as the rest of the text and most likely in Riel's hand. The meaning of the annotation remains unknown. This text may only be a draft. Joseph Royal, journalist and lawyer from Montreal, was invited to Rivière Rouge to bring experience and leadership to the French-speaking community. With the collaboration of Joseph Dubuc, Royal launched Le Métis, St. Boniface, in May 1871. A few days after the date of this note, Joseph Dubuc, in a letter dated September, acknowledged receipt of Riel's note regarding the new nation, Winnipeg. It is impossible to know if this is the same note that Royal received and which he would have passed to Dubuc, or if it is another note. In any case, Dubuc declared that, although he had the right to this property, it had been confiscated by the authorities and that he could do nothing about it. In a postscript, Dubuc acknowledged that his allegations were incorrect and that it was Robinson, probably Major H. Robinson, the former publisher of the newspaper who wanted the newspaper confiscated, Pam, MGD, letter to Joseph Dubuck. St. Joseph, September 1870. My dear friend, thank you for all the news you communicate to me. You make me happy. Things will work as well as Canada wants them to, and on the other hand, as badly as Canada wants them to. I am in a hurry. There is not much here, except that the assassins are swarming. But God helping me, I am not yet dead, and am still yours. Pam, MGB. On the right, at the top of the page, the annotation "No" was added by a hand other than that of Riel. See the text note. Riel does not indicate the place from which he wrote, but we can easily assume it from a letter he wrote 2 days later to Bishop Tatch. See the text in September. Dubuck wrote to Riel to acknowledge receipt of his September note. See text. He also informed Riel that the authorities had seized their equipment from the New Nation presses, Winnipeg, and that it would not be prudent for him to return to Canada in the present circumstances. Pam, MGD. The allusion to the assassins remains vague. In the letter to Tatch, see note, Riel suggests that these are certain supporters of John C. Schultz. Similar references are found in the texts, and neutral smiley. Letter to Stain. St. Joseph. / St. Joe September the 9th. Monseigneur, thank you for the letter that your greatness was kind enough to write to me. I can distinguish everything she says and everything she wants to say. Your greatness knows that I am patient. I know that your greatness can and must be greater than me. May God help us. I want to be conscientious, take everything good that can be said to me, and with that use the divine light that your greatness has the goodness to ask for me. My life belongs to God. Let him put it where he pleases. I owe it to him. Duty is the first consideration I have in circumstances similar to those in which the Métis find themselves. Things need to change. I don't pretend not to make mistakes, but I will do my best. As for my little sisters, your greatness is always so good to want to do them good, as you have always done me. Thanks for that. But I like to see them here with Mom. The assassins have been surrounding the places where I go to sleep for days, the unfortunate ones. If they kill me, please pray for my soul. However, Monsignor, I will have the pleasure of seeing you before too long. I hope the people of the colony are violating what I clearly see as American territory. That's about the best they can do against themselves. I am talking about the partisans Schultz etc. Monsignor, excuse my sheet of paper. AASB, Tatch Fund, T20774. Above the address formula. Monsignor. The annotation 1878 was added by a hand that is not that of Riel. The date is incorrect. The letter is without signature. It is highly improbable that a letter to Monsignor would have ended without the usual greetings that Riel never omitted. It must therefore be assumed that the signature was on another sheet which was lost. L annotation L. Riel, which is at the bottom of the last page, was added later, perhaps by the same person who had inserted the date on the first page. Riel does not mention the year, but the place of origin, the month, the date, and the reference to Tatch's letter leave no doubt about the year 1870. In this letter of September 1870, Tatch noted that, despite the situation which remained tense, he remained hopeful. Pam, MGD. An amnesty had not yet been granted, and therefore he thought it prudent for Riel not to return now. Marie, Octavie, Eulalie, and Henriette Riel, Julie Riel born La Jamodière. It is not entirely clear who these assassins are because later in the letter, Riel alludes to the illegal incursions of Schultz's people into American territory. Due to the lapse of only a few days since Riel's flight from Fort Garry, it is impossible to determine whether his remarks reflected reality or were an expression of fear of prosecution. Perhaps he is referring to the threats made to him by Colonel Wolseley's soldiers. One thing is certain, such fear forms a theme that often recurs in his letters. On this subject, see the texts. And John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. Letter to Stain. St. Joseph. / St. Joseph September 1870. Monsignor, it is not out of place to begin this letter by expressing to you the respect that we always maintain in the midst of the troubles in which we seem condemned to live together. This respect that we like to show you is and will always be independent of our opinions and our convictions. And when they take the liberty of showing themselves We do not want it to be to the detriment of the good feelings we have for you. History will owe you this tribute that you sacrificed everything to have peace with the Canadian government. Degree your greatness wanted to run the risk of being deceived by promises. And by being deceived yourself, you have subjected to the same fate all those who took your assurances. Degree after the deception had blatantly undermined people's good faith, your greatness still believes that it is working in the interest of their country, by inviting the Métis to have confidence in a government that is certainly hostile to us. Whatever anyone tells you and whatever you tell us. We know that the governor's position is difficult and he is not taking the best way out of it either. Mr. Boyd is one of the most determined against the Métis. Monsieur Girard doesn't know us and we don't know him. Boyd and his people are men who dare to do anything, and Monsieur Girard, who is still seeking popularity, can do nothing and will not dare to do much. Warrants issued against us and the assassins of Goulet Free in Winnipeg are quite clear proof of this. Things must be in pitiful good if, in order to avenge public order, we must take all the necessary measures to make the people believe that Goulet is drowned. Is the peaceful expedition that sent us to protect the Red River doing its duty in the eyes of the world? Why doesn't Mr. Archibald provide every Métis with the same protection that foreigners have today? So what was it that we had to do to merit the protection of the Crown? Red River entered Confederation on the basis of arrangements made between our delegates and Canada under the sanction of the Crown. We have in the name of the Crown maintained perfect order until its representative house. PAM, MGD. Lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The first 4 pages are the incomplete draft of the text, classified under the same archive symbol at the PAM. As the fragment and the complete text contain appreciable differences, both texts are reproduced in full. Pages 5, 6, and 7 are incomplete drafts of other letters written to Tatch. They are presented separately, the texts, and see the text note. Alfred Boyd, Provincial Secretary in the Executive Council of Manitoba. Markham Girard, a French-Canadian who came to settle in Rivière-Rouge in 1870 at the invitation of Bishop Tatch. He was Provincial Treasurer in the Executive Council of the Elie Goulet, member of the War Council who sentenced Thomas Scott to the death penalty. Goulet drowned in the Red River while trying to escape the soldiers who were pursuing him. Adams G. Archibald, the first Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Letter to Ura. Stain. Phil. It's not finished yet. May God bless us all together, bishops and faithful. Please bless us yourself, Monseigneur. Truth be told, we distrust each other a little too much. This cannot be of use to the weak Métis people. It is hard for us to see our families and ourselves in exile when we know that it could be otherwise, if the people were not called to forget us, to forget or not to see his misfortune to himself. PAM, MGD. Fragment that was placed with the text, the draft of a letter written to Manager Tatch, although it does not seem to have any link with the said letter. It is possible, however, that it is related to another fragment, the text which is also housed under the same archive symbol. Letter to Ura. Stain. St. Joseph. / Monsignor. It is not out of place to begin this letter by expressing to your greatness the respect that we always maintain for her in the midst of the troubles in which we seem condemned to live together. This respect that we like to show you is and will always be independent of our opinions and our convictions, and when they take the liberty of showing themselves, we do not want it to be to the detriment of the good feelings we have for you. From the beginning until today the Canadian government has taken very little trouble with us, and it is clear that it has used you, our first pastor and our best friend, to deceive us. Because for you, Monsignor, we know that your intentions are pure. But it is no less true that your greatness pushes things far enough to invite the Métis to have confidence in a government which is doing us hostilities and still doing no good. Whatever anyone tells you and whatever you tell us. Wolseley showed himself to be a dishonest man. He knew how to atone for this wrong by politeness to your greatness. I can't wait to know how many will not play this role. We know that Mr. Archibald's position is difficult and he is not finding the best way out of it either. Mr. Boyd is one of the most determined against the Métis. Monsieur Girard doesn't know us and we don't know him. Mr. Boyd and his people are men who dare to do anything. Mr. Girard, just because he is new here, cannot do anything other than be undecided and, moreover, in a time like this where one must be firm but not without running danger, is he already Métis enough to brave our enemies, The warrants issued against us and none against Goulet's assassins are fairly clear proof of what I am saying. Things must be in a very pitiful state, if, in order to avenge public order, it was necessary to invoke legality only to cover appearances and to be more sure of making the people believe that Goulet was drowned. Is the peaceful expedition sent to us to protect the Red River doing its duty in the eyes of the world? Why doesn't Mr. Archibald provide every Métis with the same protection that Schultz enjoys? What did we have to do to deserve the protection of the Crown? We have always been a colony apart from the others. And it is the right of a colony not to be forced into the Confederacy. Supported by this very regulation by the Crown, by strongly testifying to it our loyalty which we respected at all risks, we opposed our entry into the Confederation before knowing whether we were entering free or slaves. Conditions were set. And on all the agreed conditions our consent was sincerely given. However, we have always maintained, in the name of the people and in the interest of the Crown, order and tranquility as long as it pleased His Majesty not to be directly represented in our country. Upon arrival, the intentions of the troops are revealed. They insult us, they let us be insulted, they allow the people of the country to be crushed. Regardless of Wolseley's instructions, warrants for our arrest are issued. Monsignor, when we preach peace we can put alongside what we say many incidental sentences likely to diminish the odiousness of such conduct in the eyes of those who do not understand it as a whole. It seems to us that your greatness has taken long enough to tell and assure us that the Canadian government has good intentions. Monsignor, if you deign to believe people who are your children, who see themselves deceived, who feel outraged and who can no longer contain an anger which in the end becomes more than just, you would have done enough in favor of peace. Let Canada act now. May he prove his good intentions to us by satisfying the people. We are quite betrayed. Separate yourself from him. Do not expose us, Monseigneur, to finding your words defective. Your word of honor that you so generously gave to your children is not yet fulfilled. And truly they will not dedicate all their joy to leaving this word of your greatness unfulfilled. High Canadian emigration is already numerous and it is increasing every day. What order of things do you want to establish when these people have thus doubled their number? What a possibility of enforcing the Manitoba Bill when everywhere, in elections, money, fear, flattery will be at stake. The balance between the parties must be fixed as soon as possible. It takes a firm hand to support the interests of the Métis at one's own peril, impartial, even liberal in order to satisfy the English and the emigrants as necessary. To temporize with our enemies is to make them more daring. Encourage those from Ontario to come and overwhelm us. In the present circumstances I submit that matters need to be dispatched more expeditiously than that. Otherwise, the situation will never benefit us. The dearest interests of the province will remain horribly as the Métis leave little by little. They become discouraged, because when you assure them that things are going well and they clearly see the opposite. If the amnesty does not come, I will quickly make them see B. Smith Schultz and many others would find they would also need amnesty. And then what will the situation become? So, I hope, God in whom we have never lost confidence, God will place it in our hands. The Red River question was made a religious question. Morality is involved to the highest degree. That's all I want to see there. Our enemies have started the fight against us. That these things are there organized at the Red River, you are alone to respond to their attack. I say that your character as a bishop leaves you on many occasions incapable of acting or speaking. And you preach peace to the people. From then on our part remains dead, or at least very weak. Monsignor, I needed to write to you like this. But I also feel the need to reiterate to you the assurance of my attachment forever, whatever happens. Of your greatness the very humble servant Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper, embossed in the upper part, left corner. This is the complete draft of the text. Riel weighs his words very carefully to attach his conciliatory attitude. To realize this, we only have to compare the style of this letter to that of a letter to Joseph Dubuc, see the text, and to that of a later letter to Tash, see the text. A copy of this document is not found in the AASB, so it is possible that the final text was never sent to Colonel Garnet Wolseley, Commander of the Red River Expedition. Adams George Archibald, the First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Alfred Boyd, Provincial Secretary in the Executive Council of Manitoba. Markham Abel Gerard, a French-Canadian who came to Red River in 1870 at the invitation of Bishop Tache. Gerard was provincial treasurer in the Executive Council of the Elie Goulet, member of the War Council who sentenced Thomas Scott to the death penalty. Goulet drowned in the Red River. While trying to flee the soldiers who were pursuing him, John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party in 1836, Lord Selkirk's son renounced his father's rights to the Red River Colony and the region returned to the trusteeship of the Hudson's Bay Company. The company appointed a governor and council, the Council of Assiniboia, to provide the district with governmental structures. On March 1870, Manager Tache met with Riel, D. Lepin, and W. B. O'Donoghue at Fort Garry. He said he was convinced that the federal authorities would grant an amnesty which would encompass all the events which had occurred at Red River prior to his return on March, even the actions responsible for the loss of life. Consequently, Tache reassured Riel and Lepin that they had nothing to fear. Stanley, Louis Riel, Donald Smith, Director of the Montreal District of the Hudson's Bay Company and Special Envoy of the Federal Government to Red River. Letter to Stain. / Poor people no longer able to leave their homes and hide even to go see you. No one there now to tell them what to do to change this state of affairs. Monsignor, the rest of us will also try to be careful. Don't be afraid. If we speak to you, it is not for anything other than to tell you what we think. When we see all the efforts that your greatness is making to calm us down and alleviate the shame of Canada. Your children always respectful and devoted who subscribe to your greatness. The very humble servants Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. We have brought together, under the same box, this fragment and two others, the texts, and with two drafts of a letter to Tache, dated September 1870, the texts, and as the letter is not found in the AASB, it is impossible to determine whether this fragment belongs to the incomplete draft, the text. The content of the letter and the greetings at the end leave no doubt about the collective nature of the letter. On October, Bishop Tache wrote to Riel to acknowledge receipt of a collective letter dated September, Pam, MGD. In a subsequent missive addressed to Manager Tache, the text, Riel again alluded to the letter he had written with Lepin on September 1870. Unfortunately, the AASB does not have this text. The content of the present fragment is similar to that of the document, which suggests that the two texts are of the same date. Memorial of the people of Rupert's Land and Northwest to Ulysses S. Grant. Red River. / To His Excellency U.S. Grant, President of the United States, the memorial of the people of Rupert's Land and Northwest, British North America. They would most respectfully and earnestly represent unto your Excellency, that in the year 1869 the government of the Dominion of Canada made proposals to the Governor and Company of Adventurers trading into Hudson's Bay, commonly called the Hudson's Bay Company, to purchase their rights claimed to have been given to them, and to be held by them, under and by virtue of a charter granted by Charles II, King of England, in the year 1670. That negotiations had continued between the Dominion government and said company, into the month of March of the same year, 1869, when the company agreed to transfer to the Dominion the lands, government and people of the country, for and in consideration of the sum of £300,000, reserving to themselves certain tracts of choice land and improvements thereon. That this sale and purchase of said country, government and people, were approved by the English government, and were to have been ratified by royal proclamation. That said negotiations were conducted and concluded, between the said company and the Dominion of Canada, without either of them deeming it proper to consult, or even notify the people, your memorialists, of the proposed transfer of the country to a foreign power and jurisdiction. That pending the negotiations between the said parties, the Dominion government sent its agents into our country, who commenced a road through the same without consulting the people of the country. That the same government, in the month of August, 1869, before the proclamation of transfer was issued, sent a corps of surveyors, who, according to instructions, as follows: you will confer with Governor McTavish, of the Hudson Bay Company, only, who is able and will no doubt be glad, to give you advice and assistance in the performance of this important duty. Commenced to survey our lands, without any regard to former surveys, anciently established landmarks, rights or claims whatever, but went forth marking off certain choice tracts of the land for themselves, and other government officials and friends yet in Canada. This was done, too, by said surveyors, without any notice to the people of our country, without their consent, or any consultation with them whatever. That the Dominion Parliament preceding the transfer proceeded to organize a government for our country, giving to the governor who was to administer the same unlimited power, and as the governor himself termed it, almost despotic, such as the power to rule personally, assisted by a council to be chosen by himself, consisting of Hudson's Bay Company officers and Canadians, and thus your memorialists, the people, found their ancient surveys, landmarks, boundaries and muniments of title, set at naught and disregarded, and a government established over their heads, in the selection of the rulers and administration of which, they had no voice, and by this process they found that their homes, their country and their liberties, were held at the mercy of a foreign power and subject to a foreign jurisdiction. Your memorialists, seeing the agents of a foreign power swarming into our country, taking possession of it without any authority from the people, cutting up our farms to suit their own views and purposes, seeing our people daily insulted, and hearing threats by these foreign officials of extermination, in order to make room for their incoming intelligent man Canadian. That learning through the public press, our only medium, that we had been sold by a company of adventurers residing in London, England, with our lands, rights and liberties as so much merchandise to a foreign government, and further learning through the same medium, the press, that the Parliament of the Dominion of Canada had organized a government for our country, as if it had jurisdiction over us, and that we were to have no voice in the government, and that a governor appointed to rule over us, clothed with almost despotic power, had started from Canada en route to our country, accompanied by a band of unscrupulous and irresponsible followers, who were to form his council, and fill other offices in the government, and thus plunder and eat out our subsistence. Learning these things, your memorialists became alarmed, and aroused to a sense of sacred duty, and following the maxim that resistance to tyrants is obedience to God, called public meetings in the month of October, 1869, at which it was resolved to repel their inroads by force if necessary, and this they found themselves compelled to do by a sense of self-preservation. Accordingly, a committee of safety with full power and authority, to raise and equip an army to defend our country against that lawless invasion, of which committee, John Bruce was chosen president and Louis Riel secretary. The first movement of the committee was to expel the corps of surveyors from our lands, and a call to arms to drive back the coming governor and his followers, was responded to by more than 600 men, within 24 hours. That William McDougall, the appointed Lieutenant Governor, was met at Pembina, on the boundary line, by a messenger from said committee, with the written notice to him not to enter the country, without the consent of the people. Which notice, however, said McDougall wholly disregarded, and proceeded to establish himself at a Hudson's Bay Company fort, from which he was driven the next day, to wit, the 2nd of November, 1869, and with his whole band of followers crossed the boundary line into American territory. That the committee, the day after expelling McDougall, took possession shorn of Fort Garry, the seat of government, without any resistance, and made it their headquarters. That an election of delegates from all the districts of the country was ordered, who should meet in convention on the 16th day of the same month, November, to consider the political state of the country, and adopt such measures as might be deemed necessary for the future welfare of our people. That said order was responded to by every district, and the convention, consisting of 24 members, met at the courthouse, near Fort Garry, on the day appointed, and after due deliberation resolved, on the 24th day of the same month, November, to establish a provisional government as the choice of the people, and proclaimed the same on the 8th day of December, 1869, declaring said provisional government to be the only rightful and lawful authority for the government of the country, commanding the respect and obedience of the people. That the provisional government was the choice of the people, was recognized and obeyed by the superseded governor, W.M. McTavish, and the Hudson's Bay Company, in the territory. Also was recognized and treated with, by 4 different commissioners sent to the country, by the Canadian government. That the said W.M. McDougall, while residing at Pembina, U.S. Territory, issued a proclamation on the 1st day of December, 1869, transferring our country to that of the Dominion of Canada, and at the same time and place, plotted a scheme to bring about a civil war in our country, and to accomplish which, he issued a second proclamation calling all loyal men to arms, and commissioning one Colonel Dennis as his lieutenant and conservator of the peace, empowering him to raise and equip an army, to arrest and disperse our people, to pull down, break up and destroy all forts or strongholds in which unlawful assemblages of armed men might be found in obedience to this command. Colonel Dennis endeavoured to raise an army, but his appeal was answered only by the surveying party, and a few of the road-making party, all Canadians, and about Indians, making in the aggregate about that the Canadians established themselves in the house of one Dr. Schultz, but were all taken prisoners by the provisional government authorities, and Colonel Dennis, who had garrisoned Lower Fort Garry with his Indian soldiers, was immediately abandoned, the savage fleeing for safety to his wigwam. That it is well known that both McDougall and Dennis, while residing at Pembina, U.S., had attempted to enlist American citizens, offering to arm and pay them to fight against the authorities and people of the provisional government, that he also endeavored to enlist American Indians to make war on our people, and also against the settlement of Pembina, U.S. territory. That McDougall also commissioned agents, while at Pembina, to incite the Indians of our territory, especially that band of Sioux murderers of Minnesota and Dakota Massacre fame, to make war on our people, and such commissions were duly honored by the Canadian government, who paid the holders of them according to contract. That the Canadian government, on being informed of the course we had taken, and of our willingness to adjust all difficulties on an equitable basis, sent commissioners to the provisional government, who freely conceded that the policy of the Dominion government had been wrong, that it acted in ignorance of the true situation, that it strongly condemned the acts of its officials at Red River, who we feel assured, would have been applauded, had they succeeded in destroying the colony, devastating the country, subjugating our people, and establishing Canadian authority upon their ruins. They stated that they were authorized to ascertain upon what conditions we would enter into Confederation, and urged the provisional government to send delegates with specified conditions to Ottawa, whose expenses they would pay, guarantee them personal safety. Upon these representations being made, the provisional government sent delegates to Ottawa with the terms upon which we would enter the Confederation. That when our delegates stepped upon Canadian soil, 2 of the 3 were arrested, and thrown into a felon's prison, on the warrant of a police magistrate, and afterwards, were compelled to submit to a mock trial, unworthy of any civilized people. That the delegates were recognized and treated with, as those of the provisional government, and as the de facto government of the country, both by Sir Clinton Murdoch, representing the English government, and by the Dominion government. That negotiations were finally entered into with the Canadian government, in which our delegates insisted upon the article contained in our list of rights which called for a general and complete amnesty in these words, that none of the members of the provisional government, or any of those acting under them, be in any way held liable or responsible with regard to the movement, or any of the actions, which have led to the present negotiations, and that unless such was first guaranteed, no conditions could or would be made. These conditions were accepted, and it was unconditionally agreed to by the Canadian government, that whatever arrangements might be made, all would be null and void, unless a general and complete amnesty was first proclaimed. That the negotiations to enter into the Confederation terminated in what is known as the Manitoba Act. That notwithstanding the pledges given for a general amnesty and other pacific measures, an armed expedition was fitted out and dispatched to our territory, without any official notice having been sent to the government or people as to its intent and purpose. That on the 1st day of June, 1870, the provisional government issued a protest against this expedition, and resolved to resist its entrance into our territory, and that Colonel Wolseley, commanding the expedition, issued a proclamation while on his march to Fort Garry, and which he had sent for circulation among our people, in which he declared that his mission was one of peace and reconciliation, and called on the inhabitants to aid the expedition in its purposes and entrance into our territory. That the United States government forbade the passage of the expedition through the Sault Ste. Marie Canal, in the state of Michigan, believing it to have been fitted out for hostile purposes against our government and people, in order to coerce us into Confederation. That as we were led to believe, pledges were given to the American government to the effect that the expedition was a peaceable one. That all the pledges made to our delegates and people would be faithfully fulfilled, by both the English and Dominion governments, including particularly the general and complete amnesty, guaranteed as a sine qua non. That acting in good faith, and relying on the sincerity of the English and Dominion governments, and their purpose to carry out the pledges given, through our delegates, and renewed by their Commissioner, Rt. Reverend Bishop Tatch, and to the American government in good faith, as we supposed, the provisional government placed no obstacle in the way of the expedition, but on the contrary dispatched a member of the government with the party to aid and facilitate its entrance into the country. That their expedition, contrary to the authorized proclamation of its commander, and in violation of all the pledges given to us and to the American government, by the representative of the English and the Dominion governments, did enter our country for warlike purposes, as was manifested by its actions in throwing out scouts, organizing an advanced corps, arresting all parties met with on their march to Fort Garry, among whom were 3 members of the legislature, and more especially by Colonel Wolseley's order to his men, to march upon the fort, and take it by storm, which was done, and its surrender accomplished, by the soldiers and members of the provisional government evacuating it, upon the approach of the expedition, thus acting in accordance with the arrangements concluded with the Dominion government. That the fall of Fort Garry did not satisfy this peaceable expedition. The members of the provisional government, especially Riel, O'Donoghue and Lepin, should be captured and sacrificed, to satisfy the bloodthirsty desire of these invaders, for no other crime than that they knew their rights and dared to defend them. The 3 mentioned had to flee for safety to American territory. That Colonel Wolseley, on the same day of the capture of Fort Garry, paid off his men, gave them 3 days' license, thus letting them loose upon our people, whom they abused in their intoxication and disorder, in the most brutal manner. That from the 24th day of September to the 17th of October following, there was no protection for life or property from these marauders, over whom their officers, equal to themselves, did not try to exercise control. That, consequently, outrages upon our unoffending people were of hourly occurrence, especially upon any of them who were members of, or connected with, the government of their choice. One Eli Goulet, an American citizen, while peaceably pursuing his avocation, was attacked by a band of these marauders in uniform. He fled for safety towards Red River, which he attempted to swim across, but was closely pursued, and stoned to death while in the water, and his murderers are still unpunished. That all the American citizens in the town of Winnipeg, law-abiding, unquestionably, but naturally sympathizing with the people struggling in defense of the great principle of self-government, were treated in the most inhuman manner, and were forced to flee the country to Pembina, leaving in most instances their property behind. And thus it will be seen, that, instead of observing in good faith, the solemn pledges of complete amnesty, of peaceful purposes, and kindly reconciliations, so often and so repeatedly made to our delegates and to our people, they proceeded to issue warrants for the arrest of Louis Riel, President, William B. O'Donoghue, Sec and Treasury, and Ambrose Lepin, Adjutant General, and a price was set upon their heads, seeking thus to consummate their perfidious treachery, by the foul crime of murder. That not a single pledge given by the English and Canadian governments to our people, and to the government of the United States, has been kept or performed, but on the contrary, each and every one as set forth in this memorial, has been ruthlessly and revengefully violated and trampled upon. And we, the memorialists, for and in behalf of ourselves, and the people whom we represent, acting upon the highest principles of civil and religious liberty, in asserting the great and sacred principle of self-government, recognized throughout the civilized world as an inalienable right, have been thus, for these things, coerced into a confederation with Canada, under false representations, broken promises, and violated pledges, and are left alone for a redress of our grievances, to an appeal to the government of the United States, whose honor, and plighted faith, as we humbly and earnestly maintain, are both solemnly pledged to see us righted. That against such unwarranted outrages and unpardonable perfidy, we do hereby, in the name of justice, and in the face of the civilized world, solemnly protest, and earnestly ask Your Excellency, the President of the United States, To cause an investigation to be made into the extent and nature of our grievances, the pledges given to us and to your government, and the extent to which those pledges have been violated, and to demand, in our behalf, that full reparation be made for all these violated pledges, and the injury and damages resulting to us therefrom. That impelled by a universal desire to be permitted peacefully to enjoy a government of our own choosing, or to change our allegiance for political and commercial reasons to some other government of our choice, and being truly satisfied that neither peace nor prosperity can exist in our country, under a government which has by its bad faith, forfeited all claim upon the confidence of our people, and has instituted a war of extermination against us, and considering further the vast extent of barren and impassable territory that separates us from the Dominion of Canada, we again earnestly appeal to your Excellency for the foregoing reasons, and many others which might be urged, to intercede in our behalf, and to take all such steps as your Excellency may deem appropriate and proper, to enable us to enjoy the blessings of life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness, under a government of our own choice, or in union with a people, with whom we may think that we can enjoy these blessings. In concluding this memorial, we beg leave to subjoin a brief extract from the speech of the Governor-General of Canada, in proroguing the Parliament after the passage of the Manitoba Act in reference to the expedition, and the expectations which our people were naturally led to entertain. The Governor-General proceeded as follows: the just and reasonable conditions which you have sanctioned in favor of the inhabitants, Manitoba cannot fail to remove every trace of misapprehension which unhappily existed, and would place, instead, a feeling of confidence in your goodwill, and increasing advantages to be derived from joining the Dominion. The military which it is necessary to send will gratify and give confidence to all loyal and well-disposed persons. Her Majesty's troops go forth on an errand of peace, and will serve as an assurance to the inhabitants of Red River Settlement, and the numerous Indian tribes that occupy the Northwest, that they have a place in the regard and counsel of England, and may rely upon the impartial protection of the English done at Red River, this 3rd day of October, 1870, by the authority of the people. Pam. Mgr. Typescript. The upper right corner bears the following notation: 1871, August gift of Honorable Chas. Sumner of Boston, H. 1830. Sumner, Chairman of the United States Senate Committee on Foreign Relations from 1861 to 1871, gave a copy of this document to the Harvard University Library. George F.G. Stanley, Riel's petition to the President of the United States, 1870. Canadian Historical Review, 1939. P. This document was the outcome of a meeting held in St. Norbert on September 1870 to discuss problems confronting the Métis after the arrival of Canadian troops in Red River. Riel, W.B. O'Donoghue, and Ambrose Lepine were among those present. John P. Pritchett, The Origin of the So-Called Fenian Raid on Manitoba in 1871. Canadian Historical Review, pp. Compared the memorial to Riel's Memoir Historique, text and to the Riel-Lepine letter of January 1873 to Lieutenant Governor Morris. Text and noted striking similarities. Pritchett concluded that Riel, O'Donoghue, and Lepine, who were at the meeting, were the real authors. On the other hand, Stanley Riel's petition to the President argues that the final draft of the petition was the work of a committee of which Riel was no doubt a member, and the memorial and petition of the people of Rupert's Land was the result of their labors. William McTavish, Governor of Assiniboia and Rupert's Land. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate, who was refused entry into Red River by the National Committee of the Métis. This source has not been identified. The National Committee of the Métis was organized on October 1869 with John Bruce as president and Louis Riel as secretary. A few days later, news arrived that William McDougall, the new lieutenant governor, was approaching Red River and that his baggage contained cases of rifles which were to be used to arm a force to preserve law and order. Stanley, Louis Riel, pp. A meeting was called in St. Norbert, and McDougall was ordered not to enter Red River without the committee's permission. See text. Declaration of the Inhabitants of Rupert's Land and the Northwest, December 1869. The 4 commissioners were Donald A. Smith, Ottawa's special envoy, Colonel Charles de Salé-Berry, the Right Reverend Jean-Baptiste Thibault, and Bishop A. Tatch, OML, who had been asked to cut short his stay in Rome and return to Red River. John Stoughton Dennis, land surveyor and militia officer who was responsible for establishing a system of public land surveys in the Northwest. John Christian Schultz, proprietor of the Nor'Wester from 1865 to 1868, and leader of the Canadian Party. Sir Thomas William Clinton Murdoch, the British Commissioner in Ottawa charged with observing the situation in Red River. The third list of rights, drafted by the executive of the provisional government. The clause cited is the last part of Article Pam. Mg. There is some confusion concerning this date. There is no evidence to suggest that a protest was made on June. 3 days later, however, on June, Louis Schmidt, Assistant Secretary of State in the Provisional Government, informed Father Richot, one of the Red River delegates, of that government's views on the expedition. It was Richot's dispatch of May that had informed the Provisional Government of the military expedition being sent to the colony. Schmidt declared that the expedition is viewed very negatively in the country, and that no one wants it. Schmidt to Richot, June 1870, AASB, Funds Tatch, T 7580. The government and people of Red River protested strongly because they had not been consulted and knew nothing of the nature of the expedition. They also protested against the sending of Canadian volunteers whose very presence would disturb the peace and serve no useful purpose. An editorialized version of this letter was published in Le Courrier, St. Hyacinthe, June 1870. Colonel Garnet Joseph Woolsey, commander of the Red River Expedition. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface William Bernard O'Donoghue, Secretary-Treasurer of the Provisional Government Ambrose de Dimlepin, Riel's military commander in 1869. Elie Goulet, member of the court-martial that sentenced Thomas Scott to death, who drowned in the Red River while attempting to flee from soldiers. Sir John Young, Baron Lisgar's address is somewhat different but the substance has not been. Letter to Joseph Dubourg, St. Joseph, October 1870. Mons. Joseph Dubourg, lawyer. My dear friend, you gave me great pleasure by communicating to me everything you were kind enough to tell me and make known to me. I know and I can see from here how everything is going. There is a bit of obstinacy in some agents, it must be admitted. This devil Schultz also thinks he is above his affairs. If the governor is for the half-breeds, it is less important that he show it in certain small details than in the main acts which will inaugurate the true constitution of Manitoba. Elections coming soon. I fear this not because I will not attend, but because the Métis are being led by a false calculation into timidity. And in such circumstances the elections would hurt. You tell me you're going to see people a little. That reassures me. You can lead them to take their true position. If Archibald is for us there is no doubt, let the half-breeds stand strong for him, while keeping a close eye on their interests. At the same time their attitude must clearly show Schultz that they will indeed confront him whenever necessary. You can lead our people to this, you already have a lot of their trust, I believe it, and you can earn enough more for that. At the moment everything seems to be going on at Red River with extreme caution. This is why I find the country at the end. Things need to work more quickly. The dogs would bark. But if the troops are well behaved and their placement of the various battalions is done appropriately, peace would not suffer and the interests of the country would hold their heads high. My dear friend, my health is quite good, thank God. I hope you are well too. Thank you for the good things you say to me at the end of your letter. We all salute you together, wishing you happiness and success. Have the kindness to present my respects to His Majesty Monseigneur Tatch and to the Reverend Fathers. If you see Senior Riel, send her my regards, and give her the little note that I enclosed in your letter. Degree as for me, I am and will always be your sincere friend Louis Riel. Excuse me. My letter to Sister Riel. Madame Lepin wants to be kind enough to give it to him herself. Pam. Mgd. Writing paper topped with a blue field crest. The figure represents an arm and a sword with the motto Fortis in Arduis. We find the same letter paper in two other texts, and in the upper right corner of the first page is there annotation No. In the right margin of the fourth page, halfway up the sheet, is the annotation LR October 1870. These annotations are not in Riel's hand, see text note. The place of sending is not indicated, however we can easily learn it from the following letter that Dubourg wrote to him. Pam. Mgd. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. Adams George Archibald. The first Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface Sarah Riel, the oldest of the Riel sisters and the first Métis woman to become a member of the Grey Nuns community. This little note has not been found. Cecile Marion, wife of Ambrose Lepin, the military commander of Riel in 1869. Letter to Stain.A Michel. // Michel November 1870 to His Greatness Monseigneur Tach Bishop of St. Boniface. Monseigneur, in a few days there will be a celebration dear to all Catholics and especially to those who have the happiness of knowing a father in you. I want to talk about November. And please believe, Monseigneur, that from here a poor family who respects you and loves you will piously join all those who, that day, will ask for long and happier years for you. May the difficult work of guiding souls become less painful for you because of our affection. And may our devotion be a compensation to you for so many troubles and worries. Monseigneur, I believe that my feelings towards you are not unknown to you. Nothing will make them vary. November is one of the beautiful birthdays of your life, one of those in your life who are sweet to us. I will remember that it was also on this date, during the very night, that last year, the Métis determined to form the provisional government which so well expressed their natural righteousness and their good heart. The Métis, Monseigneur, belong to the church that you serve. You are one of the princes of this church. And no one has done more to train them than you. If this work that the Métis have done has merit, if the result is glorious, allow me to pay tribute to your greatness with this memory. The influence of religion is truly the source from which we have received so many blessings. Monseigneur, you are our first pastor. Please bless me, my mother, my little brothers and my little sisters who all join me in expressing their humble respects to you. Also deign to believe me, Monseigneur, of your greatness the very humble child and servant Louis Riel, ASB, Funds Tach, T8162. The ink has faded and the folds show great fatigue. The exact geographical location of Point A Michel is not known. It was located on the banks of the Pembina River near St. Joseph in North Dakota. The texts, too, were written at Point A Michel. November marked the anniversary of the episcopal consecration of Bishop Tach, which took place in 1851 in the Cathedral of Viviers in France. The officiant was Bishop Eugene of Maisonneuve, O.Me. The founder of the Oblate congregation. See the text, which contains the record of the November Convention left. Julie Riel born Legiamodier Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel Marie, Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel. Letter to Joseph Lemay. Point A Michel. // Point to Michel. December to Joseph Lemay ECU Saint Norbert. I acknowledge receipt of the resolution that you kindly communicated to me as Secretary of the Assembly held in Saint Norbert to choose a candidate for the Communes of Canada. I sincerely thank you for this mark of esteem, but allow me to tell you that many others equally worthy will accept more appropriately. I therefore ask the inhabitants of Saint Norbert to forgive me since I cannot accept. I am very grateful to you, sir, and to them. Believe me, your very humble servant Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Letter written on a small Z photo sheet. The folds of the paper are very marked, particularly the central fold where the paper tears. The damaged edges have been repaired. The upper left part contains the annotation No, which is not in Riel's hand. See text note. We tried to clarify Riel's writing by writing the words of Canada above the same words in the text at the end of the first paragraph. The vintage does not accompany the date. It can be identified from the chronological numbering which marks the Riel Audiobook correspondence. The document No degree. The text is dated October 1870. The document No. The text is dated December 1870. A draft B, without date or place of composition, is classified under the same archive symbol. It is also written on a small folio sheet. The first half of the last page is missing. Riel's signature appears below the missing part, which suggests that it contained the usual greeting. The paper is also very damaged at the edges. The lesson of this draft was retained and compared to that of the final text. The differences are indicated in the textual notes. Joseph Royal had informed Riel of G's suggestions. Cartier. He would have liked Riel to stay away from active politics for the moment. He even suggested a voluntary exile of 3 or 4 years, as was the case for the leaders of the rebellion of 1837. With the expectation that he could expect much from Cartier, Riel declined offers to run in the federal and provincial elections. The text contains the response that Riel gave to the voters of St. Vital who asked him to represent them in the provincial assembly. Letter to the voters of St. Vital. A. Michel. To Michel, December 1870. To the voters of Street Vital, gentlemen and dear friends. I feel vividly everything that the action that you were kind enough to take about me tells me. You would like me to run as a candidate to represent you in the local legislature. I am grateful for this honor you have bestowed on me. You have seen my first letter, and because of the circumstances I am sure that you will not take a dim view of this response. I cannot answer affirmatively. Gentlemen and dear friends, there is at least one thing that no one will doubt. It's because I love you and I love my country. Believe me, be always very devoted to Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Paper worn with creases. It was repaired with openwork gummed paper bearing the manufacturer's heading Canadian Bank Note Company Limited, Ottawa, No. 2 other documents accompany this document. One of these pieces was repaired with the same openwork paper. Above the date, in the upper right part, is the annotation No in a hand other than that of Riel. See text note. The text contains Riel's response to the voters of St. Norbert who asked him to represent them in the provincial parliament in November 1870. The citizens of St. Vital made the same request. Pam, MGD 1, letter which has not been found. Letter to Joseph G. A. Michel. A. Michel, December 1870. Joseph G. E.K. Lawyer. My dear friend, I have the pleasure of visiting Mons. Lepin. He brought me a letter, and from you. Double Joe, the things you tell me there find no doubt in my heart. And I for one do not foresee any day in the future that will change my feelings. I owe it to heaven that I never forgot my friends on any subject whatsoever. Whether misfortune or happiness may affect me, I like to find myself the same. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD, letter written on both sides of a single sheet of paper. Very damaged, old paper. Faded ink. Riel wrote the word Marie above the phrase my dear friend. We find ourselves in the presence of an incomplete draft of the text. Since the two texts differ considerably, we reproduce them verbatim. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869, in a letter dated December 1870. Dubuc apologized for having caused Riel grief by making unpleasant remarks about his candidacy in St. Vital during their last meeting. Dubuc hopes that Riel still considers him a friend, and for his part, he reiterates that his feelings towards Riel have not changed. Pam, MGD. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. A. Michel. // Joseph Dubuc, ECU, a lawyer. My dear friend, I have the pleasure of visiting Mons. Lepin. He brought me a letter. And about you. Double joy. You pain me to repeat so much what we had promised each other so well before parting. I understand we are friends. I tell you that nothing will change my belief until you assure me clearly and informed to the contrary. You make me happy by telling me that St. Paul Bay is doing well. I have no doubt you will be elected. Mons. Royal too, and things will be fine. So in truth I will be happy, quite happy politically speaking. I know that you will not publish anything that I replied to the various parishes. Thank you from the Manitoban. Salute for me Mons. Gerard, Mons Royal, and also Mons. Clark. Our poor opponents must be very annoyed by I don't know when. But be well. Be happy. That's my wish. Your sincere friend, Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Severely damaged document that has been repaired. The provenance and vintage are provided to us by the draft of this letter. The text. In the upper left corner is the annotation No, in the opposite corner the annotation 1870. Neither are in Riel's hand. The text note. Riel's comments on the political situation relate to the first provincial election in Manitoba in December 1870. Dubuc was a candidate in the by St. Paul riding and was subsequently elected by acclamation. Joseph Royal, Markham Abel Gerard, Henry Joseph Hines Clark, and Dubuc were persuaded to come to Rivière Rouge with the aim of bringing experienced and moderate political leadership for the French-speaking element. Milligan, the establishment of Manitoba's first provincial government Historical and Scientific Society of Manitoba, Transactions, 3 Road Series, Volume 1950, p. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Joseph Royal, lawyer and journalist from Montreal, came to settle in Manitoba in 1870. He participated in the founding of the newspaper Le Métis in 1871, a newspaper of moderate opinion which succeeded the New Nation in October 1870. Marc-Aimable Girard, a French-Canadian who came to Red River in 1870 at the invitation of Bishop Tatch. Girard was provincial treasurer in the Executive Council of the Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General in the first government of letter to A.G.B. Bannatyne. St. Joseph. / 29th of December 1870. Your friendly letter has been a great pleasure to me. I was not expecting it, though some minutes before I had pronounced your name in remembering last year. I can assure you, too, that I have not forgotten you in my circumstances. Since we shook hands last. Your letter is entirely from a friendly feeling. It does me good in my retreat. I like to hear that you have travelled happily and that Mrs. Bannatyne's health has improved as you tell me. I congratulate Mrs. Bannatyne as well as yourself on your voyage. You have seen Scotland and England. There you have seen things and persons equally dear. You have enjoyed yourselves. I see that with pleasure. It is true you have experienced some change in coming back. And I feel it with you. But we have done our duty, is it not? Our courage is not to be shaken. It is a fact. We have to pay great attention, and keep out of many one's way. I am sorry to hear that they would be glad to catch you. No doubt they would act pretty hard. You speak in your good letter of one of our celebrities. It seems to be interesting. I remark how warmly he calls you his friend in public meetings, where you acknowledge so fairly that you are his very peculiar friend. The elections close by excitement, the time which the troops have opened by excitement. That has been a time of transition, one of conciliation. Yes, after having obtained such a thing as the Manitoba Bill, such a franchise, the dictate of reason was conciliation. Many ones have acted differently, revengefully but also blindly, giving chance to misunderstanding and to complications. I have been, as well as my friends, treated with great partiality. But looking to public interest, disregarding personalities, I have nothing to blame, nothing, only what has been truly unjust and bad. Neither have I anything to praise, except what, I believe, is honest. Pam, MGD. This incomplete draft is torn around the edges and worn through along the centerfold. There are small brown stains and one hole on the second page. Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne had been Postmaster General in the Provisional Government. He supported Riel's entry into federal politics in 1873. This letter has not been found and consequently it has not been possible to identify the celebrity referred to later in Riel's text. Letter to Stain. St. Joseph. / January 1871. To His Greatness Monseigneur Tatch, Bishop of St. Boniface. Monseigneur, I knew a little about the result of the elections. That was what worried me the most. Instead of the McDougals, Mr. Archibald. Instead of bad guys, enemies of the country, this good number of honest people, our friends. Instead of a Schultz joyful in his secret actions, a Schultz consumed by spite, degraded, despised almost to the point of being contemptible. God has not turned away his goodness from us. What changes in our favor? Then how many dangers were encountered and which the people had the good fortune to escape. Since the arrival of the troops, what fears and labors and sorrows has your greatness endured. I was able to share these fears and sorrows. Puts me in a position to know that you must have suffered. A day you undoubtedly have some reward in the success that the people won in the elections and the reasons for joy that this gives you for the future. The efforts that your greatness made to save the situation have triumphed. This is how we thank your greatness. It is to you that all congratulations about the good representation that the Métis are going to have should be addressed. My lord, my ideas have sometimes differed from yours. I take the liberty to say that I have confidence in these ideas. But as soon as yours have succeeded, I am satisfied. Yes, I am satisfied. And I pray to God to reward you. I beg him to keep you for a long time, to return to you all the good that you have done to me since my childhood. Nothing will extinguish in me the memory of your benefits. Happy to have received from your hand the benefit of education. Happy to have been able to tell you in days of difficulty that I will be able in the rest of my life to prove my gratitude to you, Monsignor. Please bless me. I never appeared before you without asking for your blessing. And I don't deny it to myself, because I can't see you. I wish the Métis would be as sincere. Pam. MGD. Unfinished draft whose paper is in very poor condition, particularly at the left border of the 2 pages. However, it was possible to reconstruct most of the obliterated words. The final version of this letter constitutes the text. Its content differs considerably from this one reference to the first provincial election in Manitoba on December 1870, in which the government party or the moderate element won a resounding victory over the Loyalist Party, which included all those who wanted to see the leaders of the insurrection punished. Milligan, The Establishment of Manitoba's First Provincial Government. P. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor Designate, who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'wester from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the party. Letter to St. Joseph. St. Joseph, January 1871. To His Greatness Monsignor Tatch, Bishop of St. Boniface. Monsignor, I know a little about the results of the elections. That was what worried me more. God has not turned His goodness away from us. Instead of the McDougalls, Mr. Archibald. Instead of bad guys, enemies of the country, this good number of honest people, our friends, instead of a Schultz joyous about his secret actions, a Schultz full of spite, degraded, despised almost as much as he is contemptible. What changes in our favor, then how many dangers we had the good fortune to escape, since the arrival of the troops, how much fear, work and pain has your greatness endured. I was able to share these fears and these sorrows, which puts me in a better position to know what you must have suffered. But today you undoubtedly have some reward in the success that the people won in the elections and the hopes that this gives you for the future. The efforts that your greatness made to save the situation have triumphed. In this I thank your greatness. You must be congratulated on the good representation that the Métis will have. Monsignor, my ideas have sometimes differed from yours. They differed without being contrary, and since yours result sufficiently for our good, I am satisfied. Yes, I am satisfied. And I pray to God to reward you. In saying that, I am doing my duty and I am doing this part happily. God help me bear the rest. But what, pardon, Monsignor, nothing painful should even appear in a word, when in this letter, each line needs to be filled with the memory of your benefits. The other day, thinking of the past, unable to contain my feelings of respect and gratitude, I wrote to Madam Tatch. I hope that her health will last a long time for your happiness and the joy of those who are attached to you. Monsignor, I write to your greatness on the good occasion of Paul. Plus. And my other cousins Nanin and Benjamin, they are in a hurry. I close my letter by praying to believe me of your greatness the very humble child and servant Louis Riel. AASB, Tatch Fund, T8454. The text is the unfinished draft of this and is very different from it. Note that an interval of 17 days separates the first draft and the final text. The language of this letter is much more restrained than that of the draft. See text. Note William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor Designate, who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. Louise Harriet Tatch, born de l'Arbroquerie, mother of Bishop Tatch of St. Boniface. This letter has not been found. Paul Proulx, a French-Canadian living in Rivière-Rouge, married to Riel's cousin, Angelique No Nanin, son of Amable No and Joseph Tlégemaudière, a cousin of Louis Riel. Benjamin No, brother of the previous one. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Joseph. / January 1871. Joseph Dubuc ECU. My very dear friend, this is the third letter that I have the pleasure of receiving from you. And I want to answer you. Sorry if I didn't do this sooner. I am happy, you know, with your success. You will have others. Your friends understand that. And me in particular, who have had the advantage of knowing you for a long time. When a man has a good cause in his hands and he has the energy and intelligence, it is easy to foresee and anticipate happiness in his favor. I hope I won't live long without seeing you enjoy this happiness. God grant it for you and for my own joy. The elections are good. I can't wait to know how Schultz will turn out. Don't leave it far away. He needs to have, if he is elected, some good counterweight, I mean, in Ottawa. But I flatter myself a little with the hope that, with his dishonesty helping, he will lose. I thank you for the news that you are kind enough to give me about the family. I want my little brother Joseph, and my little brother Alexandre to attend school in St. Vital. I would like to see Mom here, as you tell me in one of your letters. But this school reason must above all. I hope your parents are well. And you undoubtedly had the pleasure, or rather the happiness, of receiving some news from them. They will believe us here on the other side of the world when they learn that you froze that much. It must have been an inconvenience for you, and it was also an inconvenience for me, since it counted in your decision not to come to see me. However, the weather being so hard, I assure you, you were spared the blowing snow that I did not wish for you. The good friends who came to see me in such times and bad ways and from so far away have not affected me a little. What a sweet thing it is to have friends, dear friend. I salute you. Be well, be happy, and believe me forever, your devoted Louis Riel, Pam. MGD, incomplete draft written on lined paper. The top and bottom of the pages are cropped. The central part of the second sheet is torn. The text is an incomplete variant of the text, which constitutes the definitive lesson. As the differences between the three texts are very notable, we reproduce the three lessons in full. Two of these letters are identified as Pam, MGD, dated January 1871, and Ibert, dated January 1871. In both letters, Dubuc tries to keep Riel informed of local political developments. The third of these letters has not been found reference to Dubuc's election to the Manitoba Legislative Assembly on December 1870, as representative of by St. Paul John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868, and leader of the Canadian Party Julie Riel, born Legiamodier Joseph Dubuc and Marie Euphremie Garand, from St. Martin, Chateauguay County. In his letter of January 1871, Pam, MGD. Dubuc recounted that he had frozen his nose and part of his face the day before returning from St. Vital. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Joseph. / January 1871, Monday. Joseph Dubuc, my dear friend, A. Cancer. This is the third letter that I have the pleasure of receiving from you. And I want to respond today. Sorry if I didn't write sooner. I am happy, you know, with your election. It's a success. You will have others. I am among those who know you well enough to say so. When a man has good at heart, that he has energy and intelligence, we must even anticipate happiness for him. And it's something that's particularly sweet for me to do. I hope that I will not live long without seeing you enjoy all the happiness that I wish for you. God grant it for you and for my own joy. The elections certainly have a very great and good result. This does me a lot of good. This relieves me. You understand that, even at age, a heart can have enough true solicitude to suffer greatly from the ills of its country, and enjoy much of its subjects of joy. Dear friend, I thank you for the news that you are kind enough to give me about the family. I hope that you also have the pleasure of receiving news from your parents from time to time. They will believe us here on the other side of the world when they learn that you froze that much. And I blame this frostbite for depriving me of a visit from you. However, apart from the pain you must have suffered and for which I pity you, I am happy to see that you are not. Pam, MGD. Document written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner, incomplete draft of the text, written 5 days later, and of the final version contained in the text. Because of their notable differences, the three texts are given in full. See text note. In December 1870, Dubuc was elected deputy for by St. Paul in the Legislative Assembly of. Letter to A.G.B. Banatine. St. Joseph. / will bring in Red River a responsible government. Such a young country having gained and possessing such a complete franchise, it is beautiful. I am charmed of my country. As regard to us, you are right. Better days will come. Because nothing violent can last, because every man is under the intelligent cares of the might from above. You say that you have done your best for all. I know it is so. Ill feeling will drop yet to a certain measure, while the result of your wise action amongst the people during last year will remain and become apparent. I hope the post office will not be taken from you. Petty court and police court are certainly a source of trouble for you, but they are a great source of arrangement for others. I suppose thanks are not very plenty. At least you have the pleasure of doing good. My respects to Mr. Begg and Mrs. Begg. My best wishes to you for much sen and success. My respects to Mrs. Bannatyne and Mr. McDermott. Let me thank you specially for the good things contained in your letter. I must tell you here that I am very grateful to the flag which protects me, not too unhappy in my misfortune. Do believe me yours respectfully, Louis Riel. Excuse my English language. Pam, MGD. This document is stained and the ink has faded. Although undated, the contents suggest that it was composed early in January 1871 when Riel was in St. Joseph. Riel was obviously very optimistic with the results of Manitoba's first provincial election held on December 1870. In that election, the moderate Eleanint had won an overwhelming victory. As events were to prove, however, responsible government did not come about in 1871 and Lieutenant Governor Archibald continued to exercise full executive power. Milligan, the establishment of Manitoba's first provincial government. pp. Riel's disenchantment with this state of affairs was voiced in subsequent communications, especially texts. Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne had been Postmaster General in the provisional government and became Winnipeg's first police magistrate. Alexander Begg, historian of Red River, and his wife, Catherine Glen Ray. Annie McDermott, daughter of Andrew McDermott, father-in-law of Andrew G. B. Bannatyne. This letter has not been found. Letter to Joseph Dubuck. St. Joseph. / St. Joseph, April 1871. Honorable Joseph Dubuck, my dear friend, how happy I was to receive your good letters. You can be sure that they have always done my soul good. Today I want to answer you. Sorry if I didn't write sooner. I was happy with your election. You know that it was a first success. You will have others. I am among those who know you well enough to say so. When a man has the good at heart, when he has energy and intelligence, we must even anticipate happiness for him. And it's something that's particularly sweet for me to do here. I hope that I will not live long without seeing you enjoy all the happiness that I wish for you. God grant it for you and for my own joy. The elections had a very great result. This result is good. This did and still does me a lot of good. I have enough true concern to suffer greatly from the evils of my country, and to enjoy greatly its subjects of joy. I am very happy to see you in Parliament. And this without the situation, although extremely exposed, especially since the arrival of the troops, having been lost. The great, terrible responsibility that weighed on me until the inauguration of the new regime has ceased. Since this burden was lifted from my shoulders, I thought I was well. Although rheumatism began to worry me without delay. My dear friend, I am now better, almost recovered. My legs and arms are very weak. I no longer endure pain. I have a good appetite. I hope before long that my health will have returned. If it had not been for the bad roads and the entreaties of Father Lefloc, who is very good to me, you would have seen me at St. Vital for Easter. I need to get there as quickly as I can. What encouraged me to try to go down this week was the fear of bad weather later and high water, as is usually the case in the flows. And to wait too long would be a shame, because I would like to start my seeds as early as possible. Your letter from Mars arrived to us these days. You wait for me in spring. With the grace of God, yes, I hope we will see each other at home again before long. Be happy. My greetings to friends. My respects to His Greatness and to the good fathers. I'm in a hurry. Francois Gingras, who is willing to take care of my letter, is leaving this afternoon. Be well. I don't get the Manitoban Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Lined paper, but the text is written perpendicular to the lines. The document has been repaired using perforated paper along the upper part of the central fold. The top right corner of the first page bears the annotation No, which is in a different hand than that of Riel. See text note. This letter constitutes the final version of the texts, and it should be noted that an interval of 2.5 months elapsed from the composition of the first draft to that of the Final text. See text note. Reference to Dubuc's election to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba on December 1870, as member for by St. Paul in February 1871. Riel was very ill. He considered going on retreat to decide whether to return to the religious vocation he had abandoned in 1865. He only finally made this retreat 2 years later. Flanagan, Louis David Riel, p. Father Jean-Marie J. Lefloc, O.M.L., former master of Riel in St. Boniface. Later priest of St. Joseph Parish, Pam, MGD. Letter discussing political changes that have occurred since the opening of Manitoba's first Legislative Assembly in March 1871. François Gingras, a resident of Rivière-Rouge and the brother of Norman Gingras with whom Riel lived in St. Joseph. A perfectly appropriate letter in the circumstances. A newspaper of moderate opinion which succeeded the New Nation, Winnipeg, in October 1870. William Coldwell and Robert Cunningham were the publisher-owners of the Manitoban newspaper, Winnipeg. Letter to Charles Nolan. St. Joseph. St. Joseph, April 1871. My dear cousin, what touched me most in your letter is the noble request that you make of me. That of looking at us in the same way as before the troubles. Yes, certainly I want it with all my heart. Let's be two good friends like we are parents. May heaven make this friendship between the two of us permanent. It is true that everything is changing on earth. Virtue alone does not change. Both of us play an important role in the affairs of our country. If now we are both strong enough to be peaceful and virtuous citizens, our friends and all those dear to us will be happy with us. And friendship, which is a virtue, will be a source of very sweet joys for us, dear cousin. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written on both sides of a single sheet of lined paper, faded ink, stained paper. We may be dealing with a draft. On March 1871, Nolan informed Riel of the illness in his family and the death of one of his children, and he expressed the hope that the disagreements which had existed between the two had arisen only from differences of opinion. Nolan, a cousin of Riel, had withdrawn his support for the provisional government in January 1870 and opposed Riel's radical measures. The anti-Riel movement among the Métis gravitated to Nolan's entourage. Nolan also declared that, in terms of feelings, he always supported Riel. Pam, MGD. It is interesting to note that, in his response, Riel, a very sensitive and generous character, focuses his attention on reconciliation and makes no mention of the illness and death that befell Nolan's family. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Joseph. St. Joseph, April 1871. Joseph Dubuc, ECU. My dear friend, what I had planned is happening to me. The high water in the flows on the way to Fort Garry has so far prevented me from going. Even if I was well enough to endure getting in the water. But although my strength has been returning to me quickly over the past few weeks, I'm still not worth much. I am less able to tolerate summer cars now than I was able to travel in trains 3 weeks ago. This is why I was so keen to go down there during Holy Week. Now, if you are not visited by high water, as I hope, the seeds must be about to start at the forks. This is my big concern. I received your letter and that of Mr. Nota Manus. For some time now I had understood the insinuations. At least I thought I saw certain insinuations. I was happy, because I was kindly informed that I could more safely return home. Dear friend, I would like to shake your hand. Perhaps I will have this joy sooner than I yet anticipate. You know, I'm nothing, I have to be nothing, to do well. I agree to this, provided I keep my friends. I hope to see you soon. I am watching, I assure you, for the right opportunity to go to Street Vital. My respects to Monseigneur, to Monsieur Douglas and Mons Royal, and to your sincere friend Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Lined paper, embossed in the upper left part. The ink has soaked into the paper. In the upper right part appears the annotation "No" in a hand other than that of Riel. See the text note. Pam, MGD. April 1871. Nota Manus. This is someone whose writing must have been well known to Riel and Dubuc. It was impossible for us to identify this person and locate the text in question. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, O.M.I., Bishop of St. Boniface. Abbot Georges Douglas, T. Priest of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. Joseph Royal, lawyer and journalist from Montreal, came to settle in Manitoba in 1870. He participated in the founding of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, in 1871. Protest communicated to Joseph Dubuc. St. Vital. In response to the inquiries made to me by a large number of citizens of this province concerning an order in council dated May 1871, with regard to the lands of the province of Manitoba, I have to say that the tenor of this order appears to me entirely contrary to the 31st clause of the Manitoba Bill, which grants to the half-breeds acres of land for the purpose of extinguishing the titles of the Indians to the lands of the province, which title is a primitive title. Furthermore, this order appears to me to be a violation of the arrangements made at Ottawa in May 1870, in which it was positively explained, understood and agreed that the Métis would take these lands throughout the province wherever they saw fit. This privilege of primitive choice was promised by the ministers who dealt with us the affairs of the Northwest in the name of the government of the Dominion and by His Excellency the Governor-General, and guaranteed by the following document. Monsieur Joseph Dubuc, my dear friend. Monsieur the priest of Saint Norbert yesterday dictated to me the above and left it to me to transmit it to you, asking you to work to put it on the newspaper in the next issue. This is an extract from a protest that you spoke to me about yesterday and that I took it upon myself to communicate to you. Believe me, your devoted friend Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Document written on a single sheet of lined paper. Based on the content, we can conclude that the date of composition is late May or early June 1871 at the request of the Chief Surveyor, J.S. Dennis. There was an order in council signed in May 1871, which permitted arrangements to be made with the new settlers even before the official survey of Manitoba lands was made and the Métis claims under the Manitoba Articles and Act were settled. This decree constituted a direct provocation of conflict between the Métis and the newcomers. Riel was correct in stating that the order was a violation of the arrangements made at Ottawa in May 1870. D.N. Sprague describes the consequences of this order in council in Government Lawlessness in the Administration of Manitoba Land Claims, Manitoba Law Journal, pp. Father Noel Joseph Richard. One of the three Métis delegates to the federal government responsible for presenting the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Vital. / Joseph Dubuc ECU, a lawyer, etc. My dear friend, I received your good letter the other day from Mr. Gervais. It's very good like that. I would like to be able to do something. But I have to stay. It's better. I don't believe it as firmly as an article of faith. But enough to remain neutral a little longer. I want to return to the city. I think it's the best thing for me to do. Please, if you can, tell me if the Manitoban of last Saturday has announced anything about land. I would like to know that before I leave. I subscribe to Métis. My little brother Charles will bring you the 10 shillings. You can assure Mr. Royal that if I can do anything to induce a few friends to subscribe, I will be happy to do so. To your sincere friend Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Paper torn along the top of the center fold. In the top right corner of the page the annotations No and 1871 were added by a hand other than that of Riel. See text note Pam, MGD. In this letter of June 1871, Dubuc warned Riel that there was an arrest warrant against him following a denunciation made by Charles Garrett. The latter also wanted manager Tatch to be arrested for having hosted Riel during his recent stay in St. Boniface Baptiste Gervais, a French-Canadian domiciled in there parish of St. Vital. Journal of Moderate Opinion, which replaced the New Nation on October 1870. William Coldwell and Robert Cunningham were the publisher-owners of the Manitoban newspaper. Reference to their acres of land set aside under the terms of the Manitoba Act to meet Métis claims. Journal founded by Joseph Dubuc and Joseph Royal in May 1871. Joseph Royal, lawyer and journalist from Montreal, came to settle in Manitoba in 1870. He participated in the founding of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, in May 1871. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Vital. / Joseph Dubuc ECU, etc. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning and yesterday. I thank you. I am sending my little brother to bring Mr. Royal the Governor's response, a response that Mr. Royal was kind enough to show me. Please pay my respects to Monseigneur Tatch. I had the pleasure and honor of receiving a visit from Monseigneur Grandin this morning. My dear friend, be well. Success and happiness, your devoted friend Louis Riel, Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined blue paper. The annotation No is placed in the space between the words etc and friend. It is not in Riel's hand. See the note of. The two letters are found in Pam, MGD, June 1871. and Ibert, June 1871. They both deal with the granting of land to the Métis and the problems arising from its distribution. Probably Charles Riel, who, a few days earlier, had taken another missive to Dubuque. The text. Joseph Royal, lawyer and journalist from Montreal, came to Red River in 1870. He collaborated with Dubuque in the founding of the newspaper Le Métis. St. Boniface. In May 1871, manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OML, Bishop of St. Boniface. Manager Vital Justin Grandin, O.Me, French missionary, the first bishop of St. Albert. Letter to A.H. Scott. Saint Vital. / Street Vital, August 13, 1871. Alfred H. Scott. I have had the honor of receiving yours of the 2d instant, only yesterday. I am glad of hearing of you, and sorry of your sickness. It happens that actually I cannot meet you, according your desire. The bearer of this letter is a worthy man, whom can trust, if you wished to see me on matters which regard only both of us. If you judge that it is for something of a higher importance, the same person will bring me your communication, verbal or written. If you choose in doing so, you would gratify me much. Yours very truly, Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. There are brown stains on this letter, and part of a watermark is visible in the lower right-hand corner of the first page. Pam, MGD, is an incomplete draft, D, written on a piece of paper torn from a larger sheet. Differences between the copy text and D are indicated in the textual notes. Pam, MGD. Scott had stated that he wished to meet Riel on a matter of considerable importance both to you and to myself. On August, Scott replied to Riel's letter and stated that politically, the meeting was of the utmost importance for Riel. Scott also affirmed that there was a chance that Riel could regain his former position with firmer support. Pam, MGD. Letter to Joseph Dubuque. St. Vital. / IB Mr. Joseph Dubuque ECU, a lawyer. Mr. P. My dear friend, people are learning through. I don't know how that Scott's case is going to be examined in this court. The excitement is building a little this evening. I didn't want to talk to you about anything because it a noise that needs to be taken care of. But people are arriving here this evening, after your departure, to ask me, to warn me that I say if Johnson brings with him commission to inquire into the troubles of the past year, you may need to be careful. But in any case, a word from you this evening, although it is late, would do good to restless minds. However, I hope to sleep peacefully. Excuse me, your sincere friend Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper, embossed in the upper left part. Neither the date nor the origin are indicated. The letter was written after the date of Dubuque's election to the Legislative Assembly in December 1870. For his part, Judge Francis Scal Johnson arrived in Red River on August 1871. Le Métis St. Boniface, August 1871. Johnson had been appointed Recorder of Manitoba and was to handle claims for losses suffered during the period of insurrection. In addition, the text refers to events that took place the previous year, in 1870, and suggests that Riel and Dubuque were in the same neighborhood. In August 1871, Riel was in St. Vital. Since this document is not part of the Dubuque collection, see text note, it is likely that we are dealing with a draft. Thomas Scott, executed March 1870 by order of a Métis court. Francis Scal Johnson, see note. Report of meetings relating to the Fenians. St. Vital. / September 1871. In the morning at Riel's in St. Vital, an assembly of the following people took place. Ambassador Lepin Andre Neo Pierre Levail Baptiste Duron Elie de Large Modier Bapt. Lepin J. B. Richot Bapt. Bochemin Pierre Parentio Maxime Lepin Joseph Saint Germain Louis Riel Pierre Parentio is chosen President of the Assembly. Bapt. Duron and L. Riel Joint Secretaries. The President said he would like Riel to be the first to address the issues we want to address. On the members' approval, Riel said he had several questions. Degree is the government sufficiently fulfilling its commitments to degree? If it has not yet done so, are we right to believe that it will honestly fulfill them thereafter? Degree, are we sure O'Donoghue is coming with people? Degree, if he comes, what is he coming to do? Degree, in any case, what conduct should we prudently follow with regard to it? And with regard to Canada, to the first question, the Assembly, after examining the difficulties that the federal government encounters, answers that Canada is not sufficiently fulfilling its duties towards us. To the second question, The answer is that if we had to judge the future by the past, we were not right to believe that Canada would honestly fulfill its commitments to us. Especially if we consider the Louis government in the face of pressure from Ontario which is against us. However, perhaps he desires to do his duty towards us. And consequently it seems reasonable to delay a judgment on this subject which, by being definitive on our part, could exercise a false influence among the Métis. To the third question. Members of the Assembly respond that none of them received a communication from Mr. O'Donoghue, and although news and letters have reached some of the members of the Assembly from certain persons presumed to be connected with O'Donoghue, none of the members can assure that Mr. O'Donoghue is coming. That the rumours current on this subject nevertheless seem to contain something of truth, which it is good to believe. To the fourth question, members say that if public rumours are to be believed, he is coming to attack the province. The fifth question raises a long discussion which ends up bringing the Assembly to the consideration that the members need not to divide among themselves if it is true that their goal is to unite the people on any decision. Finally, the Assembly itself decides not to let itself be undermined by O'Donoghue, whether he is strong or weak. That when he arrives in Pembina he will probably ask several of us because of our old affair. Let any one of us requested by him, without declining the invitation, ask him for a period of 4 days. Let no one take it upon themselves to go and meet him on behalf of anyone without express permission from our association here. Riel made a motion, seconded by Maxime Lepin, that each member of this Assembly contact the representatives of the people and the influential people of the various parishes to arrive at a unanimous decision as far as possible for the Métis to decide in favour of the advantages already possessed by virtue of the Manitoba Bill and not to allow themselves to be carried away by eventualities further than to ask loyally and with reservation the fulfilment of the clauses and things guaranteed by our arrangements with Canada. Maxime Lepin, assisted by Ambassador Lepin, motions that it is important in the current circumstances to have close-to-close sessions. That consequently, the Assembly may be convened after any short delay provided that 3 members notify the others in writing that it is appropriate to meet. That in the event that one of us is requested by O'Donoghue to a meeting, only one member will be able to convene the meeting, and any person of us who could be thus invited by O'Donoghue must convene the Assembly as soon as possible by notifying Riel, who is responsible for notifying all the members, to arrange to meet them here in St. Vital. The meeting adjourns at 5 p.m. After reciting the Remember. Wednesday, October at Amb. Lepin assemble Amb. Lepin Pierre Parentio Maxime Lepin Pierre Levail Elie de Large Modier Jos. Saint Germain L. Riel J. B. Richot Save Riel said that on Monday night a young courier boy from O'Donoghue came from Pembina inviting Baptiste Lepin, Bapt. Turon, Pierre Parentio, Joseph Delorme, Andre Neo, Amb. Lepin, L. Riel, F.X. Pagey, Pierre Poitras to meet him after hours at Point A Michel near Pembina. That fortunately all the members of our association refused to leave, with the exception of Bapt. Lepin and Andre Neo, who, having left from their leader, sought before to see Riel, whom they could not find, but to whom they left through others and in writing the following explanation of their departure: we will see what O'Donoghue wants, if he is strong, and to monitor the dealings of Bruce and all Métis of the province with him. After talks we postponed the session until Thursday, hoping to have details on the arrival of O'Donoghue by B. Lepin. Neo. Notices that the Métis are very excited and difficult to control at this time. Mr. Archibald's proclamation was announced as coming out that evening. October Thursday, assemble at Riel's house, it is in the morning. Ambrose Lepin Pierre Parentio Joseph Delorme J. B. Richot Bapt. Turon Bapt. Bochemin Elie de Large Modier Maxime Lepin Joseph Saint Germain Pierre Levail Louis Riel Angus Mackay, Mr. P.L. Honorable F.X. Dorfine. No details on O'Donoghue's account. After deliberations on whether to declare themselves neutral or in favour of the government, Ambassador Lepin, seconded by Elie de Large Modier, makes a motion that those who want to be in favour of the government stand up. Only one. Bapt. Turon prefers neutrality. Evening hours. The meeting adjourned until the next morning at o'clock. On October, at a.m. at Riel in St. Vital gather, Andre Neo L. Riel Bapt. Lepin Jos. Saint Germain Ambrose Lepin Pierre Levail Bapt. Turon Elie de Large Modier Pierre Parentio J. B. Richot L. Hun. X. Dorfine Bapt. Bochemin Angus Mackay Pierre Parentio, President, asks Andre Neo and Bapt. Lepin the story of their journey. They say that Fort Pembina was to be taken on Wednesday morning, that O'Donoghue had told them this on Tuesday night. That he seemed to hold to the alliance of the Métis. That however he said he had brought enough force. That he needed the Métis for the success of the country's declaration of independence. That he had money. And that subsequently he could bring 5 men into the country against Canada. 1. The President having asked what the Assembly decided to do in relation to the people. Ambroise Lepin, Pierre Levaille, Elie de Largemaudière, the Honourable Dauphiné, Anders Mackay opines that people must be persuaded in favour of the government. The others remain undecided with the exception of Riel who, having spoken out in favour of the government the day before, asks not to vote that day. Members agree to hold assemblies in their respective parishes. Ambroise Lepin, Levaille, de Largemaudière, Dauphiné, Mackay affirm that they will plead in their assemblies in favour of the government. Others agree that it is good to do it only a little. And that while themselves being in favour of the government, they will only speak out for it with great caution. The Assembly arranges to have couriers in all directions so that these assemblies take place everywhere in the French parishes within about 20 hours, and that a report of these assemblies is made the next day between 2 o'clock in the afternoon and 4 p.m. by each of the members of the association at Andre Neo in Saint Vital. Adjournment until the next day at p.m. At Riel's in the evening, the citizens of Street Vital assembled. Andre Bochemin M.P. President. Chapter Nolan of the Father de Chens, Secretary. The President explains to the Assembly that she has declared herself or in favour of O'Donoghue, or neutrality or government. We want to rely on what Riel says. He says that the circumstances and his own views may not be appreciated by a certain number of Métis. That because of this he fears as much as ever a division among his compatriots and especially the French Métis. I therefore ask you to unite, and since you show such great confidence in me, believe me I am not changed. Don't worry about us, not for injustice. But let's support together the following motion, that it is right to inform His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba that the present Assembly seizes the situation in which the country finds itself to affirm its attachment to the Constitution which respites us. Charles Nolan 2nd. The whole Assembly supports. Adjournment. Saturday, October in Saint Vital at Andre Neo's at ap.m. Andre Neo Ambassador Lepin, J.B. Richard B. Bochemin Bapt. Turon Pierre Parentio Elie de Largemaudière Jos. Saint Germain Charles Nolan Louis Riel La Prairie du Cheval favorable to the government Pascal Brilland, Captain Saint Boniface favorable to the government Ambassador Lepin Captain Elie de Largemaudière 2nd. Point de Chain favorable to the government Charles Nolan, Captain D. Harrison 2nd. Saint Agath favorable to the government Louis Morin, Captain Point Coupe favorable Pierre Delorme Captain Bapt. Turon 2nd. Saint Norbert favorable P. Parentio Captain Jos. Saint Germain, Sec. Saint Vital favorable Riel Captain Andre Neo 2nd. Louis without regret 3rd. The result of the assemblies in the parishes being thus certified. Riel is asked not to delay in making this result known. Asai, S equals, Mons. Archibald. Which is done the same evening of the September. Pam, MGD. 8-page document written in ink on both sides of folio sheets. The paper is lined, it is smeared and torn along the folds and at the edges. Riel flipped through the pages. The pages, and, have holes in the center of the leaves and the edges have been nibbled by rodents. Someone identified pages, and, as document C, this annotation drawn in darker ink appears at the top of the first page. We also identified pages, and, as document D, the annotation is at the top of the page. The bottom of the page has been cut short and, as a result, the name of one of the people present remains illegible. The marginal notes on the page, written in pencil, are not by Riel. Text, is related text. An unfinished draft, B, written in pencil on folio sheets of lined paper, is under the same archive symbol. This draft made it possible to reconstruct the damaged passages in the basic text. The scrap paper is smeared, tired and threadbare at the creases. At the top of the first page is the acronym A.M.D.G. To the greater glory of God, Alar plus grande gloire de Dieu. The annotation, Affaire Fenian invasion at the end of the last page is not in Riel's hand. The bottom part of the last page is cropped. Auguste Henry de Tremorden published an English translation of the more complete text, accompanied by notes in Louis Riel and the Fenian Raid of 1871 Canadian Historical. It is unclear whether this is a formal or circumstantial association. In any case, it is interesting to note the complexity of the steps that would have to be taken if O'Donoghue had contacted the Métis John Bruce, carpenter and legal practitioner from St. Boniface, former president of the Métis National Committee. The text of Governor Archibald's proclamation can be found in Canada Sessional Papers, Volume 1872, Volume No. The text neutral smiley. Petition of the Métis and other inhabitants of Manitoba to Lieutenant Governor A.G. Archibald. St. Vital. // to His Excellency, the Honourable Adams G. Archibald, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba. The petition of the undersigned, Métis and other inhabitants of Manitoba, respectfully states, that, arrangements concluded at Ottawa, in the spring of 1870, between the Government of Canada and the delegates of the Northwest, concerning the entry into the Canadian Confederation of the Red River Colony and the Northwest Territory, it was specially heard and understood and formally promised, on their part of the Government of Canada, represented at the said arrangements by Sir John A. Macdonald, Minister of Justice, and Sir George F.G. Cartier, Minister of Militia, that no Métis or other inhabitant of Red River would be disturbed or worried in any way for having taken any part in the movement and the political difficulties which occurred a few months previously, between certain parties in conflict in the so-called Red River Colony. That this promise was formal on the part of the above-mentioned ministers, specially authorized by the Ottawa Cabinet to deal with the delegates of the Northwest, that it was ratified and reiterated to the delegates by the Governor-General of Canada and by Sir Clinton Murdoch, then delegated by England to Ottawa to resolve the said difficulties on behalf of the Imperial Government in the event that there was no agreement between the Government of the Dominion and that, moreover, the right of the Métis not to be disturbed because of this movement is peremptorily established by the very fact that the government of the power, authorized and directed in this matter by the Imperial Government, dealt with the delegates. The result of these negotiations and arrangements being the Manitoba Act, which was based on the demands of the Métis and Northwesterners, presented to the Government of Canada by the delegates, above mentioned. May your petitioners note that the population of Red River who thus dealt through their delegates with the Canadian Government conformed exactly and in all to the conditions of the arrangements then concluded, and that consequently she has the right to claim the execution which was then made to her. That your petitioners are credibly informed that arrest warrants have been issued against some of the persons who took part in the above-mentioned movement, and this for actions committed during the movement, by virtue of the movement and in connection with the movement itself. That your petitioners consider that these arrest warrants are irregular and unjust in that they are contrary to the stipulations of the arrangements and in violation of the promises made on this subject. That the issuance of these arrest warrants, although they have not been executed, creates a lot of unease among the population, threatens the security of citizens, jury and consequently, public order in general. That the primary cause of difficulties comes from the doubt which exists in different quarters, relative to this question, certain parties believing they have the right to issue mandates of this kind, and your petitioners being well convinced that their issuance is unjust and irregular for the reasons mentioned above. That this discomfort and these apprehensions as well as the distrust that results from them can lead to regrettable consequences. May your petitioners believe that it would be desirable to see an end as soon as possible to this doubt and these apprehensions which create a regrettable mistrust between the different parts of the population. Causes, your petitioners, to your Excellency and beg you to take the measures that you consider most urgent, either by acting directly or by transmitting it to the person concerned, to put an end to this discomfort and these apprehensions as soon as possible and to prevent the consequences which may result from them. And your petitioners further address your Excellency to know whether the promises which were made to them on this subject should be carried out, and so that your Excellency may kindly declare whether arrest warrants of the nature of those mentioned above are authorized, whether they can be emanated by the magistrates of Manitoba, and whether they must be put into execution, seeing that they are a formal violation of the arrangements concluded and the promises made, at Ottawa, as aforesaid. Your petitioners also take the liberty of asking your Excellency if the Government of Manitoba has received instructions on this subject from the Government of, and your petitioners demand justice and will not stop praying. Pam, MGD, Document written on large sheets of lined blue paper. As there are tears here and there on the pages, some words are obliterated. Although the petition is undated, it is possible to determine a fairly precise date thanks to the acknowledgement of receipt from the Secretary of State for the provinces, which indicates the date of sending by Governor Archibald, September 1871, Powell to Archibald, September 1871, Pam. M.G. Dills 15122. Riel refers to the article in the List of Rights which explicitly states that members of the provisional government or any person carrying out the orders of this same government will not be held responsible for any measure taken during the interregnum. For their part, the federal authorities, while giving the impression that the Queen would grant amnesty, never officially promised it. On the other hand, London was not going to act without the approval of the Canadian government, and the racial passions aroused by Scott's execution prevented any possibility of collective action on the part of Ottawa. Sir Thomas William Clinton Murdoch, the British High Commissioner in Ottawa, charged by his government with monitoring developments, the situation at Red River. An arrest warrant for Riel was issued by Donald A. Smith, de facto governor since the arrival of Colonel G. Wolseley until Lieutenant Governor took office. G. Archibald. On June 1871, Joseph Dubuck had warned Riel that he was under arrest warrant. Pam. MGD. Letter to N.J. Richot. Vital. // October 1871 to the Rev. Messy Richot. I saw the proclamation. She speaks well. Everything that it includes gives reason to hope that the people will be able to combine with the reserve to which they have been accustomed a joy such as the proclamation is of their nature. Pam. MGD. 113a. Incomplete draft written on a folio sheet of lined paper. Paper worn at the folds and torn at the edges. The text is on the back of the second page. The Lieutenant Governor's proclamation came out on October and was published the next day. Archibald appealed to all the loyal subjects of Manitoba to defend their province against the Fenian invasion. The text of this proclamation can be found in Canada Sessional Papers, Volume 1872, Volume No. Report of a resolution presented to a G. Archibald. Point coupe. Point coupe. October m. At Bapt. Goulet at an assembly of the inhabitants of Point Coupe, Bapt. Lepin President Bapt. Turon Secretary is resolved that it is right to inform His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor that the Assembly believes it is its duty to respond to the call to arms made by the Lieutenant Governor. That Mr. Bapt. Turon transmits this resolution to the Governor, informing him that Mr. Pierre Delorme is appointed cavalry captain of the inhabitants of the parish, and Bapt. Turon named his second. Bte Turon. Pam. MGD. Report written on a page of lined paper. The page appears to have been detached from a larger sheet. The year of composition is missing, but it can easily be completed thanks to the reference to the Lieutenant Governor's call to arms. The entire text is in Riel's handwriting, except for the signature of Baptiste Turon as witness. The text is similar to this one. Adams George Archibald, 1st Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. The Lieutenant Governor's proclamation, dated October, was published the following day. The text of the proclamation can be found in Canada Sessional Papers, Volume 1872, Volume No. Deliberations of an Assembly. St. Norbert. / Saint Norbert. October 1871. Pierre Saint Germain makes a motion that the Assembly declare to the Lieutenant Governor that it is ready to do its duty as subjects. Antoine Vermette. 2nd. The Assembly is in favor of Jos. St. Germain Martin Jerome Antoine Vermette Jos. Pilon Augustin Saint Germain Moise Parentio Jos. Vermette Jos. Cadot Pierre Pilon Antoine Vandale Baptiste Rochelieu President. Father Pierre Parentio François Roy Pierrich Parentio to Saint Vermette Jos. Vandal Boniface Normand Isidore Turon Pierre Vermette Baptiste Normand Jos. Landry Louis Riel, Secretary. Pam. MGD. 113b. The text of the motion is on the back of the second folio sheet, which also includes the text. The names that appear inside the folio sheets are probably those of the people who attended the meeting. See texts, and, for other meetings regarding the Fenian invasion. Letter to a G. Archibald. St. Vital. / The efforts that are organized. Your Excellency is convinced that without having been enthusiastic we have been devoted. We have the honor to tell Your Excellency that we greatly appreciate what she did to help the people respond to your call despite the exceptional position given to her. As you know, his response was favorable. If its services continue to be several companies. PAM, MGD. File. Fragment scribbled on a letter that Joseph G. wrote to Riel on August 1871. Lined paper, embossed. At upper left corner, worn and torn along folds and at edges. In this letter Dubuc informed Riel that he had received a letter from Sister Riel which contained personal letters for him and for all members of the family. Dubuc sent him these letters. The text, in Riel's hand, is a draft of the text, written in St. Vital on October 1871. Letter to a G. Archibald. St. Vital. / Street Vital October 1871. Please Your Excellency. We have the honor to tell you that we greatly appreciate what Your Excellency was kind enough to communicate to the Reverend Messie Richard so that we could better help the people, in the exceptional position which has been given to them, to respond to your appeal. As several reliable people have been asked to inform you, was worthy of faithful subjects. Several companies are already organized, and others are forming. Your Excellency was able to convince yourself that without having been enthusiastic we were devoted. As long as our services continue to be required, you can count on us. We have the honor to subscribe to Your Excellency, the very humble servants. Louis Riel. PAM, MGD. Embossed paper at upper left corner, worn at creases. This is a draft. The text was subsequently published in Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties. The lesson from the published text was retained as a variant, v, and compared to the lesson from the manuscript in the textual notes. An English translation appeared in the Pioneer Press of St. Paul, Minnesota, on April 1885. The text is an unfinished draft of the present text. See the text, where Riel recounts the events that took place prior to the writing of this letter. Father Noel Joseph Richard, parish priest of St. Norbert and one of the 3 delegates sent to Ottawa. In addition to the proclamation of October 1871 which asked the loyal subjects of the province to unite and repel the Fenians, Lieutenant Governor Archibald had summoned Father Richard to beg him to persuade Riel and the Métis to come to the defense of the province. Stanley, Louis Riel, p. Various notes. St. Vital. / and October. Assembly of the people of St. Vital forming a society to renew on the land claimed shortly before the transfer the works that the fire had destroyed there. We clubbed together and formed pound. For this purpose. On October, I pressed J.B. Richard to arrest David Mulligan who had entered Richard's house in Street Vital some time before around midnight and had threatened him with his pistol. On November, I, Bapt. Lepin to have Bapt arrested Tret who had insulted and irritated him along the way. I get along with Mons. Dr. Elm so that he could bring an accusation of libel François Tret who had sworn that Monsieur Elm and Riel had acted disloyally. PAM, MGD. Although classified and kept in the same file as the text, these notes however relate to different issues and, for this reason, we deal with them separately. See the text note. Probably Baptiste Charette whom we were unable to identify. D.N. Sprague and R.P. Fry. The genealogy of the first Métis. Nation, Winnipeg. Pemmican Publications, 1983, table, lists 3 individuals with this name. One of them can probably be ruled out because of his age. Pierre Delorme, representative of Point Coupé at the Convention of January 1870 and deputy for St. Norbert South in the Legislative Assembly. Letter to Sir St. Vital. / St. Vital October 1871. I don't know who you are. And I would like to know in whose name you come to act on my property as if you were surveying it. The care of working for the good of my property is the responsibility of the government and me alone. The government has not given me any notice that it would be good for me to have my property surveyed or allowed to be surveyed in any way. As for me, I didn't give you any permission to come to my house. Your humble servant Louis Riel. PAM, MG. D. Wrinkled and stained paper. He is most likely a surveyor since the survey of Crown lands resumed in Manitoba during the summer of 1871. Report of a series of meetings. November 1871, I come to an understanding with Monsieur Lepin, Ambrose and Louis Schmidt M.P. to form with the main Métis of the different parishes an association which will allow us to keep in hand the influence among our people. Schmidt and Ambassador Lepin eagerly embraced the idea. We resolved to convene a meeting of the main Métis at Ambrose Lepin's house in order to decide how to organize the association as soon as possible. Schmidt takes it upon himself to warn Bapt Beauchemin St. Charles Maxime Lepin, Le Vale of Prairie du Cheval Blanc. Ambrose Lepin will warn Elie de Large Modière de Saint Boniface Chaptenolin, Auguste Harrison of Pointe-de-Chens. Riel takes it upon himself to warn André Nio de Street Vital, Pierre Parentio, Joseph Saint Germain Baptiste Lepin, Pierre de l'Orme. At Ambrose Lepin's, Louis Schmidt, Pierre Parentio, Joseph Saint Germain, Riel, Ambrose Lepin, Maxime Lepin Bapt Beauchemin, Pierre de l'Orme meet. Another assembly of the same people in the same place. The minutes of the meeting are in Schmidt's hands. In November I leave for the White Horse Meadow with my little brother Joseph to go see Mr. Pascal Brilland, Pierre Poitras d'Orphanay, Angus Mackay to explain our association to them and invite them to join us. I spend 2 days there. Enough experiences. The other meeting. Present. André Neobapt. Lepin. Bapt. Beauchemin. Louis Schmidt. Ambrose Lepin. Maxime Lepin. Joseph Street Germain Riel. Pierre Parentio. Pam, MGD. Report written in pencil on a large sheet of lined paper. The writing has faded in some places, the folds of the leaf are very marked. The text, which is classified under the same archive symbol, is examined separately because of its. The association is not named, but it may well be the Union St. Alexandre founded in 1871. See text. Pierre Levaille, influential Métis from St. François Xavier who temporarily opposed Riel. François d'Orphanay, former Vice President of the Provisional Government and member of the Legislative Council of Manitoba. Statement to a G. Archibald. St. Vital. / Yesterday evening, around 9 o'clock in December 1871, men came to disturb the residence of Mr. Louis Riel in St. Vital, by brazenly entering it and claiming to be carrying a warrant to arrest him because of the troubled affairs which took place here at Red River during the winter of 1869. After having themselves noted the absence of Mr. Louis Riel, they showed firearms which they used to threaten the women of the house, one of them swearing that he would kill Louis Riel that evening to satisfy his revenge. As the warrants raised against those who took part in the disturbances of the winter of 1869 are unjust because of the explicit arrangements which have taken place between this country and Canada, and as apart from this, the violence which these men have committed in the house of a peaceful citizen are, to put it mildly, entirely out of place. We respectfully pray Your Excellency to prevent the injustices as above mentioned from being further exercised against anyone or those who found themselves involved in the said troubles of 1869. We ardently desire justice to be done to us. We, the people neighboring the residence of Mr. Louis Riel, having been particularly witnesses to what happened there, we hasten to very respectfully communicate to Your Excellency the present request, hoping that the government will take the necessary measures. For us. Pam, MGD, incomplete draft written on an embossed sheet in the upper left corner. Smudged paper, worn in the folds and on the edges. The second page is torn. The date and provenance, although absent, can easily be identified by the content. A complete text including the date, provenance, and names of the signatories can be found in Pam, MGA. This last document is not in Riel's handwriting 15 days before the incident. Father George Douglas, T., informed Bishop Tatch that an arrest warrant had been issued against Riel on November and that an attempt would be made to apprehend him that same evening. Douglas, T., Attach, November 1871, AASB, Funds Tatch, T 9647. For his part, Joseph Dubuc later informed Tatch of the events that had taken place at Madame Riel's house while Louis was attending a meeting of the St. Jean-Baptiste Society in St. Boniface. Dubuc to Tatch, December 1871, AASB, T 9717. Pam, MGD, is a copy of the sworn deposition of Marie Riel concerning the threats to which she and her mother had been victims at their home, in St. Vital, on December 1871. Editorial entitled Our Political Condition. St. Vital. / I. When during the legislative session of 1871, we realized that Messrs. Gerard, Clark, Boyd and Howard were unworthy of public confidence. We regretted the unfortunate combination of circumstances which had placed the destiny of the country in the hands of these men. However, we decided that it was not necessary to openly separate ourselves from a government which, with the assistance of the Lieutenant Governor, could, if not do good, at least not do too much harm. Patience became our motto. Besides, the military regime was coming to an end and nothing had to be complicated. It was then that Le Métis, whose presses had spent the winter on the way, was founded and began publishing in May. 7 long months passed during which we had much to praise, and perhaps too exclusively, the conduct of the governor, because the ministers never performed a single act of firmness, energy or goodness to merit being talked about. It is impossible to cite a single occasion in which Mr. Gerard or Mr. Clark actually took care of bringing justice to Mr. Riel, to work for the settlement of the reserves, or to enforce order and justice other than to allow the Métis to be imprisoned by the police, whom the volunteers were killing in Winnipeg. Nevertheless, we waited to see if Mr. Clark, Gerard would finally decide to show that they were not ministers simply to pocket the dollar for their place. The governor acted alone. It was to him and to him alone that the population addressed itself. But like S. and M. Archibald could not do everything, so the complaints became general. Nothing or almost nothing has happened. The government has not even been able to establish a respectable crossing on the Assiniboine and the Red River. From the English side, the same murmurs, the same discontent, the same disgust. How can we expect anything from men of the education, experience and political genius of Mr. Thomas Howard? In fact, the choice had been so humiliating for our fellow citizens of English origin that the Manitoban, although well paid, could never bring himself to defend ministers other than Mr. Clark. Like us, he had confidence in S. and M. Archibald but not in millimeter. Howard it was in the meantime, in November, that seeing the general unease, we committed our duty to publicly warn the moderate English and even the extreme English that we too were far from being blinded to our French and English ministers, and that we were ready to approve a coalition which would put in power, not plasters or haranguers of hustings, but men determined to act, men inspiring esteem, men who would agree on a program known, accepted by all, and who would work seriously. Time is precious. More than a year has already passed without any benefit, without a single question having even been addressed. Should we not make an effort in the name of the good cause, in the name of the country's most cherished interests? We talked, we have spoken of the perils of the situation. We have indicated the remedy to the risk of being the target of personal attacks and the most outrageous imputations. Thanks to God, good words have made their way among the population. The people opened their eyes to the beautiful promises and the ridiculous boasting of Mr. Clark, made immortal by his law against dogs. Mr. Gerard during this time was working to have himself appointed senator, while letting people believe that zeal for public affairs alone occupied his heart and all his moments. Mr. Gerard is appointed senator, that's good, but does Mr. Gerard say, with his hand on conscience, that he deserved this high distinction, appointed minister by chance like Mr. Those. Howard it M. Wasn't Clark also named senator by chance? We would be the first to praise our public figures if they had resolved any of the serious questions which burden the politics of this country, but they have done nothing. They deceived our hopes. The population is unhappy that we are going backwards instead of moving forward, and even today we see them, instead of making a courageous effort, spending their time using all the small means to save a position which is collapsing. Enlightening the people about their true interests is not trying to divide them, on the contrary, it is to prevent him from being betrayed, and that is what we do. To educate the people to prevent the loss of precious time is not to work in the interest of the Orangemen. It is this instruction that we have undertaken and that we continue with firmness and conviction. Those who want to deceive claim that we divide and that we do the work of our enemies. Such arguments can frighten children, but not men endowed with the slightest common sense. A comedy is being played out in our province that has already gone on for too long. Let's hope it stops before it becomes a tragedy. In any case, if it continues to play out, no one later, when all eyes are open, will be able to accuse us of cowardly complacency or complicity. In a country where the constitutional regime has been established for some time, an administration like that of millimeter. Gerard, Clark and Boyd would not have received 3 months. Contempt and ridicule would have quickly crushed it, Here, alas, more time is needed, and the time it takes is one of the most precious goods that is lost for the sarke of society. Le Métis, St. Boniface, January 1872. Pam, MGD, is a draft, b, written on both sides of large sheets of lined paper. The paper is smudged, frayed at the folds and at the edges. Repairs were made. The text of B is preceded by the following heading: Thursday, January 1872. Our political condition. We cannot know whether Riel added the date after the fact or whether the date had already been planned when the editorial was composed. B's lesson was retained and compared with that of the text printed in the textual notes. Markhamable Gerard, a French-Canadian who came to Red River at the invitation of Manager Tatch. He became provincial treasurer. In the Executive Council of Manitoba, Henry Joseph Hines Clark, Attorney General in the first government of Alfred Boyd, Provincial Secretary in the Manitoba Executive Council and Minister of Public Works and Agriculture in that province's first government. Thomas Howard, MP for St. Pierre and Provincial Secretary in the first government of Manitoba. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Le Métis, newspaper founded by Joseph Riel and Joseph G. in May 1871. The Manitoban replaced the New Nation, Winnipeg. It was a newspaper of moderate opinion that became the vehicle for Lieutenant Governor Archibald's policies. William Coldwell and Robert Cunningham were the publisher-owners of the Manny newspaper. Clark had proposed the sale of licenses to keep dogs, which provided the opportunity for the Métis to take advantage of Clark in the December 1871 issue. Markhamable Gerard was appointed senator in December 1871. Reference to the situation of the First Ministry, whose members were not responsible individually or collectively neither to the Assembly, nor ultimately to their electorate. This ministry reported solely to the Lieutenant Governor who had constituted it. Riel will often return to this subject in his letters to Dubuc. See text. M.S. Donnelly has recounted some of the humorous, if not ridiculous, incidents which marked the first session of the Assembly, the Government of Manitoba, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1963. Address to a. Stain. St. Vital. // Each of you surrounded the cradle of the emerging Métis nation to make us know the two great precepts of loving God and loving our neighbor as ourselves. For the love of God, by making us walk in the path of the most important interests of man, you gave us the love of truth. Spread with joy over the dark days that bad circumstances have wanted us to have. Pam, MGD. Fragment housed with the text, the draft of a letter addressed to Bishop Tatch. The text is written on a single sheet of lined paper. The writing goes in the direction of the length of the sheet. Based on the content, we can affirm that the fragment belongs neither to the text, nor to the text of the final version. Text. It is possible that the fragment is a first draft of an address to Manager Tatch. Text neutral smiley. Address to a. Stain. St. Vital. // Animated by the same sentiments which have been expressed to you by one who has so much right to your attention. The St. Alexandre Union wanted to give expression to the good feelings that nourish you with the same feelings. The St. Alexandre Union wishes long and happy years. She asks God that your righteous desires be fulfilled. Monsignor, these sentiments expressed to your grace in such a particular way are also addressed to the Provincial Superior of the pious and noble congregation of the Reverend Oblate Fathers, who has so many claims to our affection. And by praying to us all by your hand this blessing which is capable of preserving us from so many misfortunes, and by praying him to give us by the august hand of our Archbishop this blessing which strengthens the Christian, which will make us avoid so many misfortunes and which will be for us an abundant source of good. Pam, MGD. Fragment scribbled in pencil on the back of a letter dated November 1871. Addressed to Riel by the editor of Le Courrier de Beauharnois, a. Brocaud. The latter, without knowing Riel personally, believed it was his duty to defend him against the unjust accusations of the Orange press. Riel's text is not dated, but the reference to the title of Archbishop when addressing Manager Tatch allows us to infer that it is the draft of an address presented in honor of Manager Tatch's return to St. Boniface, in January 1872, as Archbishop of the ecclesiastical province of St. Boniface. The Holy See had established the Diocese of St. Boniface as an ecclesiastical province on September 1871, the date on which Bishop Tatch left for a 3-month stay in Quebec. Pam, MGD. File. Is an incomplete copy of the address presented to manager attached by Riel. The text includes the complete address as it was published in Le Métis, St. Boniface, the St. Alexandre Union, so named in honor of manager Tach. Was founded in 1871 with the aim of regrouping and uniting the Métis according to their ethnic and religious origins. P. Brilland was its first president, while Louis Schmidt and Ambroise Lepin held the positions of secretary-treasurer and secretary. See in text. Full list of officers. The Oblates of Mary Immaculate occupied the forefront in the diffusion of Catholicism in the West. Bishop Tach was part of this religious order and, as bishop, he was the vicar of the missions and the provincial superior of the Oblates in his diocese. Address to manager Stain. St. Boniface. / To His Grace Monsignor Alexandre Tach, Archbishop of St. Boniface. Monsignor, we are happy to greet in your person our first Archbishop, all the more happy since you loved us early in your life. When a happy future opened before you and called you, you nobly turned your head, to embrace in our interest the labors and sorrows of the missionary. You sacrificed yourself. And for 25 years you have been praying, teaching, preaching the truth on our beloved soil of Red River and far away in the northern regions. God has been pleased to endow your actions with great effectiveness for good. You had chosen him, after having himself opened the doors of the priesthood, our first bishop, leaving for heaven, entrusted his diocese to you. It was a talent that he placed in your hands, in the name of God, so that you could put it to use. The precious things with which he entrusted you, you put them to good use. Then that today the Master wants a greater quantity of his goods to occupy the care of your holy solicitude. This is how, Monsignor, the pallium with which you are invested speaks to our faith. Feelings of purely human respect do not bring us to meet you. You see us here in the name of religion, accompanying you to the feet of the altars, to thank God for your happy return, to congratulate you and rejoice in it ourselves in a completely Christian way. And we will take the opportunity in this holy place to admire and praise the Lord, seeing how he treats one day and how he sometimes elevates from here on earth those who know how to abandon everything for him. Monsignor, if your grace finds in this competition only a limited number of the faithful of his archdiocese, if it is impossible for them all to be here in person, deign to bring them all together at least in your thoughts. Receive our homage by accepting the memory, which we present to you, of all our Catholic brothers of Manitoba and the missions of the North. With them we are united in heart and spirit. We wish to share with them the many favors attached to your blessing. Close ties unite all Catholics in the world. Also the idea of the misfortunes which afflict the Church is in the spirit of this meeting. Pius IX is a prisoner, deprived of everything that humanly constitutes power and strength, but because he is the vicar of Jesus Christ, finding in his divine jurisdiction such a great empire that you cannot stop him from giving to the saints from one end of the world to the other the authority to save men and to work for God. While evil expands its plots, detaching as many people as it can from the truth to throw them into disorder and suffering, the work of redemption continues. Here, Monsignor, it is you who are leading her. Holiness Pius IX, captive, directs it throughout the earth and does not cease to reign. Heaven also mocks its enemies. Let it give the most years to the Pope, to whom the most wicked people and powers have wanted it the most. Monsignor, in honoring you, our intention is to honor the Church. It is a tribute to the Pope, to Jesus Christ whom the Pope represents. It is an honorable amends for all the offenses which, in our days with more perversity than ever, are made against the authority of Jesus Christ and the person of his beloved ones. We unite this high testimony of our respect for you to everything that is now being done in favor of the Church, in opposition to evil. And we say a prayer. May our course always be distinct from that of the ungodly. May God deign to spare us, among others, the misfortune of ever resembling those revolutionaries of France who once played so odiously with the dignity and life of an archbishop. This feeling on our part will be understood. We are French offspring, instructed in the true religion by the dedication of missionaries, most of whom are French or descendants of French. May this demonstration Monsignor, be pleasant to you because of the feelings of gratitude it contains for your grace and all the Catholic clergy of these countries. You share with your venerable predecessor and your zealous collaborators the glory of having sowed the teachings of the faith around the cradle of the emerging Métis nation. By your actions as much as by your words you have taught us to love God and our neighbor. You have strived to keep us on the path of good. You made us taste true love. It is there that we found the vigor and that today we take the courage which we need and which the hopes resting on justice must make unshakable. Monsignor, an association was formed among us last year, to which I have the pleasure of belonging and which is currently making the Métis speak through my mouth. This association is named in your honor. Union Saint Alexandre. Holding hands with the Saint Jean Baptiste Society, filled with joy at your approach, animated like her by the ambition to open our arms and our hearts to you. The St. Alexandre Union also wanted to give your grace a public expression of its feelings. In circumstances so similar to a solemnity, she is happy to wish you many years free from bitterness. She asks God through the intercession of Saint Alexander and Saint Boniface that your just desires be fulfilled. Be happy, Monsignor. And finally the members of the Saint Alexander Union will say it to your grace in the name of all, since it is true that we have always rendered to Caesar what is Caesar's. Why should we not throw ourselves on our knees to also render to God what is God's, recognizing him as the Father of all men, the King, the Bridegroom, the imperishable triumphant of the Church, by recognizing him as the one who sends you, and praying him to give us through the august hand of our Archbishop this blessing which unites and strengthens Christians, which will help us avoid many misfortunes and which will be the cause of much good for us. L. Honorable P. Brilland, President, Angus Mackay. Vice President, Maxime Lepin, Secretary-Treasurer, Louis Schmidt, Secretary, Ambrose Lepin, Secretary, Louis Riel. In charge of this address. Advisors, Pierre Levaille, Pierre Poitrers, Pierre Delorme, Pierre Parentio, Joseph Saint Germain, Bapt. Turon, Bapt. Lepin, Ern Drano, François Poitrers, Pierre Lavallée, Jr., B. Beauchemin, John Grant, Honorable F.X. Dorfany, Philibert Lederoute Le Métis, St. Boniface, January 1872. This address was presented to Manager Tatch without reading it to him. Pam, MGD, file, is an incomplete draft, B, and without date, written on a large sheet of paper torn along the folds and edges and slightly soiled. There is a block of ink under the word Boniface. The lesson of this fragment was learned and compared with that of the published text. The differences between the two are noted in the textual notes. The text is another preliminary and incomplete draft in Riel's hand. Manager Joseph Norbert Provencher, one of the first missionaries of Red River and the first bishop of St. Boniface in 1870. While the Vatican Council was in session, the new Italian state annexed the city of Rome, thus ending the temporal power of the Pope. From this date until the Lateran Treaty signed in 1929, the Vatican refused to recognize the Italian state, and the popes considered themselves prisoners in the Vatican. R. Palmer and J. Colton, A History of the Modern World, 2 DED Rev., New York, Knopf, 1962, p. Letter to Louis Schmidt. St. Vital. / Street Vital, January 1872. L. Schmidt M. P. My dear friend, sorry if I write to you again about the same thing. If you enlist someone's help to word the piece in question, don't let the meaning change for any reason. Since Royal and Dubuck have left you in charge of this thing, hold it firmly in your hands. This show of deference to you wants you to show them a little trust. Pam, MGD, unfinished draft, written on both sides of the same sheet of lined paper. The paper has a hole on the left side. Halfway up the sheet. The text does not have any. Although the reference is somewhat vague. It is likely that Riel was referring to the issue of controversial elections. The discussion of this subject will be the subject of a subsequent letter addressed to Joseph Dubuck. The text. The legislature passed a contested election bill on February 1872. Joseph Royal, deputy of St. François Xavier West, founded with Joseph Dubuck Le Métis of St. Boniface in May 1871. Joseph Dubuck, deputy of the by St. Paul, collaborated with Joseph Royal at the foundation of the newspaper Le Métis in May 1871. Letter to Joseph Dubuck. St. Vital. // My dear friend, I received your letter yesterday evening. I had the pleasure of seeing a good number of the associates. I spoke frankly, but I assure you, without the pretension of influencing anyone. The Chamber has the right to decide contested elections. Let her keep that right. May she keep it for the people she represents. She has as much confidence from the people. She is as worthy of this confidence as anyone, judge or judged. Once again, our party will always be the most united, and therefore the one which will command the most influence. Our party can pride itself on loving justice and doing what is right as much as anyone. And our decisions in the House regarding contested elections will be impartial to a fairly high degree. I hope I give the courts the NY share of esteem to which they are entitled. The courses are entitled to our confidence. But once again our chamber is elected by the people. Let her not agree to say that she does not exercise her rights fairly, justly. Let the government withdraw its disputed election bill. This is what I would like better. If he does not want it, it will be to the representatives' advantage to vote against it. This is what I think and what I write. 5 miles from Fort Garry. Maybe if I were there I would have a different opinion. So you who are responsible for affairs, do the best, do your duty. It will be enough. And even if you have an opinion different from mine on the bill in question, I will not be a devoted friend to you and to you in particular. Louis Riel, this letter is for you alone. Especially the last paragraph. Al.Pam, MGD. Document written on lined blue paper, faded ink. This is an undated draft of the text. As there are appreciable differences between the texts, we reproduce them both verbatim. A bill regarding contested elections was sponsored by H.J. Clark and presented to the Legislative Assembly on February 1872. He was adopted on February. La Métis Street, Boniface, March 1872. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St Vital. / Saint Vital, February 1872. My dear friend, I received your letter. I had the pleasure of seeing a good number of associates. I spoke frankly, but without presuming to influence anyone. The Chamber has the right to decide contested elections. Let her keep that right. To exercise this right, she has all the confidence of the people. She is as worthy of that trust as anyone. Once again, our party will always be the most united, and therefore the one which will command the most influence. Our party can pride itself on loving justice and doing what is right, like all others. And our decisions in the House about the contested elections will be impartial to a fairly high degree. I hope the courts are entitled to our confidence, but so is our room. She is elected by the people. Let her not agree to say that she does not exercise her rights with enough justice. Her frank friend, a sincere friend, Louis Riel. I am a devoted friend of the Legislative Assembly of our province. You know that I am right to love our province. Excuse these poorly written lines. Give me your news from time to time. Pam, MGD. Letter written in light ink on lined blue paper. The reminder no is on the first page, in the upper right corner. The reminder LR degree February 1872 is on the second page, in the lower right corner. These additions are not by Riel. See text note. This letter is the final draft of the text. Neutral smiley. Letter to A.G. Archibald. St Vital. // L. Honorable G. Archibald, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba. The difficulties which at Red River preceded the transfer of this country to the power are dominated by the fact that Canada through its commissionaires Reverend Monsieur Thibault, Colonel de Salaberry, and especially Monsieur D. In February 1870, Smith invited the people of this country to send delegates to Ottawa to determine the conditions for our entry into Confederation. These commissionaires having promised us on behalf of Canada that a cordial reception would be given to our delegates, Mr. Black, the Reverend Mr. Richot and Mr. A.H. Scott received from the people of this country, through a provisional government, authorization to go to Ottawa and negotiate our entry into the Confederation. After these negotiations, our delegates returned with arrangements sanctioned by the Parliament of the Power, monitored and approved by the imperial authorities, and which the people of the Northwest accepted on June 1870. Our consent was immediately notified to the Governor-General. And on July 1870, this country was transferred to the power. From this day on, we, the undersigned, have, with the help of the men whom the people had given us for advice while waiting for the competent authorities to replace us, governed in effect and in the interest of Canada, its province of Manitoba and its Northwest territories until August 1870. In doing so, we served the power in a way that was as generous as it was incontestable. And without pretending to give ourselves great claims to her gratitude, we did not think we would lose any right to the respect she owed us. But how were we treated by Canada? He pretended to be unaware of the arrangements he had just made with us, just as before he had pretended to be unaware of our existence. The troops, when they arrived, had nothing but insults for us. Men trusted by the people, men who had by their vote on June sanctioned our arrangements with the Confederation, F.X. Dorfine, P. Poitras, F.X. Page, peacefully following the road leading to their home, were violently arrested by Wolseley, held captive for long hours, in the open air, in stormy weather, then dragged to prison. During the mistreatment they suffered from the troops, one of them, an old man, P. Poitras, was seriously injured. Wolseley called bandits the friends and supporters of the man whose efforts had most sought a solid union with Canada. A citizen who was made safe by the faith of our arrangements enters Winnipeg. Criminals pursue him hostilely under the very eye of the authorities, in broad daylight, causing him to lose his life. The unjustly shed blood of this man dear to the people has stained our shores. Odiously spilled the smoking blood of Tanner is another of the well-known and unpunished attacks of which the province of Manitoba was the sad scene from August 1870 until the 5th day of February 1872. We ourselves, the undersigned, have since that time faced incredible dangers for our lives under a strong and regular government. Thanks to Canada leaving us and many other citizens unprotected, we have suffered damage to our means of living and to our reputation that tends to make us believe that he is less interested in making his subjects happy than unhappy. Unjust influences may prevent us from being heard. But God hears us. You yourself, sir, hear us on behalf of Canada. And if we do not obtain justice, we will at least have the satisfaction of having invoked it by always subscribing to ourselves as loyal subjects of the Crown of England. And begging you to believe us, for you personally animated by the humble and respectful feelings of devoted servants, Sir A.D. Agreement. Pam, MGD, draft written on folio sheets of lined paper. The letter is undated, but clues in the text suggest it was written on February. A fortnight later, on February, Riel and A.D. Lepin left St. Vital bound for St. Paul, Minnesota. The document also bears Lepin's signature. Father Jean-Baptiste Thibault, a well-known missionary in the Red River region, one of the Canadian government delegates sent to Red River in 1869 to inquire about the grievances of the Métis. Colonel Charles Tessale Berry, engineer and military officer, one of the Canadian government delegates sent to Red River in 1869 to inquire about the grievances of the Judge John Black, recorder of Rupert's Land, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Father Noel Joseph Richard, parish priest of St. Norbert, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870. Colonel Garnet Joseph Wolseley, commander of the Red River expedition. Reference to Elie Goulet, who, chased in Winnipeg by enemies, tried to swim across the river to return to St. Boniface. He drowned there. James Tanner, a supporter of Riel, died after his horse was purposely frightened. Report of an assembly of citizens of Point Coupé and response from Riel. Point Coupé, agree that to support what our legislature has done on this subject, the Assembly of the Citizens of Point Coupé demands in all the force of the terms the fulfillment of all the promises and guarantees that Canada made to the people of this country in the month of May 1870. That the Assembly of the Citizens of Point Coupé protests against the terrible means that the province of Ontario is employing to bring back to our midst the painful troubles that Ontario alone has caused to the R. Read in 1869. That the same Assembly is strongly opposed to Mr. L. Riel and his friends leave the country. That this Assembly protests against any unjust attacks that would be made against them, and that the citizens of Point Coupé declare themselves, in this Assembly, ready to protect these gentlemen against these kinds of attacks. That the Assembly delegates Messrs. Bapt. Duran and Bapt. Lepin to go on behalf of the citizens of Point Coupé and meet in St. Boniface with the delegates of other French parishes in order to form with them a committee which will transmit in our name to the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba the present resolutions, supports them by demanding redress for the injustices done to the people of this country. The citizens of by St. Paul. Of Street François Xavier East and West. From Point de Chens. Of St. Vital. From the St. Germains. De la Point Coupe and de la Pointe Grouet sent the same resolutions to the committee of their ad hoc delegates in St. Boniface. They sent for Riel, Lepin and their friends. They were urged to go to the committee. These resolutions were read before them. It was pointed out to them that by moving away from the country, their lives would not be any safer, and that it would also be giving Ontario a foothold. But the most important men in the country want their departure at all costs. Riel Lepin was sent for and asked to come to the committee. These resolutions were read before them. Riel said, "My friends, it was undoubtedly reserved for Mr. Lepin and me, whom the province of Ontario has been persecuting and whom the government has betrayed for 2 years, to find us in this present difficulty. We will surrender to your noble desires and your generous determination, or else find ourselves in contradiction with men whom I also respect and whom the country needs more than us. Pam, MGD, incomplete draft written on a folio sheet of lined paper. The report does not bear a date, but the references to the 2 years of persecution that Riel and Ambroise Lepin had to endure place it in 1872. The resolution referred to in the text was adopted on February 1872, see note. Riel and Lepin left St. Vital for St. Paul, Minnesota, on February 1872. The texts, and, are related to that. The text contains more specific references to this resolution. The content of the resolution is explained in the note to this same document. Ambroise Dim Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Riel's response to resolutions from residents of by St. Paul. The inhabitants of by St. Paul. God knows that if you still want what your beautiful resolutions express, I will not separate from you. For several years now we have worked together, we sacrificed together, insulted, outraged, misunderstood, betrayed together. Since this is our condition, in fact, why not also perish together? I truly regret that it has occurred to the men I respect most in my country that our absence is the primary public need of the moment. I have always believed that their first need of this country was to obtain from Ottawa what it eludes in vain all these days, to give back to us. Pam, MGD, unfinished draft written inside the folio sheet which contains the text. The bottom of this sheet is missing, but the text has not been affected. This is very probably a meeting similar to that of Point Coupe which took place in February 1872 and which is mentioned in the text. The text is similar to this one. The request of the undersigned St. Vital. The request of the undersigned respectfully states that in support of the motion passed unanimously on February this year in the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty, praying that she will be kind enough to give orders so that the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba may be made aware of what has already been done or of what may still be of Her Majesty's royal pleasure to do, with the aim to do justice and serve the best interests of this country, Canada having made them guarantees and promises during the month of May 1870. They demand their fulfillment in the full force of the terms. They demand in the full force of the terms the fulfillment of the guarantees and promises that Canada made to them in the month of May 1870. That this request is respectful and very fair from them, and the undersigned will not stop praying. Amable Gaudry Paul Proulx Boniface no Pierre Parters Pierre Gladue Charles no François Parters Baptiste Gervais Louis Sangs Regret Pierre Vandal Andre no Benjamin no Edward Moraine EWI. Pam, MGD. Text written on one side of a single sheet of lined paper. As all the signatories are residents of St. Vital, we can conclude that the place of origin of this document is also St. Vital. Amable Gaudry and Paul Proulx signed their names, but all other signatures are in Riel's hand. The texts, and, refer to similar meetings which took place during February 1872. On February, Hun.D.A. Smith had an address adopted to Her Majesty asking her to inform this House of the measures adopted concerning the events of 1869, as well as the measures which she would judge appropriate to adopt on this subject, in the interests of justice and of this country. Ella. Prudhomme, the First Parliament of Manitoba, the Royal Society of Canada, Memoirs and Reports, 3rd Series. Telegram to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. // James Dubuc St. Paul March 1872 reached Street Paul yesterday night. Safe and well. Communicate to our families and friends Lepin and Riel. Pam, MGD. This telegram is written on a Northwestern Telegraph Company Form. In all probability the substitution of James Dubuck for Joseph Dubuck was done by the telegraphist. The number appears in the lower left-hand corner in the same hand as that which transcribed the message. In the upper right-hand corner the annotation "No" has been added. See note. Text - letter to Joseph Dubuck. St. Paul // My dear friend, the other day, when I arrived, I sent you a telegram. I hope that my good and dear mother has been informed of this for her consolation, and through your generous and friendly intervention. We're pretty good. The Pioneer announced us, as you can see. I'm happy about it. I don't know where we are going to go. I will write to you as soon as possible. Louis Riel. My humble respects to Monseigneur, to the Reverend Fathers and Gentlemen of the Archdiocese. I hope before long to have the pleasure of to see Monsieur Royal in passing. If he hasn't left yet, greet him with, bookmark part. Messrs. Provancher, Kinsey, Mackay have been to us. What nice men. Monsieur Lepin salutes you. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left. The annotation "No" in the upper right corner of the first page is not in Riel's hand. See text note. See text. Julie Riel, born La Jamodière, The Pioneer Press, St. Paul newspaper manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, O.Me, Bishop of St. Boniface Joseph Royal, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, participated with Joseph Dubuck in the founding of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface. In May 1871 Joseph Alfred Norbert Provancher, nephew of the first Bishop of St. Boniface, Superintendent of the Indians of Manitoba. We were unable to identify this person. This is, in all probability, James Mackay, the President of the Legislative Council. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Letter to AA. Stain. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota, March 1872. Monsignor, we have been here at Mons for more than 2 weeks. Porter. Montreal House. We are writing to tell you that we are quite healthy. And that Schultz arrived here Saturday. He hatched a plot against us with little Dr. Baun, to make us take away my papers. Especially those, they said, God could show who are the other authors of the troubles at the Red River. The two accomplices wanted to take young Devlin and John Magger as executors of their plans, who learned of the plot and its details and came to warn us. John Magger wanted to at least report them to justice. But we convinced him that we didn't want anything bad to happen to Schultz Baun because of us. It was the feast and celebration of St. Patrick's Day. My Lord, please bless us. We remember with respect the Reverend Fathers and the Reverend Gentlemen of your Archdiocese and the good friends we have there. Believe us with respect for your grace, the very humble servants to his grace. Monseigneur Tach, Archbishop of St. Boniface. Young Devlin and Magger acted in a way that we appreciate and that their parents would be happy to learn. AASB, Tach Fund, T10074. Pam, MGD, is a draft, B, of this document, dated 2 days before and signed with the name of Lepin. However, the signature does not appear authentic if we compare it to that which appears on the Pam, MGD, and documents. The text of AASB bears only Lepin's initials. In this same text, Riel writes Magger while in the Pam version he writes Magger. The passages underlined in the AASB text are not underlined in the Pam text. The Pam lesson is compared to the AASB lesson, and the differences are noted in the textual notes. The Pam text is written on lined paper, embossed at the top left corner of the sheet. The paper is wrinkled and torn. Alexander Porter, owner of the Montreal House boarding house in St. Paul, Minnesota. John Christian Schultz, former leader of the Canadian Party, Federal MP for the Lisgar constituency. Dr. Walter R. Baun, dentist, journalist, friend of J.C. Schultz and his business partner. He purchased the Nor'wester, Red River settlement from Schultz in 1868. William Devlin. It was impossible for us to gather more information about this character. There was a Magger family residing in St. Boniface at the time, but it is unknown if there was a relationship between John Magger and this family. In Devlin and J. Magger signed a sworn deposition on March 1872. In which they related what J.C. Schultz at W.R. Baun had asked them to do and what they had promised them as a reward for their services. AASB, Funds Tach, T 10067. Letter to Charles Baron. St. Paul. / St. Paul Min Mars 1872. Chapter Baron EC. My dear cousin and friend, after the friendship that you have always shown me, I know that it is my duty to send you a word of our news. We are good. Otherwise, nothing extraordinary. Believe me, your devoted friend and cousin Louis Riel. My respects to you and to our friends Pam, MGD. File. Draft written on a single sheet of lined paper, embossed in the upper left part. Sheet wrinkled and torn at the edges. It is unknown what the relationship between Baron and Riel was. Letter to AA. Stain. St. Paul. / St. Paul March 1872. Monsignor, forgive me if I take the liberty of asking you for information. If, upon arriving at the R. I found work, I would get there quickly. I know a good number of good families who would be ready to come and find me next. Monsignor, if you would deign to answer me on this subject, you would not only do me an honor, but you would also put me in a position to join the French population of the R as quickly as possible. Rouge. And it's still the same. It's not that I lack work here. There's going to be a lot to do this summer. Before taking any considerable job, I like to take this information from you, because you know that I would like to return to Red River. My lord, please believe in my respect for you. My family also sends its respects to you. And always believe me, your very humble servant Louis Bissonnette. Monseigneur, please receive the respects of the one whose hand you perhaps recognize in this letter. AASB, Touch Fund, D10093. Faded ink. Between the words Louis and Bissonnette there is a sign that looks like a cross. Upon arriving in St. Paul, Riel concealed his identity under the false name of Louis Bissonnette. It does not appear that he used this alias very often. There are only 2 letters that bear this signature and both are addressed to Touch. The other letter makes up the text. Furthermore, Riel was not consistent in the use of the spelling of his assumed name. Here he spells it with 1 T, in the other letter he writes it with 2. Adopting a new name must have seemed natural to Riel, who, on several occasions, had the feeling that he was being followed or that his letters were intercepted. Here, however, the presence of his initials in the postscript seems to negate the degree of security that an assumed name could provide at this time. Riel was busy preparing a memoir on the troubles on Red River for his friend, Rodrigue Masson, deputy for Terrebonne. See text. Incomplete report of the Assembly of January-February 1870. St. Paul. The Convention of January and February 1870 held at Fort Garry was under the direction of the Provisional Government and was entirely under its control. January 1870, when the Special Commission of Mons. D. Smith was handed over to this gentleman at Fort Garry by Mons. Hardisty, Chapter Nolan and P. Levail, leaders of the opposition to Riel, allowed him to appoint as President of the Provisional Government the day and time of the mass assembly where the documents entrusted to Mons were to be read. D. Smith by the Canadian government. Riel set the next day for January at noon. On January noon Riel himself proposed Thomas Bunn as president. One of the leaders of the opposition, Levail, seconded, and at the end of this assembly, which also met the Riel seconded by Mr. Bannatyne, made a motion that English representatives be elected to meet other French representatives on January at noon at the courthouse in order to consider the Mons Commission. Smith and see what best could be done about it. Seabeg. January at noon at the Courtyard House. English representatives meet French representatives. These are those who made up the Provisional Government. On January at the opening of the convention Riel made a motion that Judge Black be elected president of the convention. Seabeg book page. That inasmuch as the Canadian commissioners have invited this country to send delegates to Ottawa to deal with the Canadian government on the subject of Red River affairs, and seeing that a cordial reception has been promised to the said delegates, be it resolved that the invitation be accepted and notified to the above said commissioners. She was. Then Riel said that all that remained for the convention was to recognize the Provisional Government proclaimed December 1869. Riel was recognized by the convention as president of the Provisional Government, as Begg said. Of the 40 delegates, the French representatives and 12 English representatives voted for Riel. The 12 English representatives, Thomas Bunn, John Sutherland, John Fraser, Judge Black, Donald Gunn, James Ross, George Flett, Robert Tate, W. M. Lonsdale, George Gunn, Alfred H. Scott, John Taylor attended the convention of which he was a member for Heading, Lie, and went during the last days of the convention to Plot, T, at Headingley with the 100 men of Portage commanded by Beau, Ulton, and which Thomas Scott, T, had contributed there. most organized. When Riel had been recognized as president of the provisional government by the Convention of Representatives of the country, a motion was made that the convention, having finished its work, Mr. Judge Black, president of the convention, ceded his seat to the president of the provisional government, who reserved the right to appoint the delegates to Canada. The motion was passed unanimously. Mr. Justice Black gave up the seat to the president, who immediately named Mr. Justice Black, Mr. Father Richot and A.H. Scott delegates in Ottawa. The members of the English and French representations approved these appointments. Pam, MGD. Report written on lined paper with light purple ink. Paper stained and torn in the folds. The borders have been repaired. This fragment is a draft of the last part of the text, which Riel sent to Masson. It discusses the developments that took place at Rivière Rouge between November 1869 and February 1870. The draft is not dated, but it was certainly completed after Riel's arrival in St. Paul in March 1872. Riel had brought with him a number of documents, see the text, and had obtained a copy of Alexander Beg, The Creation of Manitoba, published in 1871. The text records two decisive meetings held at Red River. The first, on January 1870, was a mass gathering within the walls of Fort Garry, where Donald A. Smith, the Canadian envoy, was to read his mandate and explain his instructions. At the next day's session, it was decided to elect 40 delegates, 20 of whom would represent the English parishes, and 20 others the French parishes. The delegates were going to meet in convention to examine the problems facing the colony. Richard Hardisty, brother-in-law of Donald A. Smith, accompanied the latter on his trip to Red River in 1870. Charles Nolan, a cousin of Louis Riel, often opposed Riel's radical views. Pierre Levaille, a prominent Métis from St. François Xavier, who prevented Riel from obtaining credentials from Donald A. Smith. Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne, brother-in-law of Governor McTavish, member of the Council of Assiniboia. Reference to Alexander Beg, The Creation of Manitoba. Judge John Black, Rupert's Land Recorder Donald A. Smith, Father Jean-Baptiste Thibault, and Colonel Charles de Salaberry. Curtis J. Bird, representative of the parish of St. Paul and member of the Convention of 40 which sat in January-February 1870. Charles Bolton, commander of the Portage la Prairie contingent which attempted to free the prisoners held at Fort Garry by order of the provisional government. Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates to the Canadian government in 1870. Notes prepared for Rodrigue Masson. St. Paul, Fort Garry, November 1869 Convention. The English representatives are greeted on their arrival at the fort with 12 cannon salvos for them and 12 for the French. Bruce President. L. Riel Secretary. The English appear dissatisfied with these joyful demonstrations of firearms. They unanimously protest against this parade of arms. The French appear cheerful and explain to them that they have no hostile intentions against their English compatriots. The English demand a new election of a President and a Secretary. The French say that they are ready to do so as soon as, through a frank and cordial understanding, the representatives of the two sections of the population, or at least the majority, will have adopted together a line of conduct to follow in the current circumstances. That for this it is important that the representatives speaking English and French put before the Assembly without delay the instructions which they would have received orally or otherwise from their constituents. That the true intentions of the two sections of the population need to be well known and understood to know how they are similar, how they are contrary, how agreement is possible. The English say that they are protesting against the taking of arms by the French, against their occupation of the fort, against their illegal opposition to the entry of Mons. MacDougall, sent by the Queen. The French say that it has always been their custom to take up arms to repel parties who present themselves at the gates of the colony with formidable intentions. Thus the Wild War parties were repulsed. So Mr. MacDougall will be. He is also formidable, because we have been hearing for some time that he is going to come and govern us. That the company has sold its governing rights here. And yet neither England nor the company warned us of this. And Mons. MacDougall came in fact to enter the colony. Having been pushed back, he is still there on the edge of the lines, tiring us out, trying to establish himself here as our master, already declaring himself our master, without our authorities having told us that he is. Oh dear compatriots, because of your Attachment to the crown that we respect like you, together let us not wait for our freedoms to pass to a foreign power, let us not wait to claim them, until they depend on the discretion of those who, from the start, already treat us in such an unfair manner. Etc. The English seem impressed. Hargrave, secretary to Mr. W. McTavish knocks on the door. Asks to speak. He brings a communication from Governor McTavish. The English want it to be read immediately. Riel says that it would be better to wait for the convention to do what it has to do, before worrying about what the company sees fit to tell us. Lively discussion. Finally, we will read this communication at the end of this session. Ross. What led you to take the fort, Riel? To preserve it for the inhabitants of this country, and that MacDougall with his foreigners do not come and establish themselves there as absolute masters. Ross. The means you took to achieve your goal are unconstitutional. The Queen authorizes Mr. MacDougall as she pleases. Every loyal subject has only to obey. Riel. That MacDougall shows his permission. We have never refused to obey the Queen of England. Ross. Mr. McTavish is still the Queen's representative. You occupy the fort against his will. Riel. I don't know if our occupation of the fort is very unpleasant to him. Ross outraged. Mr. McTavish is a worthy representative of the Queen. Riel. We still believe it. Ross. Well, if this is so, as it is a little late and it is time for us to consider adjourning, I request that the communication sent us by Monday McTavish be read now. Mr. Riel would have no objection, I presume, from what he has just said. Mr. Lohman seconded the motion, and Mr. McKenney was asked to read to the convention what Mr. W. McTavish sent it to him. After hearing the reading of the protest of Mons. In. McTavish, Ross says, I am convinced that our French compatriots will obey now that the will of the governor is known and that he orders as governor to leave the fort. I hope they will do it, for their own benefit and for the satisfaction of their English relatives and friends in the colony. There is silence. Ross gets up and says that he awaits with confidence the evacuation of the fort by the French from the colony. Riel. Not yet. Ross. You can no longer pretend ignorance. Riel. An emphatic protest has not yet erased what is just in our pretensions. Ross. Your actions are now acts of rebellion. Riel. If we rebel against the company which sells us and wants to deliver us, and against Canada which wants to buy us, we are not rebelling against English supremacy, which has not yet given its approval for the definitive transfer of this country. We recognize the government of Assiniboia as much as it exists. Laughs. Ross. You pretend to recognize him. Riel. Turning towards the French. Do we pretend to recognize it? Let's see. Speak. All. None. Riel. Moreover, we are loyal to our homeland. We will protect it against the dangers that threaten it. We want the people of the RRB a free people. Let's help each other. We are all brothers and parents, says Mr. Ross. And it's true. Let's not separate. See what Mons. McTavish. He says that from this assembly and the decisions of this assembly can come incalculable good. Let's unite. The evil he fears will not happen. See how he speaks. Is this surprising? His children are Métis like us. Adjournment. I can't write well and take notes of discussions since I have to talk all the time. The returns are longer. The answers are not always so concise. But what I write is always the meaning and almost always the terms when it comes to French. The convention is in session. Continuation of the same subject. Lay down your arms. Let's let Mr. MacDougall in, say the English. The French don't want it. The English insist on the idea that we need a strong government, that because of this, we need the Canadian government. The French admit that they need a strong government, because that of Assiniboia has really shown extreme weakness in recent days. The general court of this term could not end properly due to lack of being able to procure jurors. That consequently, it is time for the inhabitants of the colony to consider the formation of a provisional government for their own protection and to deal with Canada, and force it to give us a responsible mode of government. Made the transfer of the rights of government of the Hudson's Bay Company, which was sold without even talking about it, show us too harshly how an irresponsible government makes fun of its subjects so that we do not benefit from the lesson. Ross speaks of the possibility of a military expedition against us, if we do not act with moderation. Riel says that winter protects us with its snows and storms. That Hudson Bay, Thunder Bay and the American territory are not easy to cross to reach us by spring. That we have 6 months ahead of us and that during this time we will have arrangements with Canada. Adjournment. No agreement, Little hope of an agreement. Schultz and the Canaders lead the devil. November 1869. Before entering the session, we French spent the night in council. I spoke for 7 hours to get the National Committee to form a provisional government. Not one was ready. So many fears and hesitations to overcome. It's incredible the reluctance I had to make them overcome. What he feared most was the appearance of a rebellion against the Queen. It was only by showing them and telling them that we remain faithful to the Queen, that the government of Assiniboia by selling itself has become so weakened that it no longer has the strength necessary to protect us, that if there is still anything left of a government, it is the name. That he cares so little for us that despite the loud cries and everything we do to repel MacDougall, if the government of Assiniboia met MacDougall, he would hand us over, willy-nilly, into his hands. That if the Queen knew what we wanted, she would listen to us. That she may already know this and that she will undoubtedly listen to us. That however, MacDougall prepared to complete all his arrangements with the Council of Assiniboia by December. That by declaring himself, MacDougall, governor that day, the government of Assiniboia will no longer be able to do so. This authority therefore has very few days to live in complete incapacity. That since MacDougall does not want to speak to us, as our letter of October tells him that he can address us, for permission to enter this country, let us not let him become governor before having made arrangements on behalf of Canada with us. As he is there, if he declares himself governor in December, he will not be governor any more than before. Assiniboia will end. So let's form a provisional government in advance. Let's talk about it tomorrow with the English representatives. Let's take public books, public money to force MacDougall to deal with the public. These books and this public money are also ours who have worked only a little to open and preserve this country. MacDougall must not take it in spite of us. The members of the committee finally agreed, and I warned them that to run fewer risks, we would not proclaim the formation of the provisional government until after December. The convention is in session. The English ask the French what their plans are. Riel asks the English if their desire is frankly to unite with the French to overcome the present difficulties. Evasive response from the English. Riel continues by telling them, you will indeed know what the rest of us want. We want what all French parishes want. And they wanted to form a provisional government for our protection and to deal with Canada. We sincerely welcome you to join us. This government will be composed equally of French and English. It will only be provisional. The English say that they need to consult their respective parishes first. Let their instructions not authorize them to do so. Adjournment until December 1869. December degree. The French are waiting for the English who are in Winnipeg and do not want to come. Finally Bannatyne comes saying he brings the Queen's proclamation. Riel examines the document, laughing, and says that it looks good. My friends, he adds, if this is the Queen's proclamation, let us be careful, let us weigh our actions before acting. We need prudence more than ever in the claim of our rights which are so dear and so certain. Some time after this, the English deputies come, pale and yet a little more cheerful than usual. The session opens and Riel says, if Mr. MacDougall is governor today, our luck is better than ever. He just has to prove to us his desire to treat us well. Let us have from him the guarantee of our rights. If he guarantees us our rights, I am one of those who will meet him to escort him to the seat of his government. Finally said Ross, what shall we ask him? A long, irregular conversation ensued, and the French took 2 hours to formulate what they wanted. Adjournment until 6 o'clock in the evening. At evening hours meeting of all members of the convention. Our Bill of Rights is discussed. All questions are accepted by the English on this consideration that even when there are things a little contrary to their way of seeing, it cost nothing to present them to Mons. MacDougall, with whom an arrangement could be obtained either by virtue of his commission or by an act of the Canadian Parliament. The proposal to send delegates to Mr. MacDougall was put forward. But now the English all refuse to participate. Riel gets up. Come on, he says, return peacefully to your farms. Stay in the arms of your wives. Give this example to your children. But watch us act. We will work and obtain the guarantee of our rights and yours. You will come to share in the end. N.B. I say nothing about the November session. There was a remarkable proposal in this session that the English made. They said, let Mr. MacDougall in. And if he doesn't give us the Attention that the French and English want him to give us, we will kick him out of the country ourselves. The French responded that this plan was dangerous in that once established, MacDougall could not be easily repelled without rebellion. The convention of delegates held at Fort Garry in January-February 1870 was convened by the provisional government and its task was defined by it. At the end of the mass assembly, which took place at Fort Garry on January 1870, the President of the Provisional Government made a motion seconded by Mons. Bannatyne that English representatives were elected to meet other French representatives on January, at noon, in the courthouse to examine the Mons Commission. D. Smith and see what was best to do about it. Seebeg. When the convention met, Riel moved that Judge Black be elected President of the convention. He was, Seebeg. When the convention met the Canadian commissioners their acceptance of the invitation they had made to the people of the RR to send delegates to Ottawa. The convention wanted to go further by appointing the delegation itself. But the president of the provisional government stopped the convention there, by showing it that it simply had to recognize in the name of the still recalcitrant part of the population the provisional government proclaimed on December 1869. And then complete its organization as much as possible. Riel ends up being recognized as president of the government of the entire country. Seebeg. On the English representatives voted for the provisional government chaired by Riel. Thomas Bunn, John Sutherland, John Fraser, Judge Black vote with the French representatives for Riel. Donald Gunn, James Ross, George Flett, Robert Tate W. Lonsdale, George Gunn, Alfred H. Scott. John Taylor attended the convention of which he was a member for Headingley and went during the last days of the convention to plot at Headingley with the 100 men of Portage commanded by Bolton and whom Thomas Scott had done the most to organize against the provisional government. Then a motion passed unanimously by the convention thanking Mr. Justice Black for the manner in which he had presided over the convention requested him to cede his seat to the president of the provisional government. Which was done. Riel then, immediately, appointed Judge Black, Reverend Mons. Richard, and Mr. R. Scott delegates to go to Ottawa. And on February 1870, Mr. Th. Bunn, Secretary of State under the Provisional Government, wrote to each appointed delegate. I have orders to inform you that you have been appointed by the President of the Northwest Territories as co-commissioner with gentlemen, to deal with the government of the power of Canada on the conditions of our entry into the Confederation. I am, sir, your obedient servant seeker. Of State Seebeg. By often referring to beg for certain facts, I must point out that this author is not suspect. Because it is incomplete, it shifts the facts and disfigures them according to which it can save some humiliation for its own and demean the merit of the French private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. Manuscript with 14 sheets of ministerial paper. The pagination of the pages is in Riel's hand, the annotation No which appears at the top of the first page, on the right, is not. The page contains only the single word rebellion. Details relating to the 40 delegates convention begin on page. The last page contains calculations and this note in the handwriting of Rodrigue Masson, paper given into my hands by Louis Riel himself and in his handwriting. These notes are those to which Riel refers in his letter to Masson, dated April 1872. See text. In the same letter, he states that the notes were given to Pierre Delorme, which contradicts Masson's annotation. But it is entirely possible that Delorme did not personally deliver the notes to Masson and that he put them in the post. The text is an incomplete draft of these notes. Text note provides historical context for these deliberations. John Bruce, Métis from St. Boniface, carpenter and legal practitioner, President of the Métis National Committee. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate, who had been refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. Queen Victoria, the Hudson's Bay Company. Joseph James Hargrave, nephew of Governor William McTavish. See text note. James Ross, co-owner and co-editor of the Nor'Wester from 1860 to 1864. Maurice Lohman, alternate representative of St. James Parish during the November Convention. Henry McKenney, police chief of Assiniboia and supporter of annexation to the United States. Marginal note written along the length of the sheet, in the margin of .c text note. The Court of Quarterly Assizes. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. Reference to members of the Canadian Party. The text Andrew Graham Balladen Bannatyne, brother-in-law of Governor McTavish, member of the Council of Assiniboia. See text note. The first list of rights. This document can be found in Morton, Alexander Begg's Red River Journal. pp. Although the decision was made to form a provisional government in November, its existence was not announced until December in the Declaration of the Inhabitants of Rupert's Land and the Northwest. The text. This declaration bears the signature of John Bruce as President and Louis Riel as Secretary. In December the provisional government was reorganized and Riel replaced Bruce as President. As a result of opposition to the provisional government, Riel had to call the January mass rally to give the Canadian Commissioner, Donald R., the opportunity. Smith, to explain to the people the object of his commission and his instructions. Alexander Begg, the creation of Manitoba. Judge John Black, Rupert's Land Recorder Donald A. Smith, Father Jean-Baptiste Leibold, and Colonel Charles de Salaberry. Curtis J. Bird, representative of the parish of St. Paul, member of the Convention of 40 which sat during January-February 1870. Charles Bolton, commander of the Portage la Prairie contingent which attempted to free the prisoners held at Fort Garry by order of the provisional government. Noel Joseph Richock, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the 3 delegates to the Canadian government in March 1870. Letter to Julie Riel. St. Paul. April 1872. My dear mother, I like to tell you again today that I am in good health. Yesterday we saw Messrs. Royal, Delorme of the RR. What a joy for us. But above all what a consolation to hear that our families were quite well. Write to me. Give me news. My greetings to my friends. Nanin Paul, Ul, Charles. Monsieur Jaff, AIS. If you had the opportunity to see Mons. Harmlin, don't forget my dear aunt and all our dear friends. That Mons. If St. Germain writes me a note. I wrote to him. I fear that my letters will be intercepted. I wrote to Mr. Street Germain. Nanin. A chapter Nolin. And many others. Reply me if these letters have been received. Always send to Mons. Louis de Mules. Street Paul. I was sad to learn that Marie had been ill. She should be careful to take care of herself a little. Kiss, please, in my opinion. My regards to my brothers and sisters. Dear ma'am, and be well. May God keep you and be with you. Believe me, your respectful and submissive child Louis Riel. Monsieur Lepin is good and greets you. My respects to Madame Lepin. Remind me of Mons. Sans regret and to so many others who are dear to me. If you write to Sister Riel my, Pam, MGD. Letter written in light purple ink on embossed paper at the upper left corner. The bottom corners of the pages have been nibbled by rodents and the text, here and there, is obliterated. On the 3rd page, the writing goes in the direction of the length of the sheet. Joseph Royal, Deputy for St. François Xavier West and Provincial Secretary, Associated Founder of the newspaper. Le Métis, St. Boniface, Pierre Delorme. MP for St. Norbert Sud. First Federal MP for the constituency of Provencher-Andre, Nanin, no, a cousin of Louis Riel who was accused and acquitted in the Thomas Scott murder trial. Very likely reference to Paul Proulx, a French-Canadian from Red River who married Riel's cousin, Angelique. No probable reference to Charles No, brother of Andre, Nanin, no Baptiste Gervais, a French-Canadian from St. Vital parish. Most likely Salomon Harmlin, head of a large family from St. Vital. Reference either to Joseph No ni Legemodier, or to Reina Le Marie ni Legemodier. We cannot specify which Mr. St. Germain this is. There were several families of this name in St. Norbert and St. François Xavier Marie Riel, the second of Louis' sisters. Ambrose de Dimlepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Cécile Marion, born in Rivière Rouge in 1842. Louis Sans regret, a mestizo farmer from St. Vital. Sarah Riel, the eldest of Louis' sisters. Letter to Rodrigue Masson. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota, Avril 1872. R. Masson, EC.M.P. I saw with gratitude and great pleasure the letter you wrote to our friend Mons. Royal at the end of, requesting information about the November Convention, Fort Garry, and the January-February Convention at Fort Garry. You will not be surprised to hear me say that since Canada took possession of the country, all the time I spent at Red River, I had to spend it as a camp life. From there being able to hardly write it was difficult for me to put down. On paper the notes that I would have been so happy to communicate to you at length before today. When you want to defend us so generously, I wish I had provided you with the information you would need. Monsieur Delorme will be able to tell me by letter the notes that could be useful to you. I am sending you some by Mr. Delorme, too poorly written to mention them without apologizing. Sir, please accept my wishes for the good arrangement of the affairs of your province of Lower Canada, which is our full support, which loves us and which we love. It is the country of our fathers. My respects, please, to your lady and family that I do not have the honor of knowing. As well, I always remember my benefactor, Madam your mother. Degree and believe me your respectful servant. Private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. Letter written on 2 folio sheets. The annotation no which appears in the upper right corner of the first page, and the annotation 1872 L. Riel, as well as the calculations which appear on the last page, are not in Riel's hand. Rodrigue Masson, MP for Terrebonne, was one of the prominent Quebec MPs who supported Riel's demands for a total amnesty. Masson would oppose the exclusion of Riel, Lepine, and O'Donoghue from the plenary amnesty that the Mackenzie government granted in 1875. Joseph Royal, Deputy for St. François Xavier West and Provincial Secretary. Associated founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, Pierre Delorme, MP for St. Norbert Sud, first federal MP for the constituency of Provencher. Delorme had visited Riel a few days earlier. The text is an incomplete draft of these notes. The text constitutes the definitive text. Louise Rachel Masson, Marie Genevieve Sophie Masson, Lordship of Terrebonne. Memoir relating to the difficulties of the Red River. Thomas Scott was one of those imprisoned with Schultz in early December 1869. He was one of the main agents Schultz had in Winnipeg. After the incarceration of this party, the premises being insufficient for the quantity of prisoners, a certain number of them were transferred from the middle of the fort to the prison used by the government of Assiniboia. From there prisoners escaped, among whom Thomas Scott was found. He took refuge at Portage-la Prairie. At the time of the Second Convention, when the inhabitants of Portage-la Prairie, like all the other districts, were represented at the convention by men elected for this purpose by themselves, 100 men from Portage, among whom Scott found himself, went down to Headingley, arms in hand, to give battle to the French, without knowing what their representatives at the convention had come to. While this armed band was recruiting at Headingley, Mr. Mackenzie, one of the elected representatives of Portage, returning, met them and asked them where they were going. Having declared their design to him, Mackenzie implored them not to act thus, that he was going to report to his constituents on his conduct, that they should not make such a decision before having heard his report. They did not listen to him. They went down despite this, and despite having learned during their stay at Headingley that the provisional government was recognized by the Convention of Representatives of the Country PAM, MGD. Incomplete draft written on a single sheet of lined paper with the edges repaired. The ink has faded. The content is similar to that of PAM, MGD. The latter, however, contains much more detail. This manuscript is probably a draft of the text, which Riel sent to Masson in 1872. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868, leader of the Canadian Party. Kenneth Mackenzie, representative of St. Mary's Parish at both conventions, opposed the Portage-la Prairie contingent in its attempt to overthrow the provisional government. Memoir relating to the difficulties of the Red River. // Tom. Scott stood out in the troubles of the RR by mingling with the disruptors Schultz and company during the convention. In November and December 1869, in the McDougall and Dennis affairs, he was one of the principal agents on hand that Schultz had in Winnipeg. He was imprisoned with Schultz before December. In January 1870, Th. Scott escaped from prison, and took refuge at Portage-la Prairie. The following February, during the convention of the 40 delegates from the entire colony and their Portage, formulated and discussed the conditions for the entry of the country into the Confederation. Th. Scott and about men all armed came down from Portage carrying war against Fort Garry, the very seat of the convention. The provisional government was recognized and reorganized by the convention. Scott and his companions did not evade the knowledge of this fact, one of the convention delegates, John Taylor of Headingley, being with them. Nevertheless, on the night of February in the morning they passed through Winnipeg, with materials of war, letters, leaden puzzles and many things indicating their design to assault the French Métis in their position at Fort Garry. They stopped near the house of Henry Coutu, surrounded this house with hostile demonstrations, with the avowed aim of seizing the person whom the convention had just put at the head of the government made by the inhabitants of the country to prevent anarchy. But having been unable to carry out their plan, Scott and his companions descended into the English part of the colony, mingling with another gathering of whites and savages under the control of Schultz. Then all forming one armed party sent to Fort Garry from above a message certifying on their part that they did not recognize the recognized government and whose organization had been completed by the convention. During this gathering, in this gathering and by the gathering itself, 2 men were killed. The harmless one, Sutherland. The other, by the name of Parisian, versed in the ideas of Schultz, belonged to this gathering of men who caused him to lose his life. On February, around hours of the morning, men in war equipment passed, directing their march behind Winnipeg. This party was taken prisoner by the soldiers of the provisional government. Scott was still among them. In his prison, Scott first insulted his guards, who treated him well. Within a few days he moved on to assault, resisting his guards with open force, forcing open the doors of his prison. On the last day of February, Scott was so violent that a number of Métis, finding themselves exasperated, seized him. They dragged him outside and were about to sacrifice him, when one of the French advisers arriving at that moment snatched him from them and sent him back to his cell. March 1, Riel was informed and began to inquire into the circumstances of this affair, trying to calm the guards. But that very day, Scott having renewed his outrageous acts, the soldiers loudly demanded that the matter be left to the War Council. Riel did everything he could to persuade Scott to promise to be pleasant. Scott mocked, insulted. 2 days later, March, he was brought before a War Council. And on sworn testimony, having been found guilty of the things which have just been enumerated against him, he was condemned to be shot on March at 1:00 in the morning. His chaplain having asked for mercy for him, because of Reverend G. Young's execution was delayed and did not take place until noon. The following circumstances made his death inevitable. The Ontario people of Portage, prayed by Mr. D. Smith, Canadian Commissioner, to recognize the provisional government, consented to it as a condition of Bolton's pardon, but wrote to Riel to assure him that their submission was not reliable. Because, they said, we will overthrow the provisional government as soon as we can. The Ontarios spread throughout the other English parts of the colony, in concert with their brothers from Portage, were preparing another uprising to prevent the departure of our delegates. For Schultz, the soul of all the machinations he left behind, had reserved the execution of the other part of his plan, to go to Ottawa, throughout Ontario, to create difficulties at the reception of our delegates by the Canadian authorities, to exert the most contrary influence possible to the idea of a peaceful arrangement between this country and Canada. Canada itself, after having declared war on us through MacDougall and Dennis, sent us one after the other to pacify us, men of influence chosen from among us. But none of these commissioners had the authority from Canada to satisfy the slightest of our requests. We knew that Canada was having boats built to send a military force against us in the spring, and we feared that Canada's intention in inviting delegates from the northwest to Ottawa was to gain time. We wanted our attitude to be taken seriously. The conspirators had to be intimidated. Isolate Schultz by silencing our dissents, which were his strength, and command the attention of Canada. Private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. Document written on 3 large sheets of lined paper, the last 2 of which are bound together. The last page is written obliquely along the length of the sheet. The sheets are perforated at their upper right corner. The annotation No, which is at the top of the first page, on the right, and this other 1872 L. Riel Manitoba, SC, on the back of the third page are not in Riel's handwriting. The ink has soaked into the paper. The present notes concerning the execution of Scott were probably collected for the benefit of Rodrigue Masson. On April 1872. Pierre Delorme notified Riel that Mackenzie had commented on the Scott affair. Delorme also warned Riel that there were people trying to get him arrested. Pam, MGD. Shortly after, Delorme wrote again to say that the response Riel had prepared would be given to Masson in case he needed it when J.C. Schultz and Dr. J.S. Lynch. Delorme to Riel, April 1872, Ibert. Although the date of composition is not indicated, Delorme's letters confirm that it was April 1872. The text is probably a fragment of the draft of these notes. Pam, MGD, is a draft, B1, written on folio sheets of blue paper. The first page and the first 3.5 lines of the second page are written in pencil, the rest is in ink. The ink has faded and the pages are covered in smudges. The lesson of this draft was learned and compared to that of the final text. The differences appear in the textual notes. Pam, MGD, is another draft, B2, in ink on lined paper. Rips in the paper have been repaired. At the bottom of the second page, Riel wrote in pencil the following phrase that they, S/C, could. At the top of the first page, on the left, we find the annotation documents, which is not in Riel's handwriting. The documents, and, are also identified in the same way. The lesson of this draft was retained and compared with that of the basic text. See the textual notes. Auguste Henry de Tremorden published and commented on this last text in The Execution of Thomas Scott Canadian Historical Review, pp. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. John Stutton Dennis, surveyor and military officer who was responsible for establishing the system of surveying public lands in the Northwest. Henry Coutu, married to Riel's cousin, Marie Catherine Legemodier. Riel often stayed with Coutu during the events of 1869. Hugh Sutherland, son of one of the members of the January 1870 convention, killed by Norbert Paracine in February 1870. Norbert Paracine, Métis from St. Norbert, whom Major Bolton's soldiers captured because he was suspected of being a spy. The best Charles A. Bolton, commander of the Portage la Prairie contingent that Riel's soldiers surrounded. Bolton was sentenced to death. He was later pardoned at the request of Donald A. Smith. The three delegates from Red River were Father Noel Joseph Richot, Alfred Henry Scott, and Judge John Black. Letter to Julie Riel. St. Paul. St. Paul Min, April 1872. Dearest Mother, one more word. How are you all doing at home? I would like to know what you are like. I think you wrote to me, but your letters were not delivered. I don't have a single word from the house of Saint Vital. Nothing. Maybe my little sisters are too busy to write to me. But no, I prefer to believe that some letter left us for me, and bad roads or other things prevented it from reaching me. Dear Mom, may you enjoy good health. Very good health. This is my most sincere wish. Don't be worried about us. We are in pretty good health. Monsieur Lepin was terribly bored. I'm not bored, nor am I bored. I am in between joy and sorrow. I do not taste joy, and I do not want sorrow. Let little Alexandre play for me. Joseph and Manie, I hope, behave as they should. Louis Schmidt wrote to us the other day. Madame Lepin sent a letter from March. I think. As for me, I resign myself. I know, dear mother, that you cannot write yourself. Dear mother, please pay my respects to my aunt, Nanin Charles, Paul, Mr. Gervais and all our parents and friends. Don't forget, Monsieur Sans regret, if you see it. Believe me, your most devoted and affectionate Louis Riel. My regards to my little sisters. May my little brothers be careful to behave well. Greet the inhabitant for me. And the Reverend Sisters of Street Vital and Saint Boniface, please pay my respects to them. Pray for me. Mr. Lepin greets you. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written in light purple ink on lined paper. There are darks on every page. The second page is written lengthwise from Marie, Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel. Ambrose de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Alexandre, Joseph, and Charles, Monier, Riel. Louis Schmidt's letter and that of Madame Lepin have not been found. Cecile Marion. Riel's mother was illiterate. Reference either to Joseph Tnoni Legemodier, or to Reina Lemarierni Legemodier. Andre, Nanin, no, a cousin of Riel who was accused and acquitted in the Thomas Scott murder trial. I.e. probably a cousin. Charles, no, the brother of Andre, Nanin, no. Probably his cousin Paul Proulx, a French-Canadian living in Red River who married Angelique No. Baptiste Gervais, a French-Canadian from the parish of St. Vital. Louis Sans Regret, farmer of St. Vital. Letter to AA. Stain. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota, April 1872. Monsignor, we read in the newspapers and it comes from Ontario, therefore it is suspicious that the Métis are about to fight over the drink. Is Ontario doing this to achieve its goal, or is this true? I can't wait to know the truth really. Mr. Johnson is here. We learn that Mr. Archibald Silas resigned. G and Monsieur Dubuc could find a few moments and write a little to Riel by addressing his letters to Monsieur L. de Mules, St. Paul, Minnesota. I would feel, it seems to me, a little less worried. My respects, Monsignor, are assured to you as well as to all the Reverend Fathers and Gentlemen of your Archbishopric. My friend is good. He presents his respects to you and believe me your very humble servant L. Neat. AASB, Touch Fund, T10265. Very faded ink. Text difficult to read. This is the second time that Riel has used his assumed name. Note the difference in the spelling of this one and the first. See text in a letter dated April 1872. Pam, MGD, Maxime Lepin and Pierre Levail informed Riel that they were going to collect the wood cut on lands reserved for the Métis to force the government to establish reserves. Francis Godskal Johnson, Manitoba recorder, succeeded A.G. Archibald as Lieutenant Governor in 1872. Johnson was on his way from Montreal to Red River via St. Paul to fulfill his duties. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Joseph Dubuc, MP for by St. Paul, founding partner of the newspaper Le Métis. Reference to Ambrose de Lepin, who left with Riel for St. Paul. Letter to Marie Riel. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota, April 1872. My dear Marie, I received letters from home yesterday for the first time. I am sorry to learn of Mom's sad state, that she is not so bored. I'm fine. I'm probably bored. I am very worried, but God will protect us. I have confidence. The news of this poor boy's death was already known to me. I am distressed by it. I feel reassured about our other friends when you tell me that they are doing better. My respects to my Aunt Nainin, Monsieur Gervais, Monsieur Sans Regret. Charles, Paul. Kiss his new little boy for me. I wish him to hate the Orangeman all his life. I am happy to learn what our little brothers sold for coals. I'm glad to see that you are preparing to sow well. It's good. Because you know it is in a good harvest that we will find the means to live. I guess Octavia is better now. I wish it to him. Pray well to the good Lord, for the country, for the house, so that God takes care of our house and of our dear good little people. Write to me often as you tell me. Tell me if Monsieur Saint Germain received the letters that I sent to him and to Monsieur Parentio. Pay them my respects. As well as to my Uncle Benjamin, to my dear grandmother. Kiss Mom for me, Alexandre and the whole family. Give me news of Charles. How good he was to me, dear cousin, and so many others. If you only knew with what emotion I read the letters from our dear Sarah. Poor sister, write to him often, as much as possible. Tell him my news. I would like to write to him. Poor Sarah, but what would I say to him? Nothing but sadness. That's not what he needs. Tell him I'm fine. My respects to the Reverend Sisters. Be well. And believe me always everything is yours. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written in light purple ink on lined paper. The last page is smudged and faded. Julie Riel, born Legemodier. The letters Riel speaks of have not been found. Identity unknown. Reference either to Joseph, La Cyprus, Noni Legemodier, or to Reina Le Marini Legemodier Andre, Nainin, no, a cousin of Riel who was accused and acquitted in the Thomas Scott murder trial. Baptiste Gervais, a French-Canadian from the parish of St. Vital. Louis Sans Regret, a farmer from St. Vital. Very likely reference to his cousin, Charles. No, the brother of Andre, Nainin, no. Very likely reference to a cousin, Paul Croux, a French-Canadian living in Rivière-Rouge, married to Angelique. No. Charles, Joseph, and Alexandre Riel. Octavie Riel, the third of Riel's sisters. Very likely reference to Pierre Saint Germain or St. Norbert. The letters sent to Saint Germain and Pierre Parentio have not been found. Pierre Parentio, representative of St. Norbert at the 1869 conventions, member of the provisional government. Benjamin Legemodier, uncle of Louis Riel. Marie-Anne Legemodier née Gabriel Alexandre Riel, the youngest of Louis brothers. Probably Charles. No, already mentioned in the notes. Sarah Riel. The first mixed-race grey sister. These letters have not been found. Letter to Joseph G. St. Paul. // St. Paul, Min. April, 1872. My dear friend, I am not in Europe. I'm not going to Beijing either. I'm in St. Paul. Your letters will find me there. Address them to Mr. Louis de Mules. Thank you. I just received your letter from. I thank you. You tell me that you will give me some details about what is happening. So do it. Worry does something to me. Mr. Johnson is here today. He is leaving, it is believed, to replace Mr. Archibald. Dear friend, I do not receive any papers from Manitoba. Greet our friends. Monsieur Lepin is good, and greets you. My respects to Monseigneur. Believe me, your friend Louis Riel. My respects to the Reverend Fathers, to the Reverend Gentlemen of Pam, MGD. Letter written in light purple ink on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The paper is soiled, particularly on the second page. This letter is the draft of the text. As the gap between the texts is quite considerable, we reproduce the two texts in full. Pam, MGD. In this letter, Dubuc asks him for his address and expresses regret that Riel is separated from those who supported him and who needed him. Francis Godskall Johnson, Manitoba Recorder, was appointed Lieutenant Governor to succeed G. Archibald, and 1872. Johnson was on his way from Montreal to Red River via St. Paul to assume his new position. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Ambrose Lepin, Military Commander of Riel in 1869. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Min. April, 1872. My dear friend, I am still in St. Paul. Your letters will find me there. Address them to Mr. Louis de Mules, here in St. Paul. If you see Mom, you can reassure her I won't go as far as some rumors want me to go. You tell me that you will give me details on what is happening in the country. Do it. I don't know what worry does to me. Mr. Johnson is here today. He's going to replace Mr. Archibald, isn't he? Monsieur Lepin is quite good. But his bored. He doesn't find anything funny in cities. Greet our friends for us. Our respects to the Reverend Fathers and the Reverend Gentlemen of the Archdiocese. I am writing to my lord at the same time. I found your silence strange. You explained it to me, and I don't get newspapers from Manitoba. Louis Riel, excuse this half sheet. I'm out of news and paper for the Pam, MGD. Letter written in light purple ink on both sides of a single sheet of lined paper. The paper is embossed at the left corner. The annotation No is at the top of the first page. On the right, the annotation LR Avril 1872 occupies the same position on the back of the sheet. The text note. This letter constitutes the final version of the text. This letter, dated April 1872, can be found in Pam, MGD. Francis Godskall Johnson, Manitoba Recorder, will succeed G. Archibald as Lieutenant Governor. Johnson was on his way from Montreal to Red River via St. Paul to fulfill his new duties. Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Ambrose Lepin, Military Commander of Riel in 1869. Manager Alexandre Antonin Tach, OMI, Bishop of St. Boniface. Letter to Sir St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota, May 1872. It is a pleasure for me to remember my good friends at Prairie du Cheval, and thinking that a word from me might please you too, I set to work. Don't expect a lot of news from me, because I don't know any. All that concerns me is the cause of the half-breeds. Dear Red River, I would like to do him as much good as I want. I can't wait to get together and be able to find myself again in the circle of these good half-breeds. Pam, MGD, file, draft without signature written on lined paper, embossed in the upper left part. Wrinkled and soiled paper. This letter was probably intended for Charles Barron, who had written Riel on April 1872 to acknowledge receipt of his letter of March. See text. In his letter, Barron expressed the regret that the Métis had at the departure of Riel, the leader in whom they had placed all their trust. Pam, MGD, file. Letter to Rodrigue Masson. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota, May 1872. I see in the newspapers what you continue to do for us. Monsieur Delorme also spoke to me about it by letter. Allow me a word of esteem and thanks to your address. Believe me, your respectful servant. Private collection of Major H. Masson of Montreal. The recipient of this short note is not identified. but as the manuscript is in the possession of the Masson family, we can infer that it was intended for Rodrigue Masson. Masson had to make use of the notes Riel had previously sent him to raise awareness of Riel's cause and gain him support. Pierre Delorme, MP for St. Norbert Sud, first federal MP for the constituency of Provencher. In this letter dated April 1872, Pam, MGD, and written in English, Delorme acknowledged receipt of Riel's letters of April and April. These letters have not been found. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. / My dear friend, I wrote to Mr. Richot today and told him that I would not write to you, because you were leaving soon. But here I receive your letter of the 10th and you tell me that you will not leave for 2 weeks. My letter, I hope, will arrive soon enough. If I knew for sure that you would pass through Duluth, I would go see you there, shake your hand, hear you talk about us, about this poor little country, little people I mean, that we are so afraid of seeing on the path of enraged emigrants, and that we are nevertheless putting right in their path. Dear friend, I am happy to learn that we will have our land by township. The order will come from Ottawa. The order to deliver these townships to us. But Ottawa is in no hurry to give the order. To counter order or not to order, that's Ottawa, isn't it? As for me, I'm serious. And I repeat to you that I wish to be elected for the communes and for the local chamber. If no federal law opposes it. I wish to be elected for the communes, and I thank in advance those who will do me the favor of promoting this idea, which I cannot abandon. Dear friend, whether I see you or not, greet your good parents for me and our friends when you are in Canada. And believe me, Louis Riel, my dear friend, you tell me that they want to elect me for the communes. The friends who will thus put me in a position to serve a district of Manitoba and who will give me this mark of confidence will honor me. But let's be serious for once. And tell me if for different reasons the proposal still resembles the one that was made to me 2 years ago. Degree, is it a question of appearance? Is this something serious? You tell me. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. In the opposite corner is the annotation No. The upper right corner of the third page is marked LR May 1872. These notes are not in Riel's hand. See text note. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the 3 delegates sent to Ottawa in 1870. Pam, MGD. Dubuc informed Riel that he was leaving for the East in a fortnight and that he hoped to see him in St. Paul if he was still there. An order in Council of April 1872 authorized the Lieutenant Governor to choose as many townships as would be necessary to distribute the acres designated in section of the Manitoba Act. However, as Riel had predicted, the issue was far from settled. In his letter of April 1872, Pam, MGD. Dubuc had mentioned that Riel would be elected federal deputy for the riding of Provencher. Dubuc had already discussed this question with Riel before his departure for St. Paul in November 1870. Riel was asked to run in the next provincial election. Pam, MGD. However, Riel ended up declining the offer. See the letter to Julie Riel. St. Paul. St. Paul, Minnesota, May 1872. Dear Mom, I have received 4 letters from home since yesterday evening. Alexandre, Octavie, Marie made me happy. I have just received the letter that Marie wrote to me on. That's good, Alexander. I thank you, my dear little brother, for your kind little letter. I'm happy with Marie. Marie tells me he's a good boy. And Joseph may not kill his little foal always. I have no news to tell you. Greet all our friends and relatives. Greet them all for me. Tell them the longer I'm away, the more I love Red River. Because really, no one knows the worry I feel. May Monsieur Lepin registered trademark symbol write to me soon. It makes me so worried. Dear Mom, kiss my grandmother for me. Dear grandmother, may she continue to pray for me so that God blesses me. Dear Mom, be well. Kiss all my little sisters and brothers for me. The little birds, let them try to make a good. Dear Mom, believe me, your submissive and affectionate child Louis Riel. Dear Mom, please ask Nainin registered trademark symbol if he wants to go, as quickly as he can, to plow an acre or 2 of land on my land at the foot of the lake in Norman and sow some very light barley. You will pay it yourself or I will send him the money myself. Please do not delay in having this work done, and if the government starts a canal there, notify me as quickly as possible. Your loving child. Pam, MGD. File. Letter written on lined paper, embossed in the upper left part. On the front of the second sheet the writing goes in the direction of the length of the sheet. The paper is Stained. These letters are found in Pam, MGD, file. These are 3 letters from Marie Riel dated April, May 1872, and another from Alexandre Riel dated May 1872. Alexandre, Octavie, and Marie Riel, young brothers and sisters of Louis Charles Riel, younger brother of Louis Joseph Riel, younger brother of Louis Ambroise de Lepin, military commander of Riel in 1869. Lepin had gone to St. Paul, Minnesota, in February 1872, with Riel. Lepin was very unhappy in exile. He decided to return to Red River. He arrived home on May, Pam, MGD, Louis Schmidt in Riel, May 1872. Marie-Anne Legermodier ni Gabri Erndreno, a cousin of Riel who was accused and acquitted in the Thomas Scott murder trial. The precise location of this plot has not been identified. According to the context, it would have been located near St. Vital letter to St. Paul //St. Paul, Minnesota, May 1872. Monseigneur, I had written to your grace through Mr. Royal, but I was not able to give him the letters which he was willing to take care of, for the reason that I went to there. Thanks too late. Monseigneur, I am well enough, because I nourish hope. Your letter of April made me very happy. I am worried. I place myself in the hands of Providence. Pray for me, bless me, Monseigneur, bless me, I need this. Please ask God to bless me. A few days ago I received a second letter from Mr. O, that I would like to know how Lepin got there. It's been days since he wrote to me, at least I haven't received any news from him. Monseigneur, please believe me with your grace, the most humble servant. AASB, Touch Fund, T10374. The signature of this letter is very different from Riel's usual signature. Joseph Royal, Deputy for St. François Xavier West, Provincial Secretary, Associated Founder of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, Pam, MGD. In this letter Manager Touch acknowledges receipt of Riel's very last letter and hopes that solitude and boredom will not make Riel's situation even more miserable than it was before. Touch also mentions the sincere interest and concern that Joseph Royal showed regarding Riel's sad situation. Joseph Dubuc, MP for by St. Paul, joined forces with Joseph Royal to found Le Métis. In his letter of May 1872, Pam MGD, Dubuc mentioned that he was going to leave for the East in a fortnight and that he hoped to see Riel in St. Paul. He also informed Riel that Judge F.G. Johnson would replace G. Archibald as Lieutenant Governor, and that authorization had been granted to designate the Métis reserves by townships. In his letter of May 1872, Ibert, Dubuc reported that Johnson's mandate had been revoked. The land surveyors had just arrived, and if they hurry with their work, land allocations to the Métis could be made soon. Finally, Dubuc fears that the French have lost the election in the constituency of Marquette. Ambroise de Lepin had decided to return to Manitoba a few days before the date of this letter. In May, Louis Schmidt, a former classmate of Riel and Assistant Secretary of State in the Provisional Government, informed Riel that Lepin had arrived safely. Pam, MGD, letter to Julie Riel. St. Paul. // Mom, I'm pretty good, thank God. I was a little ill last week, but now I am well again. I hope, dear Mom, that you and the whole family enjoy good health. I kiss my little brothers and my little sisters. And you, dear Mom, I also kiss you with all my heart. Pray for me. My respects to my aunt, my uncle Benjamin and his family, my grandfather, and my regards to my cousins and neighbors, for me rather, brothers as cousins and neighbors. Don't forget Mr. Gervais, Mr. Sans Regret, Mr. Saint Germain, Mr. Parentio, and finally all our friends. Dear Mom, believe me always and for my life. Your submissive and affectionate son Louis Riel. Pam, MGD, file. Letter written on lined paper. The document is stained. It has been nibbled by rodents, mainly around the opening greeting where words are obliterated. The year is not indicated, but the origin, the month, and the content of the letter allow us to deduce that it is the year 1872. See the text. Charles, Joseph, Alexandre, Marie, Octavie, Eulalie, and Harriet Riel Angelique Carrière, wife of Benjamin Legermodier, the youngest son of Jean-Baptiste Legermodier and Marie-Anne Gabory. Marie-Anne Legermodier ni Gabory. Riel had many cousins including Erndreno, Paul Proulx, and Charles Sauve. Baptiste Gervais, a French-Canadian residing in the parish of St. Vital. Louis Sans Regret, a farmer from St. Vital. It is impossible to specify which Mr. Saint Germain this is. There were several families of this name in Street. Norbert and St. François Xavier Pierre Parentio, representative of St. Norbert at the 1869 conventions and member of the provisional government. 2. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. / St. Paul, Minnesota. My dear friend, I received your letter from near Georgetown. If I had received it earlier, I would have gone to shake your hand as you passed. But this pleasure was denied to me. I wrote to you, believing that my letter would have time to arrive before your departure. Perhaps this letter will be returned to you. I want to congratulate you on the happiness you have in finding yourself among your family. It's such a great happiness. You moved away from it, I can say, with dedication. And after the 2 years of absence that you have just had, after the work, the worry and the difficulties that have come your way, it is undoubtedly sweet to be able to return to the bosom of the family, to taste there what one cannot taste elsewhere. Dear friend, do not forget that you have many sincere friends among their Métis. And this number will continue to increase. Your generous efforts, your services will be infallibly appreciated by a people whose good faith and good heart you now know as much as anyone. You are part of our cause. I am writing these things to you, in case our people in Manitoba, more concerned with the injustices that Ottawa is imposing on them than careful to recognize your devoted actions as they should, have shown you some indifference. These words of mine will perhaps be an occasion for you, a cause of pleasure. These are the words of a friend. Pay my respects to your family and our old friends. And then if you make some acquaintance of a very particular kind during your trip, don't forget to offer my compliments to whomever I want to say. Mr. Douglas told me that you didn't travel without purpose. It's good. Write me a note from time to time. It won't be that long. The day before yesterday I received a letter from Mr. Lepin dated. Your devoted friend Louis Riel. Please give prod on this note that I insert in your letter. Pam, MGD. Document written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The writing on the third page is perpendicular to the lines. The annotation No is at the top of the first page, on the right. The same annotation is repeated at the top of the fourth page, on the left. In the opposite corner, on this same page, we find the annotation LR June 1872. These inscriptions are not in Riel's hand. See the text note. Letter posted from Georgetown, Minnesota, a village on the banks of the Red River. This letter has not been found. The text Abbot Georges Douglas, T., priest of the Cathedral of St. Boniface. In his letter of May 1872, Douglas, T., informed Riel that there would soon be elections, that the Métis were divided and nominated several candidates while the English stuck to a single candidate and would vote en masse for him. Douglas, T., also maintained that everyone would vote in favor of Riel if he decided to apply. Pam, MGD, Ambroise de Lepin, the military commander of Riel in 1869. Lepin, who had left with Riel for St. Paul, returned to Red River during the month of May. We do not know of any letter from Lepin of May. There is, however, a letter from Lepin to Riel, dated May, in which he recounted the discussion he had with Bishop Tatch on local political problems. Lepin assured Tatch of the certain election of Riel in Provencher. Pam, MGD, Louis Arthur Prudhomme, a French-Canadian who came to settle in Manitoba, practiced law, and was part of the editorial team at the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface. Nor. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. / St. Paul Min June 1872. My dear friend, I received your good letter and I begin with what concerns me most. Would I have hurt you? However, it seems to me that it was understood between the two of us, understood by our friendship, understood in every way that the difficult circumstances in which we both found ourselves depended neither on you nor on me. And that consequently our two minds and our hearts were in perfect agreement on this, in agreement that neither of us had any reproach, not even the thought of reproach. It is not in relation to you, nor in relation to the priest of St. Norbert that I asked you for the information that I so openly asked you. I thought I needed this information. And when you assure me that they seriously want my election, you finish responding to my thoughts by telling me about the opinion that certain ministers in Ottawa hold on this subject. If in Ottawa, they fear my election, and I know they fear it, those in Ottawa who need me not to live, that I do not live in my country, They also need that no district in Manitoba send me to Ottawa. And I wonder if their fears, if the means and arguments that Ottawa is bringing to Manitoba will not end up triumphing over the desire to elect me for the Commons. This was my thought, dear friend, when asking you if you believed that the idea of my election could succeed. Dear friend, I saw Monsieur Delorme. He has just left, for Monsieur Lapierre is returning to Canada. He is willing to take care of my portrait, which I am sending you. Not a photograph, because I don't have one, and I'm thinking of leaving for Manitoba tomorrow. My respects to you. Did you come back from St. Cuthbert? I congratulate you that heaven gives you back this writ that it took from man in the earthly paradise. I congratulate you, Roger. Succeeded. I assure you of my devotion. That Pam, MGD. File. Incomplete draft of the text. The ink has faded a lot and the central fold is very marked. As the present text differs considerably from the final version. We reproduce both texts 7m extenso Pam, MGD. In this June letter, Dubuc repeated that the people of Provencher wanted to elect Riel and that no one opposed his election. Dubuc also said he wanted to return to Manitoba as soon as possible to actively take care of the election. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, one of the delegates sent to Ottawa in March 1870. Pierre Delorme, MP for St. Norbert Sud, the first federal MP for the constituency of Provencher unidentified. Character reference to the recent engagement of Joseph Dubuc and Marie Anhino. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Paul. / St. Paul Min. I received your letter. And I start with what concerns me most. Would I have hurt you? It seems to me that it was understood between the two of us, understood by our friendship, understood in every way that the unpleasant circumstances in which we found ourselves depended neither on you nor on me, and that consequently we were in perfect agreement on this. In agreement that no reproach fell to either of us, not that I think myself very important in my own right. But I know that the circumstances of the Métis people as wanted by Ottawa, give me importance. So I wonder if the federal department will not succeed again this time in getting me opposed by the man I respect the most in Manitoba. That is my thought. I thank you for everything you tell me in your letter. Monsieur Delorme has just left me for Manitoba. It is not in relation to you, nor in relation to the priest of St. Norbert that I asked you for this information. I thought I needed this information and I asked a friend to get it. And when you assure me that they seriously want my election in Manitoba, you respond to all my thoughts by talking to me about what the ministers in Ottawa think of my election. The others who need me not to live in my country cannot be happy with the idea of seeing me arrive in the communes. Monsieur Lapierre returns. He wants to take care of my portrait. Excuse me, I don't have what you're asking for, a photograph. I'm leaving these days. I would have liked to be in Manitoba for the presentation of the pallium to Monseigneur Tatch. My respects to your parents. My respects, and, even if you allow me, my regards, and my wishes to your friend. Be happy, and believe me. Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Filigree paper. The second page is written along the length of the sheet. Under the date, on the first page, we find the annotation No. In the top right corner of the fourth page we find the other annotation LR June 1872. These additions are not in Riel's hand. See text note. This letter constitutes the final version of the text June 1872. Pam, MGD. In this letter, Dubuc repeated that the people of Provencher wanted to elect Riel and that no one opposed his election. Dubuc also said he wanted to return as soon as possible to actively take care of Riel's election. Reference to rumors that the Conservative Party was considering nominating Dubuc as a candidate. Stanley. Louis Riel, P. Most likely Pierre Delorme, MP for St. Norbert Sud, the first federal MP for Provencher. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in March 1870. Reference to Dubuc's fiancée, Marie Anhino. Letter to Georges Douglas, T. St. Paul. / Mr. Priest, I received your interesting letter from May. I thank you for the favor you have done me of making me aware of the ideas in Manitoba. I appreciate this treatment. Please allow me hereby to say nothing else. I will tell you in person what would be appropriate for me to write to you, if when I write, I am not in the position of always wondering if a particular letter will arrive. Pray for me. Don't let much know if I'm thinking about returning. Greet the Reverend Fathers and Gentlemen of the Archdiocese. And believe me, Your very humble servant Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Draft written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The document is smudged. The borders and the center have been eaten away. The folds are worn. Riel did not indicate a date, but from the letter he received from Douglas T., it is easy to deduce the year and month. See note, Pam, MGD. In this letter of May 1872, Douglas T. informed Riel that there would soon be elections, that the Métis were divided and nominated several candidates while the English stuck to a single candidate and would support him en masse. Douglas T. also maintained that everyone would vote in favor of Riel if he decided to run. See the texts, and, where Riel expresses similar fears about the interception of his letters. Letter to Your Excellency St. Paul / _. Political circumstances unfavorable have compelled me in February last to absent myself from Manitoba, my country, and I have been living here since the beginning of March. So well treated have I been treated by the citizens of this state that it becomes urging me to acknowledge it. To fulfill that duty I have thought it proper to address Your Excellency, pay you my true respects and sincere thanks, the people you are elected to govern, for the people in whose midst I have found such a pleasing visit and retreat, and allow me to remember, a people who is not only friendly to my country, not only a neighbor, but with whom we have had so many years commercial relations of a great interest. Allow me to complete the cordial meaning of this letter as I am now about to return to my own land, to pay you. Pam, MGD. This incomplete draft is composed on one large sheet of paper. The ink has faded and some words cannot be deciphered. Riel indicated neither the date nor the location of composition, but these may readily be inferred from the contents. Riel left St. Vital on February 1872, and arrived in St. Paul, Minnesota, on March, accompanied by Ambrose Lepin. Riel returned to Manitoba in July. From the reference to Your Excellency, Riel may have been writing to the governor of the state. Letter to Louis Schmidt. St. Paul / Mike Fur, I will not give you any opportunity, Mr. D. Return. Well, the guy, you see it, ble Devo, Ren, beautiful tum that we main waiting noville. In F to wait for, Mr. Lepin will tell you if I like our dear politics, if I have it at heart. Yes, God helping us, we will not lose everything. Get along well with him. It takes understanding, dedication, activity, to see our senses Flower Islands hold Mespatute. Peace reveals the perfidy of Ottawa. The Manitoba bill must not be devoured. We must keep it, obtain its fulfillment. Hold everyone on the land issue. My dear, what will I tell you, to talk about, if, a lot, of our things, but Mr. Lepin wanted to go, what to do, my God, shouldn't we let him take it away, and yet what if the world is undecided, well. Talk about it with Mr. Lepin. Expolar, greet your mother, your sisters, and your lady whom I had the pleasure of knowing. Greet our friends. Tell them that it is in suffering that men recover. Believe me, dear Louis, all yours forever, Pam, MGD. File. Letter written in light purple ink on a sheet of folio paper. The ink has faded, the paper is very soiled, and the first page is torn from top to bottom. The text on the back of this damaged page is written along the length of the sheet. So, for all these reasons, we cannot reconstruct the complete text. Their date is missing. It could have been on the part of the first page that is missing. References to Ambrose D. Lepin and the problems raised by the land and timber privileges of Métis concessions make it possible to establish a fairly precise date. Lepin returned to Manitoba in May 1872. The recipient of this letter was most likely Louis Schmidt. During the month of May 1872, Schmidt sent 2 letters to Riel. In that of May he wrote that Mark A. Gerard was interested in the question of Métis reserves. He also promised to send Le Métis, St. Boniface, to Riel, Pam, MGD. In May, Schmidt wrote to say that he was not aware of the specific provisions of the legislation affecting Métis reserves. It was also a question, he said, of proposing the nomination of Riel in the riding of Marquette to rally the French-speaking votes. The names of several possible candidates were also mentioned in Provencher. Schmidt wanted Riel's opinion on these and other related policy issues before making any decisions. Ibert, Justine Larviolette, daughter of Charles Larviolette and Therese Moreau. She and Louis Schmidt were married in St. Boniface on March 1872. Diary of Louis Schmidt, Notes on the Moreau family. Minutes of a meeting relating to land surveying. St. Norbert, // Pierre Parentio makes a motion that Mons. Joseph Landry chairs this meeting. Mr. Pierre Saint-Germain, S.E., NDS the motion. Unanimously approved. Don't Mons. Antoine Vandale makes a motion that Mons. Joseph Saint-Germain be the Secretary of the Assembly. Baptiste Rochelot seconds, and everyone approves. That having begun to survey our lands with a chain which does not measure as much as the chain which has been used until today in the surveys of the country, and having begun to survey our lands starting at the bottom of the coasts, this gives us to think that they have the intention of shortening our lands, despite their protests that they do not want to disturb us, that the Assembly is of the opinion these different ways of surveying our lands are for us a fair cause for concern. Francois Rowe, word. Thomas Freebucker unanimous. That these surveyors survey the 2 miles called privilege to cut hay and our communes to cut hay without, according to the Manitoba Bill, measures having been taken. We consider that this delay in settling our rights is for us a sad cause of concern. Adrian Carrier. Against. If. Vermet. Second. Jos Cadot. Word. If. Pylon. Second. Our loyal subjects Pierre Parentio Augustin Saint-Germain protest. Pam. MGD. Minutes written in dark purple ink on both sides of folio sheets. The ink has soaked into the paper and the document is smudged to the point that it is difficult to read certain passages. There is no indication of date and place of origin. The content suggests that it is from the year 1872. See text note. The text deals with the same question. The people whose names appear in this report were residents of St. Norbert. It is most likely Thomas Frobisher. A Métis from St. Norbert. Conditions set by Louis Riel to withdraw in favor of Sir G. and Cartier. Winnipeg. // Conditions set by Mr. Riel to withdraw in favor of Sir G. E. Cartier September / that the settlers shall be continued in the exercise of all the rights they have been accustomed to enjoy in respect of the lands on the rear of their lots, and no sales or entries there shall be permitted till the question of their rights shall be settled and adjusted under the agreement with the delegate. That no person shall be allowed to enter in the townships laid aside for the half-breeds from the date of the selection, and any person entry after that date to be removed by the authority AASB, Tatch Fund, D55018. This document written on paper adorned with the coat of arms of the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba is in the hand of Archbishop Tatch. L annotation no in the same hand appears above the coat of arms. During his testimony before the Select Committee of the House of Commons, Tatch stated that at the request of Lieutenant Governor Archibald, he had contacted Riel and recommended that he withdraw his candidacy in the constituency of Provencher in favor of Sir G. Cartier. Riel then wrote the conditions of his withdrawal which he gave to Tatch. The latter went to the Lieutenant Governor's office where he wrote a copy of the conditions which Archibald translated into English. Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties P. L annotation no at the top of the page, was added at a later date after the committee issued its report in which this document was identified as no. Slight variations are noted in the textual notes. See the text, where there is another example of the identification of texts by numbers. The usage privileges included that of cutting hay and that of common grazing over a distance of 3 kilometers beyond the limit of the concessions. Problems arose where new immigrants had already settled in the spaces reserved for hay cutting. In other cases, the Métis reserves ended at the boundary line of the first grants made along the Red and Assiniboine rivers in what was called the settlement belt and which extended to a depth of 3 kilometers. It was then the turn of the residents of the belt to complain that their rights were not being respected. D. Kemp, Land Grants under the Manitoba Act. Historical and Scientific Society of Manitoba, Transactions, Series, No. 1954. pp. Telegram to G. and Cartier. Winnipeg. / Winnipeg September 1872 to Hun Sir Geo. and Cartier. Your election in our country is by acclamation and have reason to hope in the success of the cause trusted into your hands. Louis Riel Joseph Royal Jos. Dubuc. AASB, Tatch Fund, D10931. The telegram is written in pencil on a Northwestern Telegraph Company blank true copy followed by the copyist's initials appear in the upper left-hand corner. The same annotation appears on text. At the top of the telegram, the annotation no has been added in ink and obviously at a later date. This number refers to the published version of this document in the report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties, text, was also identified in a similar way. This telegram was published in the Toronto Globe on June 1885 and June 1885. Telegram to G. and Cartier. Winnipeg. // Winnipeg 14th September 1872 to Hun Sir Geo. and Cartier. Bart. Montreal. You have been elected by acclamation member for the electoral District of Prevanture. Proposed by XXX, seconded by XXX, signed Louis Riel, Jose. Royal, Ambrose Lepin, Jose Dubuc, Andre Beauchemin, Baptiste Turon and the C. Larivy ASB, Tatch Fund, T10933. The telegram is written in pencil on a Northwestern Telegraph Company blank. In the upper left-hand corner is the following annotation, written in pencil, true copy. This is followed by the initials R, which are presumably those of the telegraphist. The same annotation appears on text. This document was published in the Toronto Globe on May 1885. Telegram to G. and Cartier. Fort Garry. / Fort Garry via Montreal. September 1872. Hun Sir G. and Cartier. You have been elected by acclamation member for the electoral district of Prevanture. Proposed Pierre Delorme, Esquire MPP. Honourable if. Royal Provincial Secretary, Jose. Lennox, Lemay. Esquire MPP. Ambrose Lepin. Esquire Norbert Lawrence, Esquire J.P. Augustin, Harrison, Esquire Alex Morin, Esquire J.P. Joseph Saint Germain. Esquire Andre Mal, No. Esquire Cyril, Marchand. Esquire Baptiste Boyer. Esquire Philibert, later route, J.H. McTavish. Esquire MPP. For Clarivy, C. Larivy, Esquire seconded by Andre Beauchemin. Esquire MPP. Jose Dubuc, Esquire MPP. Baptiste Lawrence, Esquire J.P. Pierre Parentio. Esquires J.P. Louis Lassert, Esquire Baptiste Scissors, Gervais, Esquire J. Desortels, Esquire J.P. Joseph Lewin, Lorraine. Esquire Registry Baptiste Lepin. Esquires Jose Delorme. Esquires Joseph Berthelot, Esquire Louis Riel. Joseph Royal. Ambrose Lepin, AAC Larivy. Joseph Dubuc, Baptiste Townsend, Tarrant, Andre Beauchemin, Pac, MGID, 2501. This document is composed in ink on a Montreal Telegraph Company blank. The spelling of French-Canadian names on this document would suggest that the telegraphers who sent and received the message were not very knowledgeable in the French language. Following the date, there is a question mark enclosed in brackets. This was added later. The date September is obviously the date the message was received by the Montreal Telegraph Company. In this edition, the misspelled names have been corrected and included in square brackets insofar as this was possible by referring to Sprague and Fry, the genealogy of the first Métis nation. Table - letter to Joseph Dubuc. St. Boniface. / Saint Boniface. September 1872. My dear friend, I am thinking of your editorial and please forgive me for the liberty I am taking to make a remark on this subject. I believe that in one place you say, we fear that this is a way to keep Mr. Riel out of business. This sentence is true, but I would like it to be omitted. I'm leaving for St. F. Xavier. I would just as soon stay at home. But what does the rain and the bad roads matter? I wish you a good election for Thursday in Selkirk. In your editorial, clean up as much as you can. However, I hope that you will not be asked to completely sacrifice the good deed that I have just done with the generous help of my friends. Believe me, your friend, Louis Riel. My respects to your lady. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. Ink faded in places. The annotation No is above the date, at the top of the page, on the right. See text note. It was impossible to identify this editorial. It does not seem to be the one that deals with the election of George Etienne Cartier in Prevanture, published in Le Métis, St. Boniface, in September. As Riel's letter is from September, Dubuc probably intended to publish the editorial in the next issue. Unfortunately, angry rioters broke up the presses of the Métis in September, and publication of the newspaper did not resume until October. At that date, Riel's candidacy was no longer a subject of discussion on the day the candidates were proposed. September 1872, Riel declined the nomination, as did Clark, and George Etienne Cartier received the nomination and was elected by acclamation. Métis, September 1872. Memorandum on hay cutting and commons privileges. We the old settlers of Assiniboia now Manitoba do appreciate the great value of our rights of commons and of cutting hay, as acknowledged by the Canadian Ministry and Parliament. That great value of our rights of commons and of cutting hay in the province. We do publicly so assert, in order to let our local government and the Canadian Ministry that the necessary measures to ascertain and adjust on fair and equitable terms the aforesaid rights of us the old settlers of this province are to be taken so as to meet the approval of the majority of the old people of Manitoba PAM, MGD. This draft is written on paper embossed in the upper left-hand corner. The second page is stained. Riel did not indicate the date or location of composition. The year may be inferred from the reference to problems associated with the privilege of cutting hay and of commons on the outer 3 kilometers of one's grant. These difficulties arose shortly after the first selection of the half-breed reservations in 1872. This contentious issue was resolved by an order in council passed on September 1873. Kemp, Land Grants under the Manitoba Act p. Text, is a related item. Memorandum on hay cutting and commons privileges. More than 20 years ago, almost every colonist of Assiniboia, on Red River and Assiniboine River, selected immediately in the rear of, and attached to his land the 2 other miles in length, a piece of land of the same width as his land and of 2 miles long. We say almost every colonist, because those only who had not room on the rear of their farms did not take the piece of land. But as these 2 miles long of land on the rear of our farms were on the Indian land, nobody could sell it. The government of Assiniboia could not sell them. The people asked the council of Assiniboia for rules. The people wanted their course of action protected by the law on these 2 miles also. Each colonist had an absolute right on these miles. PAM, MGD. This incomplete draft is written on both sides of a single large sheet of lined paper. The upper left-hand edge is badly torn. At the bottom of the page, written upside down, is a partial draft of the poem Si Je Suis Infiniment Bon. Text. Riel did not indicate the location or date of composition. The contents suggest that it was written in 1872. See note to text. Request relating to the lands of former settlers. Of the arrangements that we made with the Canadian government by our delegates in the month of May 1870. In hand we will not cease to claim the just rights that we have on the lands of which we were in peaceful possession at the time of the transfer. Copyright symbol, hoping that Your Excellency will ensure that Canada, of which she is here the Lieutenant Governor, will respect the rights of the former colonists, without any distinction. We have the honor of being the humble servants. PAM, MGD, unfinished draft which was housed under the same archive symbol as the text. The latter is an incomplete translation of a petition sent to the Governor-General, Lord Dufferin, regarding hay cutting privileges. The contents of this fragment, however, indicate that the recipient was the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba. The text bears neither date nor mention of provenance. As we deal with the same question in the texts, and we can infer that the date of composition falls during the year 1872. The following passage appears in the right margin and is written perpendicular to the main text. I assure you that in leaving you I experienced the deepest sorrow because I love you. I devoted myself to the happiness of the family. Memoir relating to the difficulties of the Red River. St. Vital. To ward off the misfortunes with which we were thus threatened, on the part of the inhabitants of Portage and the savages, in a word to ensure the triumph of order and peace that we were responsible for making prevail throughout the colony, and so that our delegation did not miss its goal, we had recourse to all the authority of a government. Let us consider the circumstances, let us weigh the motives. If there was an act, a single act of severity, let us not lose sight of this long series of moderate actions which gives us the right to say that during our troubles, we rather tried to disarm than to fight the lawless foreigners who were waging war against us. The fact is that we managed to restore calm. We took advantage of this to hasten the departure of our delegates, who were diligently going to Ottawa. Schultz, Mayer, Lynch, Monkman, Theta registered trademark symbol and others undoubtedly took advantage of the affair which had taken place here, on March to increase the agitation in Ontario, which their plan was already to produce there in their own favour and against the delegates from the Northwest. But let us note that they had lost all their strength to the point of silencing our internal divisions as we have done. The country had become peaceful and subject to the sole government of the population. Lynch and others tried to pass themselves off as the real delegates from the Northwest. The attempt was in vain and it failed. The government received our official delegates, Sir John and Sir George, appointed for this by the Canadian government, dealt with Messrs. Justice Black, the Reverend Monsieur Richot and Alfred H. Scott, who held from the President of the Provisional Government and their appointment and commission as delegates. The subject of the arrangements included different clauses, the following being the following: that all debts contracted by the Provisional Government of the Northwest to cover the costs caused by the illegal and inconsiderate measures of the employees of Canada to bring us a civil war be paid from the treasury of the power. And that none of the members of the Provisional Government or any of those acting under their orders be in any way worried and never have to answer for having taken part in the movement and in any of the actions which lead us to the present negotiations. Our delegates set this condition as sine qua non. Sir John and Sir George accepted it. But our delegates asked for guarantees. The two ministers responded that this condition was guaranteed with great force by the very fact that a friendly understanding took place between Canada and the Northwest. The delegates replied that they however needed indisputable data on this matter for the satisfaction of those whose interests they were defending. Sir John and Sir George did not hesitate to say that on this issue they were able to reassure the delegation. The Manitoba bill was composed PAM, MGD, unfinished draft written on both sides of a single sheet of paper. The ink has faded, the paper is very wrinkled and soiled. The annotation in pencil appears at the top of the first page, on the right. However, it is impossible to say if it is from Riel. The text bears a similar annotation. This document is an incomplete draft of the text. As there are marked differences in substance, we have chosen to treat it as a separate text rather than as a variant. The text, composed in St. Vital, January 1873, constitutes the final stage of this unfinished draft. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868, leader of the Canadian Party. Charles Mayer, paymaster on the Dawson Road construction sites. James Spencer Lynch, doctor from Portage la Prairie, accompanied J.C. Schultz and Euro. Mayer and Ontario. Joseph Monkman, an English Métis who helped Schultz escape to Ontario in 1870. John J. Setter, a Portage la Prairie resident who helped Charles Mayer escape capture and escape to St. Paul, Minnesota. Reference to the execution of Thomas Scott. John A. MacDonald, Prime Minister of Canada. George Etienne Cartier, leader of the Conservative Party in the province of Quebec. John Black, recorder of Rupert's Land, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River. Letter to Alexander Morris, St. Vital, // The ministry, in Ottawa, appears in its conduct in relation to certain questions which concern us to propose to place on us all the responsibility for the disturbances which took place herein. The truth is, however, that throughout this unfortunate time we have been forced to defend ourselves against continual attacks. The Canadian employees opening the road to Lake of the Woods showed during their stay at Oak Point the true spirit of hostility which animated them towards the settlers of Assiniboia. They tried to seize the finest properties in the St. Anne settlement by wrapping them in a piece of land that they claimed to have purchased from the savages. To ensure their good graces in this beginning of the fight against us, they flattered the worst passions of the Indians by selling them intoxicating drinks in defiance of the law. The following summer, Mr. Stoughton Dennis appeared among us as surveyor of the lands of the colony. He actually began to pace them. We know that the company itself protested against these surveys. And when Mr. S. Dennis began his operations on the lands of individuals, who, supported by common law, demanded reason for this unjust encroachment and forbade him to touch their land. At the same time it became certain in the colony that an unknown governor was coming to govern us with a council composed entirely of strangers like himself, and that he had taken precautions to bring into the country in the form of simple luggage a large quantity of arms and ammunition. Also several hundred men newly arrived and taking corps with Snow and Dennis, of whom they were almost all employed, boasted of having come here in advance of Mr. MacDougall as his soldiers and of being ready to support him by force of arms. This truly threw the alarm into the country. A large part of the population organized into a national committee advanced to meet Mr. MacDougall and sent him a dispatch by 2 couriers in which they told him not to enter the colony before having reached an agreement with them. Upon receiving the dispatch, the future Lieutenant Governor addressed the couriers with words of contempt and insult. And without making any attempt to inquire into the concerns of such a large half of the inhabitants of the colony, the next day, he entered the country and headed towards Fort Garry to occupy the seat of government. The so-called soldiers then took a truly threatening attitude among us, talked about taking Fort Garry. In view of the sad state in which we were soon to find ourselves, we decided to take all means to keep Mr. MacDougall away from us and to ensure that his party, which was so hostile to us, did not take over in the form of war. We managed to restore calm. We took advantage of this to hasten the departure of our delegates, who diligently went to Ottawa. Schultz, Mayor, Lynch, Monkman, Setter and others doubtless took advantage of the affair which had taken place here on the 18th of March to spread to Ontario the agitation which their plan was already to produce there in their own favour and against the delegates of the Northwest. But already, they were without strength and powerless to achieve their goal, since by silencing our internal divisions, as we had finally achieved, the provisional government had become the sole master of the position and consequently the only one able to assert a delegation in Ottawa. Lynch and others, however, tried to pass themselves off as the only and true delegates from the Northwest. The attempt failed. The Canadian government officially received our delegates. Sir John and Sir George, appointed for this by the government, dealt with Mr. Justice Black, the Reverend Mr. Richot and Mr. Alfred H. Scott, who held from the President of the Provisional Government and their appointment and commission as delegates. The subject of the arrangements included different clauses, of which here is the 19th. That all debts contracted by the Provisional Government of the Northwest, on their occasion of the illegal and inconsiderate measures which the employees of Canada took to throw us into a civil war, be paid from the treasury of the power, and that none of the members of the Provisional Government or any of those acting under their orders be in any way disturbed, and never have to answer for having taken part in the movement or in any of the actions which led to the present negotiations. Our delegates set this condition as sine qua non. Sir John and Sir George accepted it. Marlies, our delegates, asked for guarantees. The 2 ministers responded that this condition was guaranteed, with great force, by the very fact that a friendly understanding took place between Canada and the Northwest. The delegates replied that they had need indisputable data on this for the satisfaction faction of those whose interests they defended. Sir John and Sir George did not hesitate to say that on this question they were able to reassure the delegation. The Manitoba Bill was composed. Before its introduction into the chambers, our delegates insisted on the need to now have the guarantee of the 19th clause. We addressed the Governor-General, who assured that the delegation would be satisfied in its request as soon as the chambers had decided on the Manitoba Bill. Sir Clinton Murdoch, special delegate of Her Majesty the Queen, to supervise our arrangements with the Canadian government, also assured the delegates that they would be fully satisfied. Once the bill was sanctioned by the chambers, our delegates pointed out to the government of Canada that the time had come for them to be in possession of the guarantees agreed on regarding the 19th clause. The Governor-General, understanding the just anxiety of the inhabitants of the Northwest during all this time, the delegation to hasten its return to the middle of us, in order to report to us, without delay, the arrangements it had made with the Canadian government, assuring the delegation that the government would take the means to have the delegates arrive in the Northwest, guaranteeing that no one would ever be worried nor made responsible for anything relating to the recent unrest. Sir Clinton Murdoch, having been discussed this question by the delegates of the Northwest, who, although satisfied with the repeated and positive assurances of persons so highly placed, nevertheless expressed the fear that the population of this country might not find themselves satisfied, the delegate of the Crown showed how satisfactory to the delegates and the inhabitants of the Northwest should be the assurance given to them by the highest representatives of His Majesty that on this question as on the rest of the arrangements, they would be satisfied. To complete the arrangements, our delegates asked the ministers authorized to deal with them if Canada would appoint someone to administer the affairs of the Northwest after the transfer and before the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor. The ministers answered definitively. No. May Riel and his council continue to maintain order and peace until the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor. Our delegates went to Fort Garry on June 1870. They made their official report to representatives from across the country. On June, they in Assembly ratified by a unanimous vote the work of the delegation. Mr. Thomas Bunn signified to the Honourable Secretary of State for the Provinces the consent that the representatives of the people of this country had just given to their entry into the Cana Confederation. I.S. Two countries. Monsignor himself sent this dispatch into the hands of the Canadian government. And we were certain that arrangements, as concluded, would be we continued to dedicate ourselves to of order and peace until their next. After the transfer of this country, it's until the arrival of the troops on August 1870 to prevent confusion and anarchy. And following what the ministers had expressed at the end of the arrangements with our delegates, we remained at Fort Garry with the authority that the people had provisionally entrusted to us, waiting to withdraw until the competent authorities came to take over the functions of government among us. Instead of treating us amicably as the law of nations required him to do, Wolseley entered the province like an enemy. And to pay us, in the name of Canada, for the care we had taken of the province of Manitoba and its Northwest Territory since the transfer, he handed over to pillage everything that belonged to us in the fort. He had peaceful and very respectable citizens dragged into prison and allowed his soldiers to mistreat peaceful and very respectable citizens. Leaving for Canada, the leader of this peace expedition and nation treated publicly as bandits the friends of the President of the Provisional Government with whom he had just dealt, of this government which existed only to maintain order and the peace despite exceptional difficulties. Wolseley thus revived in our midst unfortunate hatreds which in the space of a few months had already begun to calm down, and which the friendly understanding with Canada contributed greatly to appease, and which the Canadian government, for the faithful execution of its arrangements with us, could not fail to diminish further greatly. Wolseley's conduct was a real misfortune. Gathered in the House of the Court to discuss together and try to improve our public affairs, which were becoming more complicated day by day. While in the evening, this convention adjourned its work to allow, during the marked days, the law, complete freedom for the courts to have their seats as usual. The opposing party made all representations to Mr. McDougall, in order to persuade him to use his authority to proclaim the overthrow of the government of the Hudson's Bay Company. Mr. McDougall assumed this responsibility on December the 1st, the day on which, after thus throwing us into anarchy, he also took it upon himself to openly declare war on us. You see, we were defending ourselves against Canadian government employees. But since they attacked us illegally, it is obvious that our defense was not a rebellion. Sir John A. MacDonald, in the report of a committee of the Honourable Privy Council, dated December 1869, told the Governor-General that the resistance we were making was not directed against the sovereignty of His Majesty, against the government of the Hudson's Bay Company. But once this government had lied by the proclamation of Mr. McDougall, the urgent law of necessity commands us to watch over our own preservation. We proclaimed on December the formation and authority of a provisional government for the sole purpose of safeguarding our lives and our properties. On December 1869, the Honourable Secretary of State for the Provinces officially told Mr. McDougall that our government, the proclamation having removed Governor McTavish, indeed the only government in the country, government had nothing legal, asserts in the continuation of the December report that I have already mentioned, that this government took shape in the circumstances which gave rise to we legal existence. Certainly, because we had the rights of people on our side. The commissioners of the Canadian government, Reverend Monsieur Thibio, Colonel de Salaberry, arriving in the country at the end of December, did not hesitate to recognize the provisional government. In the month of January 1870, a mass assembly of the inhabitants of the colony took place at Fort Garry, to learn the character of the mission of Mr. D. Smith, commissioner specially sent here by the Ottawa government. This mass meeting ordered a convention of delegates from all over the colony to examine more closely Mr. Smith's commission and decide what should be done for the good of the country. This convention discussed what would be the conditions of our union with Canada. She received from the three commissioners, Messrs. Thibault, de Salaberry and Smith, and on behalf of Canada, the invitation to send a delegation to Ottawa. The invitation was accepted. Then immediately after, Sean consolidated the provisional government by a unanimous vote of the whole country. There had only been supported by among citizens. Several English deputies of the convention had been encouraged to vote thus by the late M. in McTavish, who, having been consulted on this, begged them to give themselves a government for the sake of order and peace. This public determination met with misfortune. It caused victims. A man esteemed by his compatriots because of his public services during the Troubles, and who, on 3 different occasions, in moments of extreme complications, had greatly contributed to preventing the savages from opening their barbaric hostilities against the whites. Ali Goulet, who was still reassured by our agreement with Canada, despite the poor arrival of Wolseley, entered Winnipeg. There, in broad daylight, in the very center of the city, 4 men attacked him. Goulet searches in vain for some protection. The 4 assassins pursue him and kill him. 2 of them were in the ranks of the militia and were not disturbed. The others continued to appear in the city and lived there under the gaze of the authorities. At Portage, Tanner was also killed by men who shared Wolseley's ideas. This murder also went unpunished. Generally the population of this country has been attacked in person and property by the majority of emigrants and a very large number of men of the militia. And the Canadian authorities let us be crushed. This is how they thought to heal the wound of the Troubles of these Troubles, which in a dispatch to the Governor-General, dated November 1869, Lord Granville said to have been caused at Red River by the very conduct of the Canadian government. Since August 1870, we have been plagued by the ministry in Ottawa, left without protection, consequently deprived of liberty. The happiness of individuals, the domestic happiness of our families has become an impossible thing. Our lives are continually in danger. What reason does the Canadian government have to delay, to the detriment of everything that attaches a population to life, the fulfillment of the sacred commitments it has contracted with them? The ministry, in Ottawa, was unable to evade in the face of everyone the inauguration of the great principles of freedom enshrined by its engagements with us, by this Bill of Manitoba, B.A., greatly approved by the Chambers. Took care to neglect everything else and pile, every day he puts there, of the general government to divert the local administration from the accomplishment duties towards us. What's more, the fundamental principles of our Constitution are already beginning to be violated. The representative of the electoral division of St. Vital resigned his seat in the local chamber, voluntarily and following the formalities prescribed by law. Its constituents accepted this resignation and applauded it. They are demanding a new election. What will the authorities do? They have already spoken out. They do not accept the resignation of Mr. Andre Beauchemin. Against whom are these arbitrary acts directed? Against those who, since August 1870, have truly preserved peace in the country, through their respect for authority, through their moderation and through their patience in suffering the oppression in which they are held. Because if the Métis used the right they have to defend themselves every time they are attacked unjustly and the law refuses to protect them, where would the province be? Not only has our conduct always been in accordance with all arrangements with but we are also faithful and devoted to the Queen. In the fall at a simple call from the Lieutenant Governor, we all joined together to march against the Fenians of Pembina, while we were so considered by Canada, as a population of outlaws, that Governor Archibald, knowing the danger in which we lived, was obliged to provide us with the means to help him unite the people, to assure us that by his own authority, he would protect us as long as the province was threatened by the Fenians. We united the people with great difficulty, trying to make them forget the subjects, the just subjects of their exasperation. We served the public cause The course of the government. Has the government remembered our services? On the contrary, it looks like he was offended. It was a crime for Mr. Archibald to have given us his hand. The government did not help him justify his conduct to public opinion. He did not want to take advantage of this opportunity to do us, or even let us do any justice. We have been rejected as before and abandoned to the fury of our enemies. The following December, around 2:00 in the evening, a band of about 15 men went to St. Vital, entered like brigands into the residence of Madame Riel, announcing that they were coming, in the name of the Queen, to carry a warrant, Louis Riel, that they sought with weapons in their hands, upsetting everything in this residence, insulting, outraged and feloniously threatening the ladies of the house with weapons. Fire. So far these criminals have been spared, and even spared. At the beginning of the proclamation of the Governor of Ontario against the so-called murderers of Scott, having come to throw trouble in N, so as not to be the occasion of too great in our young province, and even to help the government of Ottawa, which, far from protecting us, this proclamation complained that our presence here gave the opposition a pretext and too much force against it. We agreed to expatriate ourselves for a time. We decided to stay in St. Paul. A member of the federal parliament, trampling on all justice, came to disturb us even in our exile. On March, he formed and began to execute, in the very capital of Minnesota, a plot against us. His plan was to clandestinely enter the hotel where we were staying, break our trunks and remove the official documents relating to the disturbances of and noting our arrangements with LV1 Peso or April. 2 men in St. Paul, believing themselves to be a fire without witnesses, during the night, consulted on the means of taking our lives and thus gaining the $1, which the proclamation of the Governor of Ontario promised against the alleged murderers of Scott. On April at Breckenridge, men reputed to be in the service of the same man of whom we had had the iniquitous attempts at St. Paul, lurked at the door of the hotel where we were until a very late hour of the night, with the intention of assassinating us if we went out. These facts are supported by an affidavit and by the testimonies of honest and living men. PAM, MGD. Document, which consists of 4 distinct pieces which have been brought together under the same box. To facilitate identification, we have divided the fragments with hyphens. The first meets the rating MGD. It is written on both sides of a single sheet. The paper is wrinkled, stained, and the ink has faded. The annotation comma in pencil appears in the upper right corner of the first page. However, it is impossible to say whether it is by Riel. The text contains a similar annotation. The second fragment corresponds to the symbol MGD. It is written in black ink on sheets of lined paper. The paper has been chewed by rodents and there are large stains on the right side of the pages. The paper is torn along the folds. It was necessary to resort to a previous draft, the text, to reconstruct the obliterated passages. Some of Riel's corrections are also illegible. The third fragment includes 2 pages from MGD. These 2 pages were also victims of rodents, particularly the right bank of the pages. The fourth fragment includes 4 other pages from MGD. They are written in black ink on sheets of lined paper. The paper is torn along the edges. In addition, it was nibbled by rodents and the text remained mutilated. These 4 documents form a first draft of the text, a letter to Lieutenant Governor A. Morris written by Riel and Ambrose Lepin, in St. Vital, January 1873. The original text, in French, has been lost. The text, which appeared in report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties pp. Had been established according to an English translation that had been made for the Privy Council. Unfortunately, the French draft is not sufficient to determine what was contained in the page said to have been lost before the document reached Lieutenant Governor Morris. See text note. John A. Snow, Works Superintendent on the road construction site between Fort Garry and Lac des Bois. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor Designate, who was refused entry to Red River by the Métis National Committee. John Christian Schultz, owner of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868, leader of the Canadian Party. Charles Mayer, paymaster on the Dawson Road construction site. James Spencer Lynch, doctor from Portage la Prairie, accompanied J.C. Schultz and C. Mayer and Ontario. Joseph Monkman, English Métis who helped J.C. Schultz to flee to Ontario in 1870. P.Y. John J. Setter, a Portage resident who helped Charles Mayer avoid capture and reach St. Paul, Minnesota. Reference to the execution of Thomas Scott. John A. MacDonald, Prime Minister of Canada George Etienne Cartier, leader of the Federal Conservative Party in the province of Quebec John Black, recorder of Rupert's Land, member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River Father Noel Joseph Richot, parish priest of St. Norbert, member of the delegation. Sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the inhabitants of Red River Sir John Young, Lord Lisgar, Governor-General of Canada Joseph Howe, Secretary of State for the province's manager Alexandre Antonin Tatch, O.M.L., Bishop of St. Boniface Joseph Garnet Wolseley, Commander of the Red River Expeditionary Force report published in correspondence relative to the recent disturbances pp. Correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences pp. William McTavish. Governor d'Assiniboia it de l'Arteuda Rupert Father Jean-Baptiste Thibault, a well-known Red River missionary, one of the federal government commissioners sent to Red River to inquire into the grievances of the Métis Charles de Salé-Berry, military officer and engineer, one of the federal government commissioners sent to Red River to inquire into the grievances of the Métis Donald A. Smith, director of the Montreal district of the Hudson's Bay Company, special envoy of the federal government James Tanner, a Riel supporter who was killed after his. These last three lines formed a marginal correction. They are in the left margin. George Levinson Gower, Lord Granville, Foreign Secretary. The dispatch was published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences pp. Andre Beauchemin, Member of Parliament for St. Vital. In September 1872, Riel declined the nomination in the riding of Preventure to leave the way clear for George Etienne Cartier. Beauchemin then resigned from his functions to allow Riel to run. Le Métis St. Boniface, September 1872, Adams George Archibald, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. See text, which contains additional details about this incident. John Christian Schultz, Federal MP for Lisgar. This is Edward Blake, Prime Minister of Ontario, who offered $, as a reward for the apprehension of the alleged murderers of Thomas Scott. An affidavit relating the incidents to which Riel alludes was signed on March 1872 by John Magger and William Devlin, AASB, Funds Tatch, T 10067. Memorial to His Excellency the late Governor of Manitoba. St. Vital. / To His Excellency the late Governor of Manitoba. Your Excellency, the government at Ottawa, from the course it has pursued in a matter affecting us, seems disposed to throw upon us the entire responsibility of the troubles which took place here in 1869. The truth, nevertheless, is that during the whole of that unhappy period, we have been compelled to defend ourselves against continual aggressions. The persons sent from Ottawa in the winter of 1868 to survey the road from the Lake of the Woods manifested during their residence at Pointe du Chêne a strong hostility to the old inhabitants of Assiniboia. They even went so far as to endeavour to obtain possession of the best portions of the property of the establishment of St. Abe, by including them in a block of land which they pretended they had purchased from their Indians. In order the better to secure the goodwill of the Indians, in the commencement of their struggle with us, they pandered to their worst vice by selling them intoxicating liquors in defiance of the law. The following summer Mr. Stutton Dennis presented himself among us as surveyor of the lands of the settlement, and actually commenced his survey. The company itself protested against these surveys, and when Mr. Dennis commenced his operations on the lands of private persons, they, relying on their common law rights, remonstrated against such illegal trespass and forbarred his coming upon their. Meantime, it had become known that an unknown person was coming as our governor with a council made up entirely of persons as unknown as himself, and that he was taking steps to bring in with him, as part of his ordinary baggage, a large quantity of arms and ammunition. Several hundred men recently arrived in the country, partisans of Snow and Dennis, by whom most of them were employed, boasted that they had come in advance of Mr. McDougall, as his soldiers, and that they were ready to support him by force of arms. These things caused considerable alarm in the settlement. A large portion of the settlers, having organized themselves as a national committee, went to meet Mr. McDougall, and sent by 2 messengers a dispatch in which they told him not to enter the settlement until he had come to an understanding with them. On receiving the dispatch, the future lieutenant governor addressed the messengers in contemptuous and insulting language, and without making any effort to inquire into the grounds of dissatisfaction of so large a portion of the inhabitants of the settlement which he was coming to govern. On the following day he entered the province, and proceeded towards Fort Garry, with the view of taking up his residence at the seat of government. The self-styled "So 7 decent" soldiers then took up a very threatening attitude amongst us. They talked of taking Fort Garry. The knowledge of this scheme, which we were afraid would be carried out, suggested to us the idea of seizing the fort, and we endeavoured to keep Mr. MacDougall at a distance, in order that his party, which were so hostile to our interest, might not, under such circumstances, get possession of the government of our native country. On the 16th November 24 deputies from the whole settlement met in the courthouse for the purpose of taking counsel together, and adopting means to improve the state of affairs, which every day became more complicated. During the 17th November the convention adjourned to evening in order to allow the courts to hold the usual assizes. The opposite party were, in the meantime, making every effort with Mr. MacDougall to persuade him to use his authority to proclaim the subversion of the government of the company. Mr. MacDougall assumed the responsibility on the 1st December, and on that same day on which he threw the settlement into anarchy, he took upon himself also the responsibility of openly declaring war against us. You perceive we were defending ourselves against the servants of the Canadian government. But inasmuch as they attacked us illegally, our defence was not a rebellion. Sir John A. Macdonald, in a report of the Privy Council of the 16th December, 1869, tells the Governor-General that the resistance we made was not directed against Her Majesty, nor against the Hudson's Bay Company. The moment, however, that the existing government was abolished by Mr. MacDougall's proclamation, the urgent law of necessity compelling us to look to our own security, we proclaimed on the 8th December the formation of a provisional government, with the object simply of protecting our lives and property. On the 24th December, 1869, the Secretary of State for the provinces stated officially to Mr. MacDougall that our government, the proclamation having set aside Governor McTavish, were in effect the only government in the settlement. The government, were it not then legal, Sir John, in his report already referred to, says that the government, considering the circumstances which gave it birth, had a legal existence. Most certainly, for we had the law of nations on our side. The Canadian Commissioners, the Reverend Mr. Thibault and Colonel de Salaberry, who came into the settlement towards the end of December, did not hesitate to recognize the provisional government. In the month of January, 1870, a large meeting of the inhabitants of the settlement was held at Fort Garry, to ascertain the character of the mission of Mr. Donald A. Smith, a commissioner specially sent out by the government at Ottawa. This large meeting ordered a convention of 40 delegates to examine more in detail Mr. Smith's commission, and to decide as to what should be done in the interests of the country. The convention discussed what should be the terms of our union with. They received an invitation from the 3 commissioners, Messrs. Thibault, de Salaberry and Smith, in the name of Canada, to send a deputation to Ottawa. The invitation was accepted. Then the convention immediately confirmed, by a unanimous vote, in the name of the whole country, the provisional government, which up to that time had only been sustained by a portion of the citizens. Many of the British delegates to the convention were led to vote in this way by the late Mr. McTavish, who, being consulted by them, entreated them for the sake of order and peace to accept the government. This public determination met with some opponents. They misunderstood the wish of the convention, and with a view to overthrow it, 700 or 800 persons met at Kildonan, with arms, in a disorderly assembly, made up of Indians and white men. Schultz was there with all his influence, ascendant. Paracine, one of his partisans whom we had taken prisoner, escaped from us and rejoined his party, who made him prisoner at Kildonan. In attempting to escape, Paracine killed a man. His own people beat him unmercifully in turn. The following day, 48 men of this murderous gang passed near Winnipeg in military guise. Their march was interrupted by the soldiers of the provisional government. to whom they surrendered their arms on condition the officer in command of the company was condemned to death and was about to be executed, but Mr. Smith interceded for him and obtained his pardon on condition that he himself should visit all the English parishes, and use his influence to re-establish order. Mr. Smith, having secured for the provisional government the goodwill and support of all the English population, we thought only of forwarding the important work of the delegation, which we had decided to send to Ottawa to agree with the ministry as to our entering into confederation, when we found ourselves confronted by a new conspiracy to prevent the delegates from leaving, to excite the masses in Ontario against us and to prevent us from coming to an understanding with the Canadian government. Such were the ideas which at this juncture animated the principal agents of all our troubles. They used every effort in their power. The result was that the inhabitants of Portage la Prairie soon wrote to the President of the Provisional Government that they had indeed all consented at the request of the Canadian Commissioner, Mr. Smith, to recognize the Provisional Government, but that they had so done solely to fulfill the conditions necessary to secure Bolton's life, and that they only waited for an opportunity to withdraw themselves from the authority of the Provisional Government. The Indians of the entire community, those below Fort Pierre and those at the portage, who were apparently the most excited, seemed ready to threaten the country with one of their attacks. Even the prisoners who were kept at Fort Garry, having had wind of these plottings outside and being encouraged by them, were hurried on to acts of extreme violence. Many of them, notably Mr. MacLeod and T. Scott, beat their prison gates and insulted, and went so far as to strike their guards, inviting their fellow prisoners also to insult them. Seeing then that a punishment, long deserved and terrible, could alone restrain these excited men, and finding ourselves compelled to avert evils with which we were threatened by the inhabitants of the portage conspiring with the Indians, in a word to secure the triumph of peace and order which it was our duty to establish throughout the settlement, we had recourse to the full authority of government. Consider the circumstances, let the motives be weighed. If there were a single act of severity, one must not lose sight of the long course of moderate conduct which gives us the right to say that, during our troubles of 1869, we sought to disarm, rather than fight the lawless strangers who were making war against us. We succeeded in establishing quiet. We availed ourselves of it to hurry the departure of our delegates, who repaired at once to Ottawa. Schultz, Mayor Lynch, Monkman and others made capital note out of the affair which took place here on the 40th March to intensify in Ontario the agitation which it was their object to excite there in their own favour, and against the delegates from the northwest. But they were now powerless to effect their object. In silencing our intestine quarrels, as we had at length succeeded in doing, the Provisional Government had become the master of the position here, and consequently the only one who could send delegates to Ottawa. Lynch and others endeavoured, notwithstanding, to pass themselves off for the true and only delegates of the Northwest. Their attempt failed. The Canadian government received our delegates officially. Sir John and Sir George being named for that purpose by the Dominion government, treated with Messrs. Black Reverend Mr. Richot and Alfred Scott, who had received from the President of the Provisional Government their nomination and their commissions as daily. The Articles of Agreement included 20 different clauses, the 19th of which is as follows, that all the debts contracted by the Provisional Government of the Northwest in reference to the illegal and rash measures which the servants of the Dominion Government had taken to throw us into a civil war should be paid in full by the Treasury of the Dominion, and that none of the members of the Provisional Government, or any person acting under their orders, should be in any way molested or have to answer for having taken part in the movement, or for anything which had led to the present negotiations. This condition our delegates laid down as a sine qua non. Sir John and Sir George accepted it. But our delegates asked for guarantees. The two ministers replied that the condition was effectually guaranteed by the very fact that a friendly understanding existed between Canada and the Northwest. The delegates replied that they required, notwithstanding undeniable proofs as to this point, to satisfy those whose interests they were protecting, whereupon Sir John and Sir George did not hesitate to say that upon this point they were in a position to satisfy the delegates. They then proceeded To frame the Manitoba Bill. Before its introduction to the legislature, our delegates urged the necessity of now having the guarantee for the 19th clause. They referred the matter to the Governor-General, who assured them that the delegates would be satisfied in their demands as soon as the two houses had passed the Manitoba Bill. Sir Clinton Murdoch, the special delegate of Her Majesty the Queen to watch over our arrangements with the Canadian government, also assured the delegates that they would be fully satisfied. When the bill was sanctioned by both houses, our delegates called the attention of the government to the fact that the time was now come to put them in possession of the guarantees in reference to the 19th clause. The Governor-General, however, understanding the anxiety of the inhabitants of the Northwest during all this time, requested the delegates to hurry their return to their own people, in order to explain to them as soon as possible the arrangements they had made with the Canadian government, at the same time assuring the delegates that the government would take means before their arrival in the Northwest to send the guarantee that no person should be molested or held responsible for anything relating to the recent troubles. The delegates, although feeling satisfied from the repeated and positive assurances of such exalted personages, expressed nevertheless their fears that the people of the settlement would not thus be satisfied, and they consulted Sir Clinton Murdoch on the matter. The Commissioner of Her Majesty argued that it ought to be sufficient for the delegates and for the inhabitants of the Northwest that the assurance had been given by the highest representative of Her Majesty, that upon this question as upon all the rest of the arrangements they should be satisfied. In order to complete these arrangements, the delegates asked the ministers authorized to negotiate with them whether Canada would appoint any one to administer the affairs of the Northwest after the transfer and before the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor. The ministers replied definitively, no, let Riel and his council continue to maintain order and peace until the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor. The delegates returned to Fort Garry on the 17th June, 1870. They made their official report to the representatives of the entire settlement on the 24th June. The latter ratified in the House by a unanimous vote the work of the delegates, and the provisional government notified the Honourable the Secretary of State for the provinces that the people of the country by their representatives had consented to enter into the Canadian Confederation. The dispatch was placed in the hands of His Lordship the Bishop of St. Boniface, who had worked so diligently to effect a reconciliation between the two countries. His Lordship went himself to place this dispatch in the hands of the Canadian government, and we felt assured that the arrangements would be carried out as concluded. We continued to devote ourselves to the maintenance of peace and order until the 15th July following, after the transfer of this country to the Dominion, until the arrival of the troops on the 24th of August, 1870, in order to prevent confusion and anarchy, and in accordance with the expressed wish of the ministers at the close of the arrangements with the delegates. We remained at Fort Garry, exercising the authority which the people had previously entrusted to us, waiting to withdraw only till a competent authority should come amongst us to assume the functions of government. In place of treating us as friends as the law of nations entitled us to be, Wolseley entered the province as an enemy, and as a return for the care which we had taken of the province and of the territory of the Northwest, from the moment of its transfer, he gave up to pillage everything in the fort belonging to us. He hurried away to prison, and allowed to be ill-treated by his soldiers, peaceable and respectable citizens. The commander of this expedition, of peace and civilization, when leaving for Canada, publicly branded as bandits the political friends of the President of the Provisional Government with whom the Canadian government had been negotiating, and that government which had only existed for the maintenance of order and peace in spite of exceptional difficulties. Wolseley thus revived in our midst the unfortunate animosities which for some months had begun to be allayed, and which our friendly understanding with Canada contributed much to diminish, and which the Canadian government itself, by its faithful execution of its underscore agreement with us, could not have failed still further to decrease. The conduct of Wolseley was a real calamity. It produced its victims. One of our compatriots, a man in much esteem in consequence of his public service during our troubles, and who, on 2 or 3 occasions, in moments of great difficulty, had materially contributed to prevent the Indians from commencing their savage hostilities against the whites. Elie Goulet, to whom our understanding with Canada gave confidence in spite of the unfortunate arrival of Wolseley, returns to Winnipeg. There in noonday in the heart of the town 4 men rushed on him. Goulet seeks protection in vain. The 4 men pursued and killed him. Of these, 2 were militiamen, and were not in any way interfered with in consequence of what they did. The other 2 continued to show themselves in the town, and have lived there since in impunity under the eye of the authorities at Portage. Tanner also was killed by men sharing Wolseley's feelings. The murder was also left unpunished. The inhabitants of the settlement generally have been attacked in their persons and their property by the majority of the emigrants, and by a large number of the men belonging to the militia. And the Canadian authorities leave us to be crushed. And it is thus they expect to heal the wounds caused by the troubles of 1869, troubles which Lord Granville in his dispatch to the Governor-General of 30th November, 1869, says were brought about by the conduct of the Canadian government. Since the 24th August, 1870, we have been cajoled by the Ottawa government, left without protection, and afterwards robbed of our liberty. Individual domestic happiness was impossible. Our lives were in constant danger. What reason has the Canadian government thus to postpone to the injury of everything that people hold dear, the fulfillment of the same promises they had given us? The government at Ottawa could not, in the face of the whole world, evade the inauguration of the grand principle of liberty consecrated by their agreement with us and by the Manitoba Act so nobly approved by both houses, but they took care to neglect everything else, and every day the influence of the general government was exercised for the purpose of preventing the local government from discharging its duty towards us, nay, more. The fundamental principle of our Constitution was violated. The representative of the electoral division of St. Vital resigned his seat in the local house voluntarily, and, in accordance with the necessary legal formalities, his constituents accept and applaud his resignation. What is the conduct of the authorities? They have already declared they refuse to accept Mr. Beauchemin's resignation. And against whom are these arbitrary acts directed? Against those who from 24th August, 1870, have in reality preserved the peace of the country, by their respect for authority, by their moderation and by their patience in submitting to the oppression under which they suffer. For if the half-breeds had used their right to defend themselves when unjustly attacked, and when the law left them unprotected, where would the province be? Not only has our conduct always been conformable to our arrangements with Canada, but more than this, we are loyal and devoted to the Queen. In the autumn of 1871, on the simple appeal of the Lieutenant Governor, we all were assembled to march against the Fenians at Pembina, at the very time that we were considered in Canada as a population of brigands, so that Governor Archibald, knowing the danger in which we lived, was constrained, in order to give us an inducement to assist him in uniting the population, to assure us that he would use his personal authority to protect us so long as the province was threatened by the Fenians. We united our people with no little difficulty, endeavoring to induce them to forget the ground of their just indignation. We served the public cause, the cause of the government. Has the government remembered our services? On underscore the contrary, we would suppose the government was angry with us. Has it not been charged as a crime against Mr. Archibald that he gave us his hand? Nor did the government come to his aid to defend his conduct against public opinion. It did not avail itself of the opportunity of doing justice to us, or of causing justice to be done to us. They even have rejected us and abandoned us to the fury of our enemies. On the 8th December following, a band of men go to St. Vital. They enter like brigands at Madame Riel's house, saying that they came in the Queen's name with a warrant against Louis Riel, whom they sought everywhere with arms in their hands, upsetting everything in the house, insulting, outraging and feloniously threatening with their firearms the women in the house. Up to this moment these malefactors have been spared and even treated with consideration. Menards. In the beginning of 1872, the proclamation of the Governor of Ontario against the pretended murderers of Scott was exciting trouble in Manitoba. In order not to be the occasion of violent agitation in our young and beloved province, and for the purpose of screening the government at Ottawa, who, instead of protecting us against the proclamation, complained that our presence in the province gave the opposition a pretext and power against us, we agreed to leave the country for a time. We then went to reside at St. Paul's. A member of the federal parliament, trampling all justice under his feet, came to disturb us in our exile. On the 17th of March, he formed and began to carry out, in the very capital of Minnesota, a conspiracy against us. His plan was to enter clandestinely into the hotel where we were living, break open our trunks, and carry off the official documents which we had respecting the troubles of and respecting our agreement with the government at Ottawa. On the 28th April, 2 men at St. Paul's, believing no witness near, during the night at a fire, discussed measures for taking our lives, and thus securing the $1, which the proclamation of the Governor of Ontario had offered for the pretended murderers of Scott. On the 30th April, at Breckenridge, 4 men, supposed to be in the service of this same honourable member, whose iniquitous machinations we had to resist at St. Paul, watched at the door of the hotel where we were until a late hour of the night, with the intention of assassinating us if we came out. These facts are supported by affidavits of honest witnesses still living. We could cite many similar facts, but these 3 are sufficient to show how great an injury the policy of the Government of Canada inflicts upon us, for had it been faithful to its agreement with us, should we be thus threatened and persecuted everywhere and relentlessly, when we had sacrificed ourselves, when, through a pure spirit of moderation, in order to facilitate, as the government hoped, the advancement of the general interests, we suppressed for a time our just demands in their presence of its necessities, should we not be treated otherwise than we now are? During the last federal election we think that we acted nobly in electing as we did, the Minister of Militia. 4 days afterwards at St. Boniface the electors of Selkirk, in the peaceful exercise of their rights, were attacked in every possible way, even by shots, to recompense us for what we had just done in Provencher in the interest of one of the members of the Canadian government. Means were found to leave us unprotected against our enemies, and our good services, so far from being appreciated, are more than ever turned to account against ourselves. As for these disturbers of public order, they can all, whoever they may be, move about freely and defy the law everywhere in Winnipeg. They can show themselves even in our courts of justice to the grievous scandal and alarm of honest men, merely to laugh at our laws and show clearly in the eyes of the world that we may at any moment find ourselves plunged in the horrors of anarchy. The Minister of Justice, however, at Ottawa, here a page of the original M.S. is said to have been lost before reaching the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba. In his public speeches and in his political harangues speaks of only one thing: hanging us because we do not devote ourselves to the defense of the interests of our province. The government at Ottawa is then hostile to us. We understand it. It simply wishes our ruin. To attain this object it endeavors to isolate gratuitously from the entire political situation an occurrence which forms part of it in every point of view. They desire to judge this occurrence abstractedly from all the circumstances which have brought it about, and although this occurrence was the act of a government whose legality it had recognized by its official dispatches, and by dealing with it officially with the knowledge and insight of all the world during almost the whole of one session of Parliament, although the occurrence was the act of a government in the exercise of its functions endeavoring to prevent a catastrophe, defending as best it could order and peace against madmen, against declarations of war, conspiracies without end, and every kind of felony. They desire to throw the entire responsibility upon private individuals. It is said this act has not been pardoned by the proclamation of the Governor-General during the winter of 1869 and let them tell us the day, the month, the year when this proclamation was published in the country, and let them explain afterwards how it happens that an amnesty is granted to the demagogues who have plotted so actively the troubles of 1869 and who have brought about the assembly of men so illegally summoned together at Kildonan, seeing that 2 murders were committed, and who today are allowed to fill the honourable seat of representatives of the people in the House of Commons. The government at Ottawa acts towards us as an enemy, inasmuch as it refuses to put in force the principles of protection which it recognized in treating with our delegates, and which it then bound itself publicly to put in force, even before taking possession of the country. This false policy on its part causes us to suffer frightfully, and has occasioned for more than 2 years a public strife, dangerous and inimical to the interests of the province. In addition to this, the Ottawa government uses such efforts against us and the free management of our local affairs, as to show clearly that its political interests are incompatible with ours. Be that as it may, it is our business to demand, and to find in Canadian Confederation, that personal security and that public liberty which we require and is our undoubted right. Louis Riel. A.L. Lep in St. Vital, Manitoba, 3 Road, January, 1873. Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties item, pp. The original document was subsequently lost, and the published French-language version was retranslated from the English translation prepared for the Privy Council. Consult the note which appears at the bottom of page of the French version. As a result, this English text has been selected as the definitive text. As indicated in the published version. One page of the original manuscript was allegedly missing when Lieutenant Governor Morris received it from André Beauchemin on January 1873. The text, however, appears to be coherent as it stands. Texts, and, are incomplete French language drafts of this text. This place name is spelled Saint Albe in the printed French text. In reality, however, the place referred to is St. Anne. The Hudson's Bay Company. John A. Snow, superintendent of a construction crew building a road between Lake of the Woods and Upper Fort Garry. William McDougall, Lieutenant Governor designate, who had been refused entry into Red River by the National Committee of the Métis. This document was published in correspondence relative to the disturbances. Sir John Young, Lord Lisgar, Governor-General of Canada, 1869. Joseph Howe. The communication referred to was published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. William McTavish, Governor of Assiniboia and Rupert's Land. Reverend Jean-Baptiste Thibault, prominent Red River missionary, one of the commissioners sent to Red River in 1869 to inquire into Métis grievances. Colonel Charles Toussaint Berry, engineer and military officer, one of the commissioners sent to Red River in 1869 to inquire into Métis grievances. Riel's version of Governor McTavish's entreaty is tendentious. John Christian Schultz, proprietor of the Nor'Wester, Red River Settlement, from 1865 to 1868 and leader of the Canadian Party. Norbert Paracine, Métis from St. Norbert, was taken prisoner by Major Bolton's men in the belief that he was a spy. The individual who was killed was Hugh Sutherland, son of one of the members of the January 1870 convention. Charles A. Bolton, leader of the Portage contingent, subsequently captured by Riel's. Murdoch MacLeod, a very active member of Major Bolton's Portage contingent. Thomas Scott, a member of Major Bolton's Portage contingent, executed by order of a Métis tribunal. Charles Mayer, paymaster of the Canadian Road Party, superintended by J. A. Snow. James Spencer Lynch, Ontario physician who came to Red River and practiced in Portage la Prairie and Winnipeg. Joseph Monkman, English Métis who helped John C. Schultz escape to Ontario in 1870. The reference is to the execution of Thomas Scott. John A. MacDonald, Prime Minister of Canada. George Etienne Cartier, prominent French-Canadian statesman, leader of Quebec Conservatives. John Black, recorder of Rupert's Land, a member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the residents of Red River. Reverend Noel Joseph Richot, Cure of St. Norbert, a member of the delegation sent to Ottawa in 1870 to present the grievances of the residents of Red River. The wording in the original manuscript is slightly different, but the substance has not been altered. Pam, M.G.R., Alexandre Antonin Catch, O.M.I. Bishop of St. Boniface. This dispatch has not been found. In his testimony before the Select Committee of the House of Commons in 1874, Tatch did not refer specifically to a document. In commenting on his trip to Ottawa after the Legislative Assembly of Assiniboia had unanimously approved the terms of the Manitoba Act on June, he stated, "I departed for Ottawa. I wished to make certain to my own satisfaction the promise made to the delegates, and report at Ottawa the satisfaction of the people." Report of the Select Committee on the Causes of the Difficulties. P. Joseph Garnett Woolsey, commander of the Red River Expeditionary Force. James Tanner, a supporter of Riel who was killed after his horse had been deliberately frightened. The Earl of Granville's dispatch to Sir John Young was published in correspondence and papers connected with recent occurrences. pp. André Beauchemin, elected to represent St. Vital in the First Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. Beauchemin had resigned his seat in the Provincial Assembly in favour of Louis Riel on September 1872, nomination day in the federal constituency of Provencher. On that day, Riel declined the federal nomination, as did H.J. Clark, in favour of George Etienne Cartier, Le Métis. September 1872, Adams George Archibald, First Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. Edward Blake, then Liberal Premier. of Ontario, had offered $1 reward for the alleged murderers of Thomas Scott John Christian Schultz, former leader of the Canadian Party, M.P. for Lisgar constituency. See text. For another reference to Schultz's activities, these affidavits were signed by W. Devlin and J. Magger, AASB, Fonds Tach, T 10067, George Etienne Cartier. Defeated in Montreal East, was elected by acclamation on September 1972 in Provencher constituency. See note. Trouble erupted in the afternoon of election day when supporters of a Wilson, a loyalist candidate, disrupted the proceedings in St. Boniface by starting a brawl. This mob returned to Winnipeg, where F. and Cornish was haranguing a crowd on the collusion between the administration, the French, and the Hudson's Bay Company. The mob visited the offices of the Manitoban, a moderate journal, and Le Métis, and wrecked their equipment. Previous to this destruction, Chief of Police Plainville had attempted to stop the crowd but was badly beaten up. Le Métis Extra, September 1872, John A. MacDonald, Prime Minister of Canada and Minister of Justice. Despite this statement, the text reads coherently. Lepin's middle name was actually Tadim. Letter to Joseph Dubuc. St vital / street vital January 1873. My dear friend, these are the orders to my mother and sisters to serve as witnesses in the affair of Davidson and Buchanan. If you can take anything out, remove it. Keep at least half of what these different orders give you the right to withdraw. We owe more than that to the services you continue to provide us. And forgive me for being so little able to pay for all the trouble and the interest that you were kind enough to take for us in this affair of Davidson and Buchanan. My respects to your lady, Louis Riel. Pam, MGD. Letter written on lined paper, embossed at the upper left corner. The annotation No appears above the date on the first page. See text note. The content of this document suggests that it is about the incident related to the invasion of Riel's house on December 1871. See text. The Morris Papers file at the PAM mentions the name of a certain Buchanan who was arrested following an assassination attempt against Riel. The May 1872 edition of the newspaper Le Métis, St. Boniface, reported the adjournment of criminal proceedings in the Davidson affair. Letter to a .g.b. Ban18. St. Vital. / Honorable a.g.b. Ban18. My dear Mr. Ban18, I have received yours of the day before yesterday. I am very much obliged to you. Your kind help and the help of other good friends I appreciate are so valuable. I send you the present by Andre Neo, whom you know well, to whom I have explained the matter. I wished I could go myself over to your office. Yours truly and gratefully, Louis Riel. Honorable a.g.b. Ban18. Mr. Andre Neo can talk the matter with you more properly than I can for the reasons he will tell you. From my part, Pam, MGD. This draft is written on the NDUL, suggesting that it was composed within a year of Marie Riel's January 1873 death. This is corroborated by the title Honorable accorded to Ban18, former Postmaster General in the Provisional Government, who was appointed to the Legislative Council of the Northwest Territories on December 1872. L.H. Thomas, The Struggle for Responsible Government in the Northwest Territories 1870-1897, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1956. P. In its January 1873 issue, Le Métis published a list of members appointed to the council. The content of the letter indicates that there was no great distance separating the correspondence. This letter has not been found. It has not been possible to identify the matter to which Riel alluded. Letter to Sarah Riel. St. Vital. // In the afternoon, the sisters returned, and around 3 o'clock our beloved sister became agitated. A crisis of I don't know what nature seized her. She got up mid-sitting on her bed, threw herself back on her pillows, and stammered prayers with remarkable ardor and continuity. We prayed with her. And when we could catch a word of her prayer, we continued it with her. During a full hour of this agitation, which seemed to me to be a harsh agony, she did not stop praying, recommending herself to God, to the Blessed Virgin. It was then that she recited Remember so many times, and Saint Mary Mother of God, etc. Sisters Royal and Goulet assisted her. We were near the bed and don't imagine anything else. My sister, my Sarah, Nothing other than the good Lord helping us in such a cruel circumstance. At the end our dear and beloved Marie expectorated some flames and some water that she had taken in the morning. She found herself relieved. Sisters Royal and Goulet left and told us that they would ask the Reverend Sister Superior for 2 other sisters to come and spend the night with us. Sister Laurent and Desnoyers did indeed come, and our good little sister began again to fall into headache attacks, which the doctor had taken away from her during the night. Little by little his attacks became the same again and as close to each other as before, that is to say 4 minutes apart. She prayed. Sister Desnoyers and Sister Laurent took care of her. I was very close to her. But I felt weak. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, I had to take some remedies which, thank God, did me good. But the illness was exhausting our dear sister's strength. And around 9 o'clock she could hardly even stammer anymore. However, around 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock she pronounced twice clearly and loudly a word which I assure you did not remain without echo. She said, "My brother." Besides, after that, although she felt her attacks, she could no longer express them externally except by a little more haste in her breathing. When she could no longer translate them at all, I asked her to shake my hand if she could hear me. After about 30 seconds she shook my hand lightly. I told her, "Hold on to your scapular," and she squeezed it in her cold hands. We placed in her hands a small indulgent cross to make her way to the cross which she loved very much. Pam. MGD. File. Unfinished. Letter written on a photo sheet. Morning paper. The paper is worn and torn along the center fold. The bottom corners of the pages have been eaten away. The letter bears no date, place of origin, or signature. This is probably a draft of the text. According to the content, the letter would have been written on January 1873, the date of Marie Riel's death, or in the days that followed. Another single sheet written on both sides is in the same file, but the contents and condition of the paper suggest that it is a fragment belonging to another letter addressed to Sarah Riel. We have classified it as such. See text. Marie Riel, the second of Riel's sisters. Vitaline Royal, the sister of Joseph Royal, member of the Grey Nuns congregation. She was a nurse and teacher in St. Boniface. Anne Goulet, the sister of Elie Goulet, member of the congregation of the Grey Nuns. She taught in several missions in the Red River region. Sister Marie Rose Clapin, Provincial Superior from 1863 to 1880. Flavie Laurent, known as Lortie, member of the Grey Nuns congregation. She founded the convent of the Grey Sisters of St. Norbert and became its first superior. Georgina Desnoyers, member of the congregation of the Grey Nuns, Secretary of Manager Touch and teacher at the St. Boniface School. Letter to Sarah Riel. St. Vital. / Street Vital, March 1873. My dear Marguerite Marie. I seem to see you the moment you receive our morning letters. Oh, that I would like to be near you to help you, crying with you, in these first moments of cruel anxiety and real pain. I console myself for our distance, because I am a Christian and I know you are subject to the will of God. He, through whom all things happen, is with you, entirely to console you, to strengthen you as well as to guide you in this second life that he has deigned to give you miraculously. My Sarah, by taking the name Marguerite Marie, as you do, we will be able to pronounce again with joy a name that we have not pronounced since January. You understand me. Our good sister Mary has returned to God. Pam.